Mated to the Dragon King. Dragon Mother Book 3, A Dragon Shifter Romance. Written by Flynn. 1. Get back here. The crier was me as I rushed down the street, with a basket hung from the crook of my arm and bouncing uncomfortably against my hip. My target was a child some 10 years of age and some 10 seconds away from feeling my wraith. One of their hands was wrapped around Luca's leather wallet, which he'd given me only minutes before to purchase the said basket. Our chase took place in the bustling marketplace of the beautiful city of Amnesis. Crowded stalls featured goods from all over this strange new world I now inhabited. Their shopkeepers barked out their wares but never their prices, and a steady flow of people mingled and jingled their coins, singing the sweet song of every stallkeeper. I wanted to enjoy the sights, sounds, and even some of the smells that wafted out of the meal tents, but my focus was on the little pickpocket, and exacting my revenge by noogie. The rapscallion turned a corner, and I saw he was headed out of the massive open court that held the open-air market, and toward the maze of streets that made up the city. He was nearly at the mouth of the nearest alley, when a tall figure stepped out from behind the last stall, and blocked the urchin's path. The kid skidded to a stop and whipped his head around in my direction. I stretched out my arms and blocked his escape. Luca stood before the little thief, and a bemused smile slipped onto Luca's lips. "Tom, you seem to have something that belongs to my mate." Tom shrugged. "I was just practicing, Your Highness." My frown turned to puzzlement as I caught Luca's attention, and pointed at the thief. "You know him." Luca studied the urchin with admiration mixed with a soft sternness befitting a younger protégé. "Tom here is an enterprising young man of the streets, who knows more rat holes than the rats themselves, though he has explicit orders not to practice his trade within the city walls." Tom sheepishly handed back the purse, which Luca tucked into his pants pocket. "Well, I wouldn't have done nothing at all if I knew she was yours, Your Highness." Luca chuckled. "And next you'll tell me you don't know the best spots to pickpocket. Now then," he dipped his hand into his other pocket, "what is it today?" The young lad lifted an eyebrow, but there was a mischievous and slightly greedy twinkle in his eye. "What do ya mean?" Luca drew out a small bag which jingled with the sound of coins. "I mean that you didn't steal the basket for the item, but to catch my attention. I sent around to your friends to find any clues as to the whereabouts of Eunomia Smith during the last few months." "What have you found?" A grin stretched across the young urchin's face. "I found where she's been headed." "You're sure?" Tom crossed his arms over his chest and scoffed. "She's been going into the dredges." "Not exactly a place someone like her would be looking into, is it?" "Gets people talking too." Luca set the bag into the young man's eager palm, and the coins vanished somewhere into the rags the young ruffian wore. Tom gave us an inelegant bow, paired with a mischievous smile. "Always a pleasure to serve you, Your Highness." Luca nodded in the direction of the south. "Lead us to where she was seen." Tom scurried away into the alley, and Luca and I followed. Our short guide wound through the streets like a dog on a trail, and with the memory of one who knew every pothole and alcove of that large city. We passed through the various boroughs, each with their own unique style, until we found ourselves in a quaint section that reminded me of London, circa the Great Fire. Everything was made of wood, even parts of the narrow meandering streets. The houses shared their side walls with the buildings on either side, and the upper floors leaned impossibly far from their foundations to cast their shadows over us. Latticed windows stared down at us with ancient curiosity, as false fronts on several of the buildings advertised wares. One of them made me pause. It was a mannequin that sported a cloak covered in green slime. I leaned in close and squinted at the strange substance. The substance squinted back. I yelped and stumbled backward into a hard chest. Relief turned to panic when I realized it wasn't Luca, but a hefty man in a thick overcoat. I spun around to face him as he opened one side of his coat and revealed dozens of vials filled with strange liquids and globular forms. One of them looked like a rotten finger. "Looking for love, miss?" the man asked me as he bared his teeth in a slimy smile.
"Or maybe a potion to turn your hair red."
Luca's shadow fell over me as he set his hands on my shoulders.
"She is looking for neither."
The man frowned and slunk off with his strange inventory. I looked back to the shop window. The green slime had vanished.
"Where are we?"
Luca swept his eyes over our archaic settings.
"The dredges. It's a place where one might find any manner of magical items. Legal or not." Tom chimed in from his place a few yards down the street. He pointed at an alley ahead of him. "The place we're looking for is in there."
We continued on our way and slipped into the narrow alley. Trash and a thick layer of strange dust crunched beneath our feet, and an open sewer slid past us filled with blobs of indescribables and a dead rat or two. A door stuck out of the clapboard building to our left, but it wasn't something I expected to find in such a London-esque street. The entrance looked more like a screen door with two heavy metal bars shaped into an X that ran across the mesh screen. A wooden door stood open behind it, and revealed a shadow-covered room beyond that. Tom stopped beside the entrance and swept an arm toward the strange door.
"There you go, Your Highness. My sources tell me she went in there pretty often over the last couple of months."
I lifted an eyebrow.
"How could your resources recognize her when she was dressed up like that?"
A crooked grin slithered onto his lips as Tom jerked a thumb at the door.
"You'll see. Now, if you're not needing me anymore, I'll just be heading out."
He tried to scoot past us, but Luca grabbed the back of his shirt collar and yanked him to a stop.
"You're still our guide until we enter the shop." Tom glared up at him. "Why's that?"
Luca chuckled. "Because I paid you enough to decide when you would stop being our guide, so..." He marched up to the door and opened the unlocked entrance.
"Wait," Tom yelped as he shrank back from the entrance. "Wait a sec."
Luca paused and lifted an eyebrow at our young guide.
"Why?"
Tom's shoulders drooped as he cast a surly look at the door.
"There's something wrong with that doorway. It makes magic just just crumble."
He dug into his pocket and drew out a slip of paper with runes, which he held up for us to see.
"This is a rune mark. Let's just say it helps me get some nice sticky fingers. Now watch this." He tossed the slip of paper at the open doorway.
The parchment floated across the threshold and immediately crumbled into dust. A convenient draft blew out from somewhere inside the shop and pushed the dust out into the alley.
Tom jerked his head toward the doorway.
"If I go through there, then I'd be out a week's worth of snooping wages with what's in my pockets." Luca released him and Tom brushed off his wrinkles.
"Good luck to ya." He scampered away.
I stepped up to Luca and squinted at the dark interior.
"You think it's safe for you? I mean, you're kind of magical." "As are you," he countered. I snorted. "It could take away what I have, and I wouldn't know the difference."
Luca studied the doorway for a moment before he shook his head.
"For small matters of disguises and runes, the ruse is dropped or destroyed.
For more inherent powers, they may be suppressed, but I doubt they'll be broken." He stepped inside, and I waited a half second to see if he would explode. Nothing happened, so I followed him inside, and we found ourselves in the middle aisle of a tiny shop. A few candles burned in their scattered holders, and at the back was a tall, thin desk. A doorway stood behind the desk, but otherwise there were no other entrances, nor even a window. A short man with dark hair sat atop a stool, and was hunched over a ledger opened on the desk. In one hand he held a quill which scratched across the pages. He cast a single eye in our direction, before returning his full attention to the book.
"I have no information for you, Your Highness."
Luca smiled as he strode up to the desk and leaned an elbow on the top. "Kosho."
"I had no idea you had set up shop again."
Kosho didn't look up as he scoffed. "A man in my position has no other means of living, other than to provide people with what they desire."
That wouldn't happen to include providing material benefit to those who would like to kill me, does it?
Kosho shook his head.
You know that as well as any other, Your Highness, that I have a no-questions-asked policy.
I walked toward the pair, but a soft glint to my left caught my eye. The soft, narrow light came from the corner, and I walked over to find something tall covered by a thick cloth. Part of the cloth had fallen away, to reveal a gilded frame and mirror. I grabbed the cloth and pulled the cover off, to find myself staring at my reflection. Sort of.
There was something off about the whole thing. Luca,
I called out.
What's wrong with this mirror?
Kosho whipped his head up and snapped the ledger shut before he hopped down from his high chair.
You put that cover back on this instant.
Luca swept past him and snatched the cloth from my hand to keep it out of reach of the shopkeeper. He studied the reflection for a moment and frowned.
The reflection is showing us as others see us, and not as an inverse appearance.
Kosho leapt up and tried to snatch the cover from Luca's hand, and failed miserably.
That is not yours to use.
Luca lifted an eyebrow.
Who does use it?
Kosho stopped his hopping and cast a dark look at Luca.
That is private information.
I reached out my hand toward the glass, and the short man's eyes bulged out of his head.
Stop.
Too late. My hand touched the glass, or rather, tried to touch the glass. Instead of a smooth, solid surface, there was a strange and terrifyingly familiar cold goop that sucked in my hand. I gasped as I felt the reflective liquid draw me into whatever cold abyss lay beyond its mirrored false front. Luca wrapped his arms around me and yanked me free of its cold embrace. Kosho snatched the dropped cloth and tossed the cover back on the mirror.
The proprietor spun around to glare at me. You foolish woman.
Never touch anything in my shop unless I've handed it to you. I cradled my chilled hand in my other palm, and couldn't stop a slight shiver in my body. Luca pressed himself against me and cupped my hand in his own.
You'll be okay. That was merely another portal, like one we discovered in the underground, that led to the port.
I lifted my eyes to the covered glass and shivered.
It's not the same.
Wherever that leads to is cold. Really cold. Luca turned his face to Kosho.
Where does that portal lead to?
Kosho shook his head.
It's not my business to know that.
I only store it here for my client. Luca nodded at the mirror.
Then I'm sure your client won't mind if I confiscate their property, as is my royal right.
The color drained from Kotio's face, and he fidgeted with his fingers in front of himself.
I would rather you not do that, Your Highness.
My client is rather fond of their property, and would not wish for me to give it up at any cost, even to you. Luca lifted an eyebrow.
And who might your client be that they would defy me?
Kosho opened his mouth, but a terrible spasm struck his face. He wrapped one hand his throat and a choke escaped his lips. The man dropped to his knees as I noticed his hand tightened its grip on his windpipe. Luca darted forward and grabbed Kotio's hand. He wrenched the limb away from the man's throat, but the fingers flailed about in their single-minded attempt to continue destroying themselves. Unable to reach Kosho, they turned on Luca and tried to grab his throat. Luca swung a punch that connected with Kotio's face. The man slumped down and hung from Luca's grip on his hand. The fingers too drooped. Luca lay the man on the floor and stood. I walked over to stand at his side as he studied the unconscious man.
What the hell was that?
Luca folded his arms across his chest. A controlling spell, much like that which affected MIA, though the magic controlled only his hand. I wrinkled my nose.
Why didn't they just give Kosho a poison spell, like that one pirate we met a while back?
Luca lifted his eyes to the covered mirror and pursed his lips.
The spell may only desire to silence him, which his being unconscious has done.
He strode over to the mirror and drew off the cloth.
Our worried reflections stared back at us.
Luca stretched out his hand toward the glass.
Wait a second.
I shouted as I shot over to him and grabbed his arm. I met his cool gaze with my fury.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
He nodded at the frame.
We need to see if we can safely move the mirror. It may be protected by other magic.
I pursed my lips but let go of his hand. Luca brushed his fingers against the gilded frame. I tensed, expecting some sort of explosion or worse.
After all, if it exploded, we wouldn't have to worry about anything afterward.
A soft black glow surrounded the frame of the mirror, and a faint line of runes appeared etched in the metal. Luca drew his hand back, and we both watched as the glow faded and the runes sank back into their invisible places.
He frowned at the glass. There's a placement spell around the mirror.
I lifted an eyebrow.
What does that mean?
He stepped back and crossed his arms over his chest as he examined the tall object.
It means it can't be moved, and there's a lock on the true location.
Wherever it leads to now is merely a ruse to trap anyone curious enough to walk through it. I shuddered.
So where do you think that is?
Luca looked left and right, before he spotted the inkwell Kosho had been using when we entered. He strode over and snatched the container from the desk, returning to face the mirror. Luca tossed the small pot at the mirror, and the portal swallowed it up with hardly a soft ripple across its surface.
I strained my ears and heard a soft swishing noise like wind through a pipe come back to us as an echo.
Luca had a pensive expression on his face as I shrugged.
I have no idea what I just heard. Does it sound familiar to you? He shook his head. Unfortunately, no. So how do we lift this lock thing?
Luca brushed his hand against the frame once more and the runes reappeared. He stepped forward and squinted at the markings for a moment before he frowned.
I don't know.
I can't read these runes. I lifted an eyebrow.
How many runes do you know?
Enough to comprise a dozen different languages. My jaw hit the floor.
There's that many runes out there. And you know them. The corners of his lips twitched upward.
My father, understanding the magical limitations of our branch, insisted that if I couldn't perform the magic, I could at least understand it. He returned his full attention to the vanished runes and pursed his lips.
These, however, are completely alien to me.
I don't recognize any of the symbols, nor can I even guess at the grammar. He swiped his hand over the gilded shell and the runes reappeared.
There appears to be some sort of a magic surrounding them. I blinked at him. But aren't runes magical too? He nodded. They are, so there's magic on top of magic here. The topmost layer has a strange hazy film over it, which keeps me from deciphering even the full shapes.
I stepped closer and squinted at the runes.
Really?
Luca grasped my hand and I couldn't help but blush at the touch. He grinned and pressed a light kiss on the tips of my fingers.
Let me show you.
Luca drew my hand up to the frame and pressed the tips of my fingers against the gilded border.
I felt a strange tingle run through me as the frame lit up.
With the tingle came a sensation like someone was tickling my eyeballs, and in doing so they blurred my vision. I instinctively squinted to adjust, but it didn't work. The world became especially fuzzy around the border where I could see the blurry forms of the runes, but I couldn't even be sure where their lines ended and the frame started. Luca pulled me back, and as quickly as the light faded, so too did my strange affliction.
I dropped my hand to my hip and whistled. Wow. That's some funky spell.
Luca studied the frame once more with pursed lips and nodded.
Yes. I've never seen the like.
A soft groan at our feet brought our attention to our fallen acquaintance. Cotio's eyes fluttered open, and another moan escaped his lips. Luca stooped in front of him and grabbed one of his wrists as the man focused his gaze on him. Cotio's eyebrows crashed down as he glared up at Luca.
Did you have to hit me so hard?
A sly smile slipped onto Luca's lips.
Perhaps not, but it was effective.
Kosho rubbed his jaw as Luca helped him sit up.
Yes, but the damage will not outlast the spell.
I cannot answer the questions you speak, while still under the magic. Luca looked the man over.
I know someone with a gift for magic. He can no doubt lift the spell.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Cassius.
Luca lifted his gaze to the mirror.
Just so, and he might be able to help us with the problem of this locked mirror.
We need only have to put a guard in place until we return.
That's when we heard a loud march of footsteps.
Luca and I looked at each other before I hurried to the door and peeked out. A line of men filled the narrow alley and marched in our direction. Svetnik was at the lead with Tybalt at his back and a few rows of troops behind him. The vampire advisor noticed me peering at them and inclined his head, but he didn't crack a smile. Tybalt too looked tense as their quick stride brought us to them. Svetnik opened the door, and I scurried back to allow them through. The vampire glanced down at the basket that hung from my arm. My apologies for interrupting your shopping, but there is urgent news from the castle. Nothing like a vague promise of disaster to get the old heart beating. Luca stood and turned to them with a frown.
What is it?
King Landry has arrived. 3. Luca's brow darkened.
He's early. Svetnik nodded. Yes, Your Highness, a month early, but he informed us business had brought him near, and thought arriving at this time would be no burden on you.
Luca crossed his arms over his chest and frowned.
He's mistaken, but that isn't something we can tell him.
My blinking eyes swept over the group of tense men. Could someone tell me what's going on? Who's this King Landry guy? Luca sighed and ran a hand through his hair. A ruler of a nearby kingdom with whom Amnesis has had a storied relationship.
I snorted. So you've tried to invade his kingdom and vice versa? In a word, yes.
Luca returned his attention to Sventik, and used one arm to gesture to the mirror.
Unfortunately, we have other troubles to deal with.
This mirror was used by MIA during her mind imprisonment, but there's several spells over it that make it impossible for us to figure out how to use it. Svetnik furrowed his brow as he swept past us and studied the wood carving and glass. He brushed his fingers against the frame, and the border lit up. Our vampire friend studied the runes for a moment with squinted eyes before he pursed his lips.
The protection spell means I am unable to decipher the magic runes.
He grasped the frame and pulled, but the mirror didn't budge an inch.
I see.
The runes are a placement spell. Can you recognize any of the runes? Luca asked him. Svetnik turned to him and shook his head.
No, Your Highness.
Though my knowledge of the spell languages is large, I do not know this particular one. A thought struck me and I raised my hand.
What about Marcus? He's pretty old, he might know more than you guys.
A smile touched the corners of Svetnik's lips. He has studied them extensively, and perhaps has forgotten more about runes than either of us has ever learned.
I will see if he will help us. Tybalt stepped forward. Your Highness, King Landry awaits you this very moment.
Luca nodded.
Of course.
Keep several of your men guarding the mirror.
He turned to Kosho. You will have to come with us.
Kosho frowned.
I have a business to run. Which will be impossible for you to do if one of my men accidentally triggers your controlling spell, Luca pointed out, with a bit of bemusement in his voice.
Would you rather remain here or come with us, where we might be able to lift the curse? Cotio's shoulders sagged and he gave a huff.
Oh, very well, but be quick about this. I haven't closed the shop in 24 years, and I'll be damned if it's closed for more than 24 hours.
Luca led the way out of the shop, and in a moment Svetnik had vanished to find his master. Tybalt followed, leaving behind two of his men, and Kosho was the last to exit. He glumly turned around and locked the door from the outside, though I could see the men inside could still get out if an emergency demanded it. Kosho shot Tybalt a sharp glare.
Your men better not touch anything while they're in there. Tybalt shook his head. You have nothing they would desire.
Kosho dropped his key into his pocket and turned up his nose.
I'll have you know that much of my merchandise is priceless.
There are artifacts so ancient they make Amnesis look young in comparison. A mischievous smile slipped onto Luca's lips.
And no doubt a good inventory of the items would find many of them are stolen, so I wouldn't be bragging too much about your wares.
Kosho clapped his mouth shut as Luca led us along the winding roads.
I sidled up close beside him and leaned in. So what's this King Landry doing here anyway? I mean, besides being early. I invited him here some months ago to resign our peace agreement, Luca revealed as he stared ahead with a tense expression on his face. The treaty was signed a century ago, and many of the terms and borders are outdated.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Borders? That sounds complicated. It is.
I opened my mouth to ask another question, but all that came out was a sharp gasp. A strange tension sprang from my stomach that left me out of breath. I wrapped my arm around my midsection and stumbled to one side against a nearby wall. Luca was at my side in an instant with his arms holding me up, as my legs shook like jello.
What is it? I shook my head. I don't know. I looked down at my stomach.
Luca took the hint and drew my shirt up. My eyes widened as I watched my stomach ripple, as though cartoonishly hungry. There wasn't pain so much as a strange pressure that left me a little short on breath.
The whole affair didn't last more than 10 seconds, but left me pale and shaking.
I looked up at Luca with my big eyes.
What was that?
His eyes showed more than a hint of worry as he pursed his lips.
The child.
I lifted an eyebrow.
What about the child? Our child is growing at a faster rate than is normal, even for dragon offspring. I blinked at him. You mean, that is, I'm going to have a baby, soon?
He drew me close against his side, and nodded at the way ahead of us.
Maybe, but let's get you to the castle.
King Landry will be waiting for you at the balcony, and we'll see you coming if you take flight, Tybalt warned us.
Then we'll take the side path up to the rear of the gates.
We meandered our way to the castle, and soon found ourselves on the narrow path that wound its way up to the side of the castle gates. Tybalt tapped his spear against the door that blocked our path, and the guards opened the way for us. Luca stopped us just before we entered the courtyard, and he scanned the open area before his attention fell on one of the guards.
Where is King Landry?
The guard frowned, and pointed at the higher levels of the castle.
Up there, Your Highness, though his own guards are stationed along the entire floor.
Luca tightened his grip on my hand, and drew me close against his side.
Then we'll be sure to avoid going up there, at least for the present.
I frowned up at my royal mate, as he hurried us across the courtyard and into the foyer.
I think one of us is going to have to go see this king sometime.
A dark cloud settled on his brow as he stared ahead of us.
Yes, but that time is not now. Is my dear cousin avoiding his duties?
I jumped at the sudden voice, but Luca merely looked to our right, where Cassius had emerged from the grand parlor with a sly smile on his face and a twinkle in his eyes. He clasped a book in one hand as he joined our company.
You were always one who despised the more formal. He paused and frowned down at me. You do not appear to be well, cousin. What has happened?
Luca sighed.
A great many things, but Tybalt will explain to you about the mirror.
You may be able to help us decipher its meaning, and how to use it. Cassius arched an eyebrow as Tybalt pursed his lips, but the soldier turned to the curious Cassius to do his duties. We hurried into the dining room so quickly that they soon disappeared from sight. I didn't mind inhaling the smells of the kitchen, but the direction wasn't quite to our room.
Where exactly are we going?
Luca steered us toward the door to the culinary room. Myra may know what's wrong with you, and how to normalize the effects. A little bit of color left my face at the touch of fear in his voice.
And if she can't? Then our adventuring is put on hold until you give birth.
4. We found the kitchen a perfect picture of ordered chaos. Cooks and helpers scurried to and fro, and an unusual scent of the sea permeated the whole room. Myra stood in the center of it all at the island, with a large bowl of dark green salad in front of her. A dish of rough sea salt stood beside the bowl, and she liberally sprinkled the spice over the foliage while barking orders.
Chrissy, a little less onion in the dip.
Duncan, don't go spreading the batter too thin or it will never raise. One of the cooks stopped long enough to recognize they had company in Luca and me, and he bowed his head so fast he nearly gave himself whiplash.
Your Highness.
All the clamor was silenced as the other cooks bowed their heads. Myra frowned at us and wagged a wooden spoon in our direction.
What in the world are you two? Her eyes fell upon me and her thick eyebrows crashed down.
She scurried around the island and up to me, where she set her hands on my arm and looked me over before scowling at Luca.
What in the world has he done to you now?
A snort escaped my lips as I patted one of her hands.
He hasn't done anything. But you might be able to help us, Luca added as his eyes flickered to a door tucked into the far right corner of the room. In private.
Myra nodded and looked over her shoulder at all the curious eyes that stared at us.
What are you gadabouts doing?
Those salads aren't going to make themselves. The cooks and helpers scurried back to their work, and Myra let out a deep sigh.
Honestly, why did I think I could ever retire? Now then, she smiled down at me. Let's get to looking you're over.
I was half hauled over to the door, and Myra opened the portal to reveal a pantry almost as large as my old apartment. Shelves upon shelves were filled with canned goods, and dried herbs hung from the ceiling like wild vines. There was even a door at the far back that had a thin sheet of ice around its border. A short table with a pair of benches opposite each other sat in the middle of the larder, and it was to this that Myra led us. She plopped me down on the end of one of the benches and cast an annoyed look at Luca.
Well, what's happened now?
I lifted my shirt and revealed my stomach, though even I couldn't see any difference.
My stomach decided to do some nice ripples earlier.
Myra pursed her lips before she knelt in front of me. She pressed her palms against my stomach and brushed them over the surface. I bit my lip to keep from laughing at the tickling sensation, especially when her face darkened. Luca hovered like a shadow over both of us. Could her pregnancy be progressing faster due to her using the white fire? Myra dropped her hands into her lap and looked up at Luca.
That's possible, but I'm not the one to ask about magic.
What I can tell you is she's further along than she should be.
But that's not bad, right?
I wondered as I looked between the worried pair.
I mean, it just means the baby will be born sooner, right?
Myra pursed her lips as she returned to studying my stomach. Bearing the child of the Dragon King isn't easy for the mate, even when the baby's on schedule. My heart skipped a beat as Luca's expression reflected my concern.
How soon is the baby due?
Myra used her hands to study my stomach again for a moment, before she shook her head.
I'm not sure. I blinked at her. Why not?
Myra leaned back and furrowed her brow as she studied my waistline.
There is movement inside you that I've never seen before.
Color drained from Luca's face.
Movement by the baby.
Myra closed her eyes and shook her head.
No.
Other movement. A maelstrom of activity surrounds the child, but she felt my stomach again and shook her head.
I don't know what this means.
Luca grasped the top of the table, and I detected a hint of a quiver in his fingers.
He tried to hide it by balling his hand into a fist. Can you do anything for her?
Myra swept her eyes over the room and rubbed her hands together.
If I can, then I have the best larder in the world to do it with. Let me see what I can scrounge up to soothe your wild child.
She climbed to her feet with a slight groan and scurried into the maze of shelving. A rap came from the pantry door, and Tybalt stepped inside before he bowed his head to us. My apologies for the intrusion, But King Landry is insisting on meeting with you at once. Luca frowned. You will tell His Highness that I am preoccupied at the moment, but will be there as soon as I'm able. Myra peeked out from behind a shelf with her arms full of jars and dried spices.
You had better see to his royal pain in the ass.
He's been pacing the balcony for the last hour, making ruts in the floor with his webbed feet. One of my eyebrows shot up.
Webbed feet.
Luca pursed his lips as his indecisive eyes studied me.
I would rather remain here. I shook my head. I'll be fine. Nothing's happening right now anyway.
And if something does, I'll send someone along to tell you, Myra assured him as she trundled over to us, and her armload spilled out onto the table.
Now go greet that water lover before he gets his gills in a bind.
I gave Luca's hand a squeeze and smiled up at him.
I'll be fine. I set my hand on my stomach. We'll be fine. After all, I am your wife carrying your child.
A faint smile appeared on his lips. He leaned down and pressed a kiss on my forehead.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Luca reluctantly slipped out of the room and Tybalt followed, but my curiosity called him back.
Wait a sec, Tybalt.
He paused in the doorway and turned to me.
Where's Cassius? He took up some of the books from the library and ventured down to the magician's shop to see what he could learn about the mirror.
Tybalt bowed his head and closed the door behind him. Myra returned to her sorting of the many items she had procured from the shelves, while my thoughts remained on where Luca had gone.
So what exactly is King Landry?
His species, I mean. Myra paused in her perusal of her treasures and wrinkled her nose.
He's an armor, a mab, she sputtered her lips and frowned. Curse that word.
I could never get it out. I lifted an eyebrow.
He doesn't happen to look like a turtle, does he? She shook her head. No, but he does rule over the Kaiso. I blinked at her. But he's not a Kaiso himself.
Myra sighed and returned to her search.
There are as many changelings under the sea as above it.
Landry himself looks like a... She paused and furrowed her brow.
I would say he looks like a cross between a fish and one of my worst hair days.
Her description forced my eyes up to her frazzled hair.
That sounds not bad.
Myra didn't look up from the spices as she shrugged.
That would depend on your opinion of uncooked, hairy fish looks like. Her head whipped up, and she snapped her fingers together. Amabile. That's what they are.
Creatures who swim in the sea that borders the port and the cliffs. My eyes widened slightly.
Borders?
Is that why Luca mentioned that the borders had changed between the two countries? Myra nodded as she picked up a jar and pulled off the lid.
Yes.
With each new sandbar or cliff collapse, the borders, she sniffed the contents and jerked back before she set that jar aside.
Rancid. But the borders do change, though not very often. That's why Landry doesn't need to come on shore very often. Of course, Luca can't go to him.
My thoughts drifted back to my first adventure in this strange world, and the escapade on Trulio's ship. Because of the curse on him that would yank him back.
That and there's no air down in Landry's kingdom. I furrowed my brow. Not even a magic spell for visitors.
Myra gave a harumph.
Those folk can't use magic, so they don't want anyone else to be using it around them either. Makes it awful hard when a sailor's near drowning, and a magician's trying to pull him aboard, while those sea devils are trying to drag him down as their due.
My jaw hit the floor.
They don't drag people down, do they? She shrugged. Well, that's what my Gram used to say, but she had a fling with one of those handsomer sea devils, and never got over his jilting her.
Now then, she picked up a bottle of strong spice and dumped some of the contents into a bowl.
Let's see what can be done about that stomach of yours.
5. I watched in horrified fascination as Myra tossed spice after spice into the bowl, and mixed all the dark browns and strange greens together with her thick wooden spoon. The foliage floated in black and orange liquid that resembled a squid having mated with an orange. She finished her wicked additions and slid the bowl in front of me. The scent rose up and tickled my nose with promises of much worshipping of the porcelain goddess. Myra puffed out her chest and grinned at me.
Eat up.
I grasped the spoon she offered and stirred the contents. The larger bits bobbed up and down, and I swore something blinked at me. I swallowed the lump in my throat and gave Myra a shaky smile.
Maybe I'd better wait until Luca gets back.
Myra frowned and tapped a finger against the rim of the bowl.
You want to be stronger when he comes back, don't you? Now eat up.
I steadied my nerves for what was to come sliding down my throat. My salvation came in the form of the pantry door. It opened and Cassius leaned inside. His face was slightly pale, and he swept his gaze over the room with a reluctance that bordered on fear. The man's attention fell on me, and his crestfallen face made my heart murmur with a slight touch of panic. At his coming to the table, I slightly stood.
Is something wrong? He held out one hand. Nothing to fear for Luca, I assure you, but I was told you were in here, and thought to have myself consoled. I tilted my head to one side and frowned. Consoled? What's wrong?
Cassius took a seat opposite me, and cast a cloaked look at Myra. Dearest Myra, might I be troubling you if I asked you to leave us for a moment?
She pursed her lips. I have a queen to mend and...
He tapped a tip of a finger against the edge of the soup bowl.
And I assure you your stew will not remain untouched while you are gone.
I will see to that personally. Myra frowned but left us alone. I waited for the door to click shut, before I looked back to Cassius.
So what's up?
Cassius reached into the bag on his hip. He drew out a tattered cloth, and unfolded the rag to reveal a piece of shattered glass.
This is my shame.
Confusion completely clouded my mind, until I recognized a bit of frame that still clung to the glass.
It was the mirror from the shop.
My jaw hit the floor and I whipped my face up to Cassius' bowed head.
What happened?
He sighed and didn't dare lift his eyes to mine.
In my eagerness to help my cousin, I tried to force the magic of the mirror to my will, and, don't you see the consequences before you? The strain was too much for the mirror, and the glass shattered.
Cassius set the broken glass on the table between us. My apologies cannot begin to describe my anguish, and so I come to you first, dearest cousin, for sympathy. I stared dumbfounded at the broken piece of our best chance at finding our foes.
I don't know what to say.
Cassius reached across the table and clasped my hand in his fingers.
I am so sorry, my dear cousin.
Truly I am. He set his other hand on the broken shard and hung his head.
I tried to fix the pieces, but they would not come together, and no magic would rebuild them.
I swallowed the lump in my throat and managed a shaky smile.
I'm sure we'll figure out something.
We still have Kosho, after all, and MIA. Maybe one of them can tell us more than they think. He grinned and released me to drop back into his chair.
Yes. You're quite right.
They may know something of this mirror, that magic can free them to tell us. I winced as I cast a furtive look between my cousin and the broken bits of his last attempt at magic helping.
Maybe we'd better find a way that isn't so rough before we try magic again.
Cassius managed a chuckle.
Yes, you are quite right. We shall tread softly now.
My heart fell as I returned my attention to the broken glass.
I wonder if there's any way we can still use this.
Cassius' face fell as he shook his head.
I fear not.
The magic, whatever it contained, has mostly vanished. Only a broken sliver of its power remains, and that is not enough for me to decipher the portal's location, nor even to guess at the language used to transport a traveler. I reached out with a shaking hand and brushed my fingers against the remains of the mirror. A strange jolt of energy shot through me and into the glass. I started back as a white glow surrounded the broken bit and illuminated both the surface and the frame. The strange runes from before appeared, though they were still as unfocused as before. The light reflected off of Cassius' wide eyes as he lifted his gaze from the mirror to me.
What is this power? I stared at my fingertips as I shook my head. I don't know.
Cassius leaned over the table and close to me as his eyes settled on my fingers. His words came out in a hushed whisper. Could it be the white fire of which I have heard so much? He reached out and brushed the tips of his fingers against mine. I jerked back as a strange cold chill ran through me. My fire vanished, and Cassius yanked his own hand back. He drew it under the table, and a white pallor encroached on the edges of his face.
I'm so sorry.
I apologized as I stood and scooted around the side of the table.
He held up his other hand, and I stopped. That is quite all right, dear cousin.
I was merely surprised by the sudden power that I felt flow through you. He gestured to the seat I had just vacated.
Please sit back down and let us study what your pure magic has reignited.
I reluctantly returned to the bench and resumed my seat. The glass between us still softly glowed, and I furrowed my brow.
Why is it still lit up? It didn't do that before.
Cassius leaned forward to study the broken mirror, but I noticed he kept his hands safely under the table. I am not certain, but perhaps your magic powered the mirror beyond what magic that had been contained within it. In essence, you have granted more magic to the spells. My face fell.
That doesn't mean the spells are more powerful, does it? Not necessarily, he mused as he squinted at the unfocused runes. They may merely be able to last beyond what power was once imbued within them. I was struck with an idea. Do you think I can touch it again?
Cassius pursed his lips.
You may, but I cannot tell for certain what will happen. I managed a smile and a shrug. Well, I won't know until I try. I stretched out my hand and tapped the glass. Nothing happened.
I gingerly picked up the glass and studied the glowing symbols.
Do you think we can use it to find where the portal went?
Cassius scooted closer to the edge of the table and inspected the glass.
Perhaps, but I fear I am still unable to read the runes.
The door opened a few inches and Myra peeked her head inside.
Are you two done?
Cassius shoved the bowl in my direction, and one nearly dropped the glass onto the tabletop.
I hurriedly set the mirror down and took in a few spoonfuls.
The soup tasted as foul as it looked, and some of the goop dribbled down my chin as I grinned at her.
Almost.
Myra wrinkled her nose at me before she cast a look of annoyance at Cassius.
Well, whatever you two have been doing, two other fools wanted to take part in it.
She opened the door and stepped aside to reveal Svetnek and Marcus. The two vampires strode into the pantry and over to our table where Svetnek bowed his head to us. My apologies for taking so long, Your Highness, but I was informed you had returned here and so brought my master to you, rather than the shop. Marcus' ancient gaze settled on the glass on the table, and he frowned.
It appears going to the shop would have been a waste of time.
Cassius stood and hung his head to the pair.
The fault is with me.
In my eagerness to decipher the runes, I broke the mirror, the largest piece of which you see before you. Marcus cast a sharp, narrow-eyed look at Cassius.
That was very careless of you.
Cassius nodded.
I know only too well, and for that I will have to face my cousin's displeasure. If you will excuse me, I must see if he is available.
Cassius bowed his head and left us, closing the door on Myra's curious eyes. 6. Marcus had turned to watch Cassius leave, and stared for a while at the door before he turned to me and smiled.
It is always a pleasure to see you, Lady of White Fire.
I pushed the bowl away and ran a hand through my hair.
Right now I feel like the Lady of White Pallor. There's been one problem after another today.
His Highness is successfully navigating the treaty requests of King Landry, Svetnek assured me. Marcus took a seat beside me on the bench, and his sharp eyes looked me up and down.
You do appear rather pale, and it isn't the doing of any vampire. I set a hand on my stomach and winced. Something's going on with the baby, but nobody seems to know what's happening.
Marcus picked up the spoon I had left in the soup bowl and dribbled the contents back into the container.
I see.
And desperate times have called for desperate measures.
I snorted. It's not too bad. He lifted an eyebrow at me, and I shrugged. It didn't kill me.
Marcus dropped the spoon back into the bowl.
I will have to take your word for it. As for the child, turn toward me. I threw a leg over the back of the bench and rode side-saddled to face him.
Marcus drew my shirt back and pressed his hands against my stomach. I winced slightly at his cold touch as his palms explored my flat stomach.
After a long moment he pursed his lips. The child is upset.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Do you speak baby now?
A smile touched the corners of his lips as he lifted his eyes to me. I am old enough that I do so on a daily basis with those around me. As for the child, I feel movement.
The child is nearly a month along.
My face drooped.
A month? But I've only been pregnant for a few weeks.
Svetnik stepped into view.
The chosen mate of the Dragon King is always destined to a short pregnancy.
Marcus' eyes flickered up to his younger apprentice.
This pregnancy may prove to be shorter even than that, should her powers continue to manifest themselves.
I lifted an eyebrow.
What are you talking about?
Marcus leaned back and furrowed his brow.
White fire, if my memory serves me, is a rare gift even among the mates of the Dragon King.
It is the gift of cleansing, of righting was it wrong and saving those who are worthy. In essence, it is the instinct of goodness given form by your desire to help others.
I pointed at my stomach. That's nice, but what do that have to do with my baby? Your desire to protect others around you includes your child, and you may see your baby as being safer outside of your body than inside, he explained as his smile widened.
Particularly since your mate and you have a penchant for finding trouble. I winced.
Don't go telling Luca that. He'll ground me in the apartment until the baby is born. That may be for the best, Your Highness, Svetnik spoke up.
My shoulders drooped and I sighed.
I know, but I was just getting to the bottom of the mirror mystery.
I think my powers even activated the magic in the piece that Cassius brought. Svetnik picked up the piece and studied the magic. Even now, after all these minutes, the runes still glowed brightly.
The mirror did not always light up. I shrugged. Yeah, it did, but not this long.
It'll give you guys time enough to look at it and see what you can come up with. Marcus caught my eye with his severe one.
I would advise you not to use your magic. I snorted. I wish I could control it, but I don't know how to turn it on, much less off. He dropped his attention to my stomach.
Your powers will not go unnoticed by your child, and he may very well desire some of your white fire.
I shook my head. But I haven't felt. At that moment karma decided to strike, and I felt the familiar strange tremors afflict my stomach.
I gasped and wrapped my arms around my midsection as my stomach danced to the beat of silent drums. Svetnik set the glass on the table and hurried over to stand behind me.
Your Highness.
I was glad for the back support as I leaned against him and clenched my teeth.
I'm fine.
I felt the familiar strange gurgling sensation beneath my fingers. Marcus pried my hands away and studied the waves that rippled across my stomach. It was both mesmerizing and terrifying to behold, especially as a strange faintness fell over me.
I found myself leaning back against Svetnik's chest. Marcus, he shouted.
Marcus grasped my hands and squeezed them tight enough to cause pain.
Focus on my voice, lady.
Do not fall asleep. The slight edge of panic in his voice gave me enough fear to shake off the drowsiness.
Why not?
Marcus pursed his lips as he studied my stomach. Should you fall asleep, your powers may awaken to protect your unconscious self.
That snapped me out of my lethargy, and I shot up.
My sudden jolt pushed Marcus away, and I was glad to see my stomach settle back down. A deep sigh escaped my lips. Marcus had fallen back onto his rear, and I couldn't stop the corners of my lips from twitching upward at the sight of the ancient vampire seated so at my feet. Svetnik too had trouble hiding his mirth, as he leaned down and offered an arm to his master.
"May I offer you some assistance?"
Marcus frowned up at him and brushed his arm away.
"No, you may not."
He eased himself onto his feet and brushed his ragged cloak off. "Besides, your queen is in much worse shape than I. She will need to be watched, to ensure her emotions do not get the better of her."
"Then I would be best to fulfill that position."
The voice came from the entrance, and I looked up to have my heart flutter. Luca stood in the partially opened doorway with a strained smile on his face. He shut the entrance behind him and strode over to join us. His sharp eyes scoured each of our faces, and ended at my stomach where my shirt was still pulled up to reveal my pale skin.
"What's happened?" I set my hands on my stomach and sheepishly grinned at him. "Just a little trouble with your son, but it's over now."
Luca's eyes flickered to the vampires.
"Marcus' words would imply they aren't."
I stood and my shirt dropped into place.
"I just have to keep calm and take deep breaths." He lifted an eyebrow at me. "Then you shouldn't be near life-threatening situations."
I winced.
"Well, it wouldn't be a good idea, but I'm sure we can keep me away from those."
I noticed the corners of Marcus' lips twitched upward.
"Anyway," I slid over to Luca and looped my arms around one of his. "Aren't you supposed to be entertaining our jilled guest?"
Some of the tension left his face. Myra has fortunately decided he needed a tour of the gardens, and she insisted on attending to the matter herself.
He turned his attention to the vampires and pursed his lips.
My cousin informed me of the damage he had done to the mirror.
"Is there any way to fix it?"
Marcus shook his head.
"What is broken cannot be undone, but your lady here," he used one hand to gesture at me, "has provided the glass with enough power to reveal some of its secrets.
Namely that the runes are hidden from the view of the living." I pointed a finger at the vampires.
"So you too can read them?" He shook his head. "Not we who are undead, but those who are truly dead."
I am referring to ghosts. 7. I lifted an eyebrow. If only ghosts can read the glass, then how did MIA manage to read the runes to use the portal? Marcus folded his arms over his chest.
"Memorization, no doubt. One does not need to read the words if they know them in their memory."
The runes were merely hidden from living eyes to avoid any unwanted person from reading them. Luca frowned.
"What sort of ghosts are you referring to?"
Marcus waved a hand at the air above us. "Call them phantoms or the like if you wish, but they are those wandering spirits who are chained to this plane for their countless varied reasons." My eyes invariably dropped to the glowing glass, and I shuddered.
"So we need to find a ghost to read the runes for us?"
Marcus nodded.
"Yes, but that will not be easy."
Most spirits are solitary creatures, avoiding even the company of vampires. I myself have encountered only a handful in my long life, and many of them flitted away before I could speak more than a few words to them. Luca furrowed his brow.
"I see.
So this won't be merely a matter of searching the graveyard."
Svetnik stepped forward.
"If I may be so bold as to interrupt, but I believe your highnesses know a wandering spirit who may help us." Luca and I looked at him in astonishment, and I was the first to shake off the shock.
"What are you talking about?"
"We don't know any ghosts."
"The gentleman you say you met along the coastline, the one with the sunherb remedy. He is a spirit."
I discovered the truth when fetching more of his herbal medicine for Ethan. Luca lifted an eyebrow.
"Did he tell you that?" Svetnik shook his head. "No, Your Highness."
I discovered the cottage in a state of severe disrepair, and upon inquiring from the nearest neighbors they informed me the home had been unoccupied for some time, though there were rumors that on some nights lights had been seen shining through the windows. No one had been bold enough to inspect the strange glow, and there were many rumors about the location being haunted. Wrinkles appeared on my brow as I thought back to that episode.
But you brought back a jar of the medicine. I saw it.
The vampire inclined his head to me.
I did, Your Highness, but I found the container in the ruins of the cottage.
The balm, fortunately, proved to be in good condition. My mouth was slightly agape as I looked up at Luca.
Then Todd is.
Luca pursed his lips.
He's our best lead for deciphering the runes.
Marcus gestured to me.
Your lady should remain here. I scowled at him. I'm not going to be left behind just because my stomach's acting up.
Luca closed his eyes and shook his head.
You're safer here.
2 against 1.
I turned to Svetnik and crossed my arms over my chest. And now you're going to tell me to stay too, aren't you?
Svetnik sighed.
I must concur with Her Highness.
I tilted my head to one side to stare at him, as the other 2 men cast looks of disbelief at the vampire.
Really? Svetnik nodded. Truly. This spirit showed itself to both of you.
Should one of you go alone, especially with that person being Luca, it may not reveal itself. Luca lifted an eyebrow.
Why wouldn't he show himself to only me?
Marcus wrinkled his nose. Spirits are attracted to individuals who exude empathy and the like, and I suppose women are more prone to such emotions. Luca pursed his lips as I grinned up at him.
So that means I'm coming. He sighed. Unfortunately, yes. I frowned and swatted his arm. Would it make you feel better if I promised to behave?
My mate snorted.
That's a promise you couldn't keep.
Now if we intend to go, we should fetch our obscurus cloaks. They may be needed to hide ourselves from the Wight that remain.
Should I call the carriage, Your Highness? Svetnik offered.
Luca shook his head.
That won't be necessary.
I'll fly by the cliffs to avoid detection, and we should land at the cottage soon enough. Besides, Myra can't keep our guest distracted that long that the carriage is a feasible plan.
You're going to need more than the lady's emotions to lure out a ghost, Marcus spoke up as he reached into his cloak and rummaged inside the rags. Though I haven't come across many, I have heard rumors that these attract them.
He drew out his hand and revealed a strange dried plant. Svetnik wrinkled his nose.
Why are you carrying bog moss?
Marcus' eyes twinkled with mischief as he held the dried-looking sponge out to Luca and me.
They make a good sponge, and I once heard that sham shines were fond of those areas, so they have a dual purpose in cleaning up a messy dinner and attracting company.
Luca took the material and tucked it into his inside vest pocket before he picked up the remains of the glass.
Hopefully our possibly spectral friend knows how to read in the first place.
Svetnik stepped forward and bowed his head to Luca.
Would you like us to accompany you by leaving now?
Marcus scoffed.
What use would we be in an interview with a ghost? Besides, I need your eyes with me, apprentice.
Svetnik raised an eyebrow.
For what do you require my assistance?
Marcus nodded at the glass.
Somewhere in my books I know I read about the runes of the dead.
It is rare enough that if we track the author, we might be able to figure out who else has a copy of the treatise. You are going to help me find that treatise and track down any copies made in the last 100 years. Svetnik's face fell.
Am I necessary?
Marcus grabbed his younger protégé's arm and tugged him toward the door.
It is, and you will help me.
He stopped them at the entrance and looked over his shoulder at us.
And remember my warning, Lady of the White Fire.
Control your emotions before they control you. The pair slipped out of the room, leaving me with a concerned Luca. And me with a few questions.
So what's a shamshine anyway?
A light that inhabits the bogs of the world, and said to lure travelers to the bodies of murdered souls, Luca explained to me with a deep sigh.
They are rumored to be the souls of those who once inhabited the bodies.
I furrowed my brow and tapped a finger against my chin.
That sounds a lot like something in my world called a will-o'-the-wisps, but those things usually try to get people killed.
My mate's face fell as he looked down at me.
You're sure you want to come with me? Todd may appear without you. I sighed and ran a hand through my hair. I know I should stay in the room until all of this blows over, but being left behind and wondering what's happening to you, I paused and closed my eyes. I don't think I could control my emotions any better wondering what's going on then, if I were there, seeing what's happening.
Luca looped an arm around my waist and drew me close to his side. I looked up and found him smiling down at me.
I'd like to have no one at my side more than you, my mate.
I grinned and gave his butt cheek a squeeze.
Me too. Now let's go get those cloaks and get flying.
We hurried up to our room and scavenged through the clean clothes brought up by the kind servants.
I found my cloak among the laundry, but the discovery didn't make me happy. I held up the cloak in front of me and winced.
There were scratches, tears, and a few holes courtesy of our squirrely foe.
This has seen better days.
Luca pinched his own cloak between two fingers and lifted the cloth off the bed. The mantle was more rags than wrap.
As has mine. We should send these to a seamstress. I snorted. I think yours needs a funeral.
He smiled as he draped the cloak over the crook of his arm.
The bonfire will have to wait until after the seamstress has had a chance to make her assessment about the patient.
He offered me his other arm and jerked his head toward the door.
Ready to go. I cast a quick eye at the doors. Shouldn't one of us be checking up on our guest? You know, just to make sure Myra hasn't bored him to death. He chuckled. That may come to pass, as I did tell Myra to use her special gate to show him around the gardens.
They'll be walking those paths until the snow falls.
In that case, I tugged him toward the door. Let's get flying.
We hurried out of the room and down the stairs to the balcony. All was clear until we reached the pair of doors that led out onto the terrace. They opened ahead of us, and we were presented with the sight of a strange man. He was a little taller than me, and wore a cape over his shoulders. His suit was similar to a uniform, but incredibly tight so that little was left to the imagination. He wore his short hair slicked back, and there was a bemused smile on his lips.
What was most interesting about him, however, was his bluish-tinged skin.
His eyes, too, were of a green the color of seaweed, and his bare hands showed off webs between the fingers. The man wore a pair of black boots that flared out at the toes, no doubt to accommodate more webbed physiology, and there were gills along either side of his neck. He opened his arms wide as he approached us.
My genial hosts. What fortune that I found you so quickly.
8. Luca had to suppress a frown.
Is your tour over so soon?
Landry reached us and nodded his head.
Yes, I cut it short. The flowers were beautiful, but not to my taste.
His attention fell on me, and he swept into a low bow.
Your Highness.
I was told your beauty was great, but I never imagined to behold such a wonderful creature. He grasped one of my hands and pressed a kiss on the top.
I had to suppress a shiver at the chill of his blue lips.
Queen Diana, you do these halls more justice than they deserve. My eyes flickered up to Luca, who had just slightly tensed at the backhanded compliment.
You're too kind, King Landry. Robert, if you would, he pleaded as he released my hand and looked between us.
His focus fell on the cloak slung over our arms.
You appear to have quite the problems there.
I cleared my throat.
Oh, these.
We were just, having them mended, Your Highness. Landry wagged a finger at me.
Robert, lovely Diana.
I noticed one of Luca's hands twitched into a loose chokehold.
Maybe I could get them mended on my own, and meet you two back here. Nonsense.
Landry proclaimed as he shook his head.
As kind as your servants have been, I insist on being guided by my hosts, or, if you are too busy, then perhaps we may settle the matter of the borders here and now, and I may return to my kingdom.
There was a final tone in his voice that told us those were his conditions: take them or leave them.
I managed to smile and hugged my cloak against my chest. Our shared border runs along the cliffs, right? He bowed his head to me.
They do, and the tide has given and taken much since the last treaty was signed.
I cast a quick look at Luca. Well, I just thought that maybe we could go to the cliffs and take a look at what's changed. There are maps of the boundary, right?
A smile curled on Landry's lips as he nodded.
There are, and that sounds like a very good idea.
Then each of us can see the claim of the other, and work out the new boundaries from there. He lifted his gaze to Luca.
What say you, Luca?
Luca stiffly bowed his head.
I say that's an excellent idea, and I'll have my carriage called for at once. He turned to face down the hall, but I held out my cloak to him.
Can you tell Myra to have these repaired?
Landry stepped between us. But why not have them repaired before we head to the cliffs?
I would like to see some of your more delicate artistries, as my own attire, he grasped one edge of his cloak, is in dire need of better cloth which the sea surface doesn't provide. Luca had to strain to keep a frown off his face.
Then we will explore the mercantile district before heading out to the cliffs.
If you will excuse me for a moment, I will have the carriage fetched. He hurried down the hall to where a servant waited at the top of the stairs.
That left me alone with Landry, and I studied his attire. So what are your clothes made out of?
His green-colored eyebrows shot up before a smile slid back onto his lips. My apologies if I appear surprised. I had heard the mate of the Dragon Lord was from another place, and was unaware of the customs of this world, but the stories sounded slightly unbelievable.
I snorted and shrugged. I can hardly believe it myself. As for my attire, he looked down at himself. Much of the weave comes from the surface, though modified to suit the needs of my aquatic kingdom.
I lifted an eyebrow.
So you go shopping in the port?
His smile took a peculiar turn as his eyes danced with mischief. My people procure much of our goods from the surface, though not from your shops. We rely on the weather and the rocks to give us our bounty of surface items. My eyes widened slightly as I beheld his clothes in a different light.
And that's... He nodded. From a shipwreck, I believe some 20 years ago.
The cargo was most precious, and my personal salvages went through the wreckage, as is my right, and recovered many of the bolts of cloth which had been in the hold. I winced.
And the crew?
They were rescued, right?
You didn't try to keep them. He furrowed his brow. I see you have heard about our most contentious issue.
Fortune was kind to them, and they were rescued by their comrades in their smaller ships. Away vessels, I believe you call them. However, that is not always the case.
It felt like someone was squeezing my heart. And in those cases, what happens to the people? The carriage has been sent for and should be in the courtyard when we reach the foyer, Luca announced as he rejoined us.
I couldn't help but notice that he cast me a quick, but worried look.
Shall we go?
Landry nodded.
Please.
I am looking forward to this trip a great deal. Landry passed by us and proceeded down the hall. Luca grasped my hand and gave it a squeeze as he leaned down.
What's your emotions?
I blinked up at him but swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded.
I'm watching them, but could you have picked a better guest for me to talk to?
He pursed his lips as we followed our eager guest down the stairs.
The matter of drowning sailors is complicated. I snorted. It's a little more complicated than just complicated. Landry's people don't believe in interfering with the will of the ocean, he whispered as we walked down the stairs and approached the foyer.
They fear that doing so will anger their gods and wipe out their cities. My shoulders sagged as I looked ahead, where Landry waited for us.
I see.
Luca drew me closer against his side and pressed a light kiss on the side of my head.
The world isn't easy to understand, but try to keep your emotions in check, at least until we get back to the castle.
I took a deep, even breath and smiled up at him.
All right, but let's try to keep the mariner mess to a minimum.
He returned his attention to Landry and sighed.
I'm sure our guest will keep us well occupied.
Landry was all smiles and energy as we reached him, so much so that he could barely contain himself on leading our group to the front doors.
I must admit this gives me greater pleasure than it should.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Why is that? I have only once been this far on land, he explained as we entered the courtyard and found the imperious coach awaiting us. I was a young lad when my father brought me here, and under his wing I had little time nor chance to explore on my own.
My heartstrings twanged a little at the hint of sadness in his words.
And he's not here anymore.
Landry looked ahead, and a dark shadow settled on his brow.
He was killed some years ago. I'm sorry.
He managed a smile and shook his head.
That is in the past, and today we shall enjoy the present.
We climbed into the carriage, and the horses took off through the open gates. Landry stuck his head out and inhaled a deep breath.
You have such different smells than those of my kingdom.
I can hardly wait to taste your food. 9. The carriage rolled through the streets, and into the dense marketplaces that occupied much of the central portion of the city.
Our large ride meant we had to keep to the main thoroughfares, but the largest shops occupied those areas anyway.
None of the shops were the size of malls, but many occupied half a block and rose up 3 floors to tower over the cobblestone roads. Many advertised their wares on the wide walks that separated the shops from the streets, and all manner of food, clothing and knickknacks enticed the throngs of tourists and citizens. Even I had to gape at the wide variety of goods, and the food smells that wafted out of the restaurants made my stomach rumble. In a good way. I noticed Landry focused his keen dark eyes on the crowds that thronged the streets. Luca kept his focus on our guest, as he gestured to one of the windows.
You appear very interested in my people.
Have you come here searching for a mate as well? Landry drew his eyes away from his own window, and smiled at Luca.
As becoming as your women are, I am already engaged.
Luca lifted an eyebrow.
I hadn't heard that news.
Congratulations. Landry turned his face slightly away from us, and the corners of his lips tensed.
The match has not been officially announced, but I hope to tell the world any day now.
I furrowed my brow at the young king.
Is something wrong with her?
Landry drew himself out of his reverie and managed a smile.
No, but one does worry about their future queen an inordinate amount.
His eyes darted to Luca.
Is that not true?
Luca settled his gaze on me and sighed.
Very much so.
I grinned.
Never a dull moment with me.
The carriage rolled up to a large store that showed off hangers of clothing of all fashion and form. A large sign in flourishing letters above the 2 pairs of doors showed off one word, Scenecaster. Luca led the way out of the vehicle, and onto the sidewalk. I couldn't help but notice that a few horsemen had stopped not far behind us, and one of them was Tybalt. They carried their spears and tense looks on their faces. I couldn't blame them. The sidewalks were crowded with shoppers, and many of them wore concealing cloaks that hid many of their identities. In short, it was a security nightmare. Luca seemed to sense the tension from his guards, though he didn't give them a look as he led us across the sidewalk and into the store. This particular shop only occupied a quarter of the block, but rose up 3 floors. Racks upon racks occupied the marbled floor, and the walls were covered in bolts of fabric. Some looked as hairy as a Sasquatch, while others were as smooth as silk. Landry strode over to one of the racks with finished clothes, and pressed the fine linen between his fingers.
How exquisite! And I have never seen such fashion. That particular style especially travels along the roads, a voice spoke up, and a middle-aged woman with a bright smile walked over to us.
She bowed her head to all of us and gave a wink to me.
So the seas have not yet seen its like yet.
Luca used a hand to gesture from me to the woman and back again. Diana, this is Susan Scenecaster. Susan, my mate Diana. Susan bowed her head to me, though her eyes flickered over my form.
This is a great honor, Your Highness.
I admired your wedding dress and beauty from afar. I winced a little.
I'm sorry I didn't hire you. She held up a hand and laughed. Nonsense. Your dress inspired me to hire a new employee. She looked over her shoulder. Apprentice Penny.
My old avious friend Penny scurried out from the forest of clothing and over to us.
Her eyes lit up as she noticed Luca and me. Diana.
She hurried over and enveloped me in a tight hug before releasing me, which my lungs silently thanked her for. The avius pulled back to arm's length and puffed out her fluffy chest.
I made it, Diana.
I'm working for Scenecaster.
I nodded as I looked around. It's a nice place.
Susan hid a smile behind her face as her dark eyes darted up to Luca.
His Highness hasn't told you the long history of my story.
Luca sheepishly grinned at her.
There wasn't quite enough time, but I must introduce you to my guest.
He stepped aside and stretched out an arm to Landry.
This is
King Landry is known throughout the fashion world, Susan assured him as she gave a deeper bow to his fishy highness.
No one of his lineage has taken our fashions to such an impressive degree.
Landry smiled and inclined his head to her. You flatter me, Miss Scenecaster, but the rumors of your own fantastic wares have reached even the halls of my realm. He grasped one edge of his cloak and held it up.
I believe this is of your doing.
Scenecaster had only to make a quick eye over him before she nodded.
Yes, Your Highness.
I especially made that cloak for a prince of a rather wet island. I am glad the cloth was not lost to the monstrous sea creatures. Landry dropped the cape and chuckled.
Some would say that still holds true. And some would call me rude for not having asked my most noble guests to what do I owe the honor of meeting you this fine day, Susan counted as she looked among our group. Have you come to challenge my hands or my mind?
A little of both, Luca admitted as he drew out the two cloaks from a small bag at his hip and draped them over both his arms.
These are, by all the gods of the weave.
Susan gasped as she ripped the cloaks from his grasp and inspected the remains with horror-filled eyes.
What have you done to these fine obscurus cloaks?
Luca sheepishly smiled at her.
Hopefully nothing a little of your magic can't fix.
She cast a peeved look at him before turning her head to Penny.
I will be busy for quite some time.
Hold all my appointments until I return. Penny nodded, and Susan cast one more annoyed glance at Luca before she slipped away. Landry looked with surprise at the retreating Susan, before he turned his slightly widened eyes back to Luca.
Your subjects appear to be very comfortable around you.
Luca ran a hand through his hair and sighed.
I try to keep easy relationships with them, and the results you see before you.
His fishy highness lifted an eyebrow, and there was a slight wrinkle in his nose. Do all of them behave with such impudence? Luca smiled at our guest.
There are those who would berate me worse than her, but on principle more of them regard me with affection and respect. Your Highness.
A pair of giggling teens scurried up to us. One of them held a strange triangle contraption in their quivering hands, which she held up to him. The container was about the size of a shoebox, but made out of metal, and a little smokestack stuck out of the top. A piece of glass stood out from the front, and allowed a view into the interior, but the inside was so dark that I couldn't make out anything. The young woman holding the strange device held it out to Luca.
May we take our copy with you?
Luca bowed his head to them.
Of course.
My photo senses were tingling, and I tried to step out of the way. One of the girls grabbed my arm and smiled at me.
We'd be honored to have both of you with us.
Here, the other girl with the strange box pleaded as she shoved the contraption into Landry's hands and stepped back to join our cramped group.
Just point the front face toward us and press the button on the back when I say so.
There was a bemused and confused look on Landry's face as he waited for the girls to squeeze Luca and me between them. I couldn't help but notice that Luca looked a little sheepish, as the giggling lasses took extra care to get close to him.
All right, press the button.
10. Landry pressed the button, and a strange purple mist popped out of the top of the chimney. I was about to move, but one of the girls held me tightly in place, and her whispered voice floated over to me.
Hold still.
I stiffened as the mist floated over to us and wrapped around our group. The strange fog tickled my face and upper body, before it slithered back to the strange camera and dove into the chimney. A small dinging noise came from the contraption, and the girls clapped their hands. "Thank you so much," one of them squealed while the other took the camera from Landry. The one in possession of the camera waited with bated breath, their eyes laser-focused on the top of the chimney. A strange sputtering noise came from the stack, and the machine twitched in her hands. In a moment the mist floated back out, but the color had changed from purple to black. The other young woman had a vial in one hand and a cork in the other, and she quickly scooped up the mist with a deft and well-practiced flick of her wrist. The pair watched the mist form into a kaleidoscope-like picture of the four of us, though the background consisted only of fuzzy dark shapes.
"It's perfect," one of them announced.
The other bowed her head to Luca.
"Thank you so much." They squealed again and scurried off with their prize.
I lifted an eyebrow at my mate.
"What was that they used to get that image?"
"A rare device that uses magic and dry ink to capture an image," he explained as he brushed his arms. It was then I noticed there was a fine layer of purple dust over us.
"Though I'm not surprised to see it being held by one of Scenecaster's clients."
Landry turned to Luca with that bemused look on his face.
"Was that one of your very formal encounters with your subjects?"
Luca grinned and shrugged.
"I'm glad I could please them with such a little request."
"Speaking of requests," Penna whispered close to my ear, and I turned my head to find her eyes full of plea.
"I have one for you."
I lifted an eyebrow but nodded.
"Of course. What is hey?"
Penna had grabbed my hand and dragged me away from the others. Luca made to follow, but she looked over her shoulder at him.
"We won't leave the store."
"I promise." My friend dragged me through the racks and to the rear wall. A single inconspicuous white door stood out from the rest of the poster and clothes-covered barrier. She led me through this and into a new world. We were in the back room of the shop, and the place was a madhouse of chic and clutter. The space was open and allowed me to see all 4 floors built like a treehouse of rooms across a large foyer from where we stood. Several sets of stairs led up to the small box-like rooms where people scurried in and out, their arms full of clothing finished or barely started. Many stopped to admire the work of others, while some quickly slammed the doors to their boxes. The rooms weren't bland white hat boxes, but had been painted with a variety of scenes. Jungles, cityscapes, and mountain paths mixed together to create a tapestry of imagination. Even the stairs were painted to look like jungle floors, or even musical instruments. The dividing wall behind us was covered from top to bottom in shelving filled with bolts of every fabric imaginable, and some I couldn't have imagined. One of them appeared to have a tentacle sticking out of its roll. The rolls far above us were accessed by ladders on wheels. Young men and girls stood at attention beneath the ladders, and when one of the people hopped on and pointed, they dutifully slid the ladder into place. All of this was illuminated by tubes of lights placed against the walls of the painted boxes. Small firefly-like bugs flitted to and fro in the tubes, and I noticed that the rounded part that faced the walls had green foliage on which the bugs feasted.
"Wow," I breathed as I strained my neck to take in the full view. "What's going on?"
"Invention and creation," Penny told me as she tugged me toward one of the stairs.
"And I want you to see what I made."
We reached the first floor, and were blocked from proceeding by a group of 3 women. One of them, a beautiful woman if she hadn't had a lizard tail sticking out of her butt, was flanked by the other 2. The lower half of her arms sported green scales, and her long thin fingers ended in fingernails so sharp that they glistened in the bright lights around us. The lead woman wore a kimono that accentuated her curves, especially as she folded her arms over her ample chest. The kimono was definitely different. The large sleeves had been stretched to near unimaginable levels, so much so that you could run a train through them and not feel the breeze. They drooped so low they dragged along the ground on either side of her. The folds of the many layers, too, were in a crazy disarray that looked like a child had attempted the effort and failed on all levels. The lizard woman lifted her chin and looked down her rounded nose at us with a scowl on her lips.
"What the hell are you going?"
"You know firsters aren't allowed visitors." Penny scowled back at her.
"Are you going to tell Lady Scenecaster that the Queen of Amnesis isn't allowed back here, Alta?"
Alta whipped her wide eyes to me, and the lizard-like pair behind her looked at me with curiosity. She examined me before she lifted an eyebrow.
"You're really the Queen?" I shrugged. "Some days I'm more like a rug, but I've been called Queen Diana."
Alta tightened her lips and narrowed her eyes.
"I don't believe it."
"Prove you're our queen."
I smiled and patted myself down. I seem to have forgotten my queenly credentials in my other robes.
Penny snorted, and the sound only made Alta angrier. She stabbed a finger at the door that led to the front of the shop. "Get her out of here, or I'm going to go to Scenecaster right now, and she knows how to deal with those who disobey her commands." Penny frowned at her co-worker.
"If you don't believe she's the Queen, then who do you think she is?"
Alta shrugged.
"Who knows?
You could have brought her in here to spy on my works." Penny swept her eyes over the unique kimono and snorted.
"I think I've seen enough."
A red color tinged Alta's cheeks and she balled her clawed hands into shaking fists.
How dare you? I'll have you know that I've been here for 10 years and—
"Scenecaster hasn't shown off any of your line in half of those," Penny quipped as she grabbed my hand.
"Now go ahead and talk to Scenecaster about her if you want, but we have better things to do than talk to you."
My friend pulled me away toward the next flight of stairs. I looked over my shoulder at the group of lizard people. Alta still fumed while her cronies cowered behind her. She eventually spun around and stomped through them in order to get at the flight of stairs behind the pair. Apparently, she wanted to be disappointed by Scenecaster herself.
"You really should tell your boss about those 3, I mused as my friend led me upstairs.
Penny shook her head.
"I wouldn't dare.
Scenecaster wants us to be competitive."
I frowned. "There's competitive, and then there's being an asshole. I'm pretty sure I know where Alta is."
Penny smiled at me.
"It's fine. I think she's just jealous because Scenecaster brought me into the company just on the design of my dress you wore." I smiled at her. "I'm glad something good came from that day." Her face fell. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to remind you of." I held up my hand and shook my head. "There's no need for you to apologize. It's not like it was your fault all of that happened. Besides, it's all better now."
She looked me over with doubt in her eyes.
"You don't look as well as you should."
"Are you feeling all right?"
"I'd be feeling better if you explained to me what a firster was," I teased as I jerked my head where Alta had disappeared. She acted like that was an insult.
Penny sighed.
"It's the name for those in their first year of employment at Scenecaster.
If you can make it that long under the eye of the owner, then you're considered a permanent employee."
"I think the owner needs to prune some dead branches," I mused as we continued our climb.
Penny paused at one of the railings that stopped us from falling to our death, and leaned over to look at the floor. Alta stood on the lobby floor with her 2 acolytes behind her, and someone unknown to me in front of them. I nodded at our foe.
"Who's that?"
My friend pursed her lips.
"Alta's talking with the ground floor manager right now." My heart dropped into my stomach. "I'm not going to get you into trouble doing this, am I?"
"If I am, I could leave." Penny snatched my hand again and shook her head.
"Don't you dare." There's something only you can do for me.
11. We climbed 4 flights of stairs and reached the highest rungs of the corporate ladder. It was lonely at the top, and I was also exhausted as Penny led me over to a box nestled into one of the far corners of the large room. She opened the door and hurried me inside, where she quickly shut the door behind herself. The room was a 10-foot by 10-foot box, with a single window looking out on the floor. The furniture was sparse, with only a bed set on the opposite wall, and a table and 2 chairs between us. A small dresser finished off the furnishings, though I noticed that a large wooden bat leaned up against the far corner close to the bed. The walls, however, were very much utilized, covered as they were in boards. Pinned to those boards were dozens of sketches and even a few oil paintings. One of the sketches looked familiar, and I walked over to admire the elegant white dress.
I can't believe you were able to come up with a dress just from your imagination.
Penny blushed as she scurried past me and over to the table.
The top was covered in more sketches and bolts of fabrics. It was nothing, really. I just copied the look from my grandmother. I half turned to her and smiled. You told me your whole town liked to design, didn't you?
She paused in her digging and nodded.
Yes, but what I meant to say is I based the design on how my grandmother looked.
A faraway look appeared in her eyes, as a bittersweet smile slipped onto her lips.
She was always fond of wearing her feathers, even during the hottest summers. I think it's because my grandfather always bragged that his wife had the finest feathers in all the land.
I returned my attention to the picture, and admired the dress with a new sense of wonder.
You'll have to tell her that the wearer of the dress couldn't be happier to look just like her. Aha!
Penny's exclamation made me turn around. My feathered friend turned around to face me, and in her hands she held a small white pouch with a thin strap.
Her face beamed with pride as she held the bag out to me. This is my new pride and joy.
I tilted my head to one side and studied the bag. There was one large pocket that was shut by a flap with a clasp. Otherwise, it looked like any other simple purse.
Why's that?
Penny practically lunged at me and thrust the bag into my arms.
Try it on. I want to see if the strap is the right length.
I took the bag and drew the strap across my chest. The bag hung snugly against my opposite hip.
It was so light that I could barely tell anything was there. The texture was as smooth as silk, but with the firmness of leather. What's this made out of? I asked her as I undid the clasp that secured the flap and peeked inside.
The interior was as tight as a drum, so much so that I couldn't see more than an inch into the dark pouch. A mischievous twinkle slipped into Penny's eyes.
Stick your hand in there.
I lifted an eyebrow at her.
Why? She nodded at the purse. Go ahead. Try it. I shrugged and reached into the bag.
The pouch itself was about 6 inches deep, the same length as my hand. However, I soon found myself leaning toward the purse as much of my arm disappeared. I gaped at my vanished limb as Penny clapped her hands. My friend was grinning from ear to ear as I pulled my hand out, and was relieved to find all of me was still attached.
And that's not all.
She hurried over to her bed and snatched the bat from beside her bed, and returned to me with a mischievous smile.
Open the mouth of the bag.
I grasped both sides of the mouth and opened wide. Penny dropped the bat down the mouth. Instinct told me to tense in preparation for such a wait, but the heft never happened. Instead, the bat disappeared into the abyss with nary an ounce of heft on my part. My wide eyes peeked into the interior, but the darkness still didn't allow me to see what was going on inside this strange bit of fashion chic. Penny clapped her hands together and grinned from ear to ear.
Amazing, isn't it?
The magic allows for anything that can fit through the mouth to fit inside the interior. I lifted the bag up to eye level and gave it a shake.
There wasn't so much as a rattle. But how do I get it out?
Penny lifted up one finger and opened her mouth but froze mid-gape. Her eyebrows crashed down as she cupped her chin in one hand and contemplated the floor.
That's a good question. I suppose you could always turn it upside down, but I wouldn't try it.
I whipped my eyes up to her.
Why not? She gave me a sheepish grin. I've kind of been putting a bunch of stuff into it just to see what happens, so it wouldn't be a good idea to try to tip it over.
I eased the purse against my hip and eyed the odd purse with a newfound sense of apprehension.
Where did you get material to make this purse?
She scurried over to the table and lifted up a bolt of fabric that was the same color as the purse.
It's made out of this arcanus cloth. I found it tucked away in a corner of the bolt block.
It was pretty much covered by some other fabrics and had a few inches of dust on it. I wiggled my fingers in front of my face to make sure they were all right before I lifted an eyebrow at her.
Are you sure you should be using this?
She waved away my concern with her hand.
It's perfectly all right.
All the bolts are free for all of us to use, even the first is. I reached my hand into the purse and watched in continuing amazement as my arm disappeared. Did Scene-Caster tell you about this fabric?
Not really, Penny admitted as she held out one short end toward me and a tag hung by a piece of string which was connected to the very innermost wrap. I only found out the name because it was on the tag.
I brushed my hand against the front, and a strange shiver ran up my arm.
I'm not sure this was such a good idea.
Penny dropped the bolt and leapt over to me. She clasped one of my hands in both of hers, and her big blurry puppy dog eyes looked up at me.
But I really need this to work.
All the firsters have to have a certain amount of sales of their products before their first month is out, or they're out. I winced.
That's tough. She didn't break eye contact as she nodded. Yes, but it'll be worth it to stay here and learn everything I can from one of the biggest fashion houses in the world, and you can help me do that. I blinked at her. How? She nodded at the purse.
Could you wear this around the city? It would mean so much to me for people to see you with this purse, and if enough people buy it then I can stay here. I used my free hand to point at the purse.
This purse specifically.
Penny hung her head and gave me a sheepish grin.
Well, not that purse specifically. There isn't enough of the arcanus to make more than 2, so I'm making the others out of some other similar cloth. So there's only one arm-eating purse right now. Yeah. I set my hand over hers and smiled down at her. Then of course I'll wear it.
A squeal came from my friend and she danced up and down taking my hand with hers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I wasn't quite as thrilled as my friend, as I cast another furtive look down at the purse. Penny was too busy scurrying around the room to notice my unease. She scooped up the paper designs for the purse, and another fabric of similar color and texture.
My friend scooped up to me, and somehow managed to latch onto my hand to pull me toward the door. All right, let's get you out there and selling these things.
12. Penny whisked us out of the room and down the stairs. We had made to the lowest tier down the jungle gym of fashion boxes, before we ran into my new favorite person, Alta. The tall lizard and her 2 misfit companions stood in our path with her arms crossed over her chest. Penny stopped and tried to back us up to a set of stairs at our rear, but Alta's voice called us back.
Hold it.
We stopped and half turned to our foe.
Her eyes settled on me, and she stiffly bowed her head to me. My sincerest apologies to you, Queen Diana. I had no idea you were visiting our store, and I am sorry for doubting your word.
A wicked thought struck me, and I gestured to Penny.
What about my friend here? You pretty much told her she was a liar.
Alta narrowed her eyes at Penny and spoke through gritted teeth.
I'm sorry you took my words the wrong way.
Penny grinned and shrugged.
And I'm sorry you spoke them to me, but we can both agree that we don't want either of those things to happen again.
She looped an arm through mine and bowed her head to the threesome.
Good day.
Penai drew me away from the red-faced, trembling Alta and her irked compatriots. We reached the ground floor. My own friend was trembling. Tears ran down her face as she pursed her lips tightly together. A snort or two managed to escape before she lowered her voice to a whisper.
"That was so wonderful."
I cast a quick look where Alta had stood, but she had vanished into her room.
"I hope it doesn't come back to bite you in the ass later."
Penai shook her head.
"I'm sure it won't.
Alta won't dare do anything too bad to me."
She swept her hand over the chaos that surrounded us. "This may look impossible to control, but Musincaster keeps a firm grip on everything.
If Alta tries to do anything extreme, she'll know almost before Alta knows, and then I won't have to worry about her at all."
And speaking of worries, her eyes fell down to my stomach. "Is everything all right now?"
I set my hand over my stomach, and my mind whirled with all the various responses I could give her, some more truthful than others.
"It's not the curse has been lifted."
Penai pursed her lips.
"Are there other troubles that need to be lifted?" I snorted. "I really have to remember that Luca calls me a terrible liar."
Penai set a hand on my arm and looked at me with worried eyes.
"If there's anything I can do to help, please ask me." I smiled and patted the side of the bag on my hip. "You've done enough just by giving me this bag. I'm sure it'll come in handy somehow."
My feathered friend stared ahead of us and bit her lower lip.
If you need me to come along." I shook my head. "You need to stay here and make all the bags for the orders that will come in when people see this bag. Besides, even we're not sure what we're doing.
We could be going on a wild goose chase."
"I have a little bit of goose in me."
"That might help." I laughed and patted her shoulder.
"That isn't quite the goose I was talking about, but thanks for the offer. We'll be fine." And speaking of fine, Luca had peeked his head through the dividing wall door and swept his eyes over the area.
They quickly landed on Penai and me as we walked toward the entrance.
"I see someone who wants me."
Penai slipped in front of me and grasped my hands as she gave me a little smile.
"Whatever happens, be careful, okay?"
I grinned.
"Have you forgotten who you're talking to? Besides," I reached into my coat and drew out the feather she'd given me. "If I need any help, I have a few friends in high places."
Penai laughed and pulled me into a small hug before we separated. She watched me rejoin Luca, and I brushed past him with a mischievous smile.
"How did you pull yourself away from your fans?"
He grinned as he followed me out into the main floor. A little tact and a lot of dodging between the clothes. His eyes settled on the purse and he furrowed his brow.
"That's an unusual purse. What's the material?"
I didn't get a chance to reply, as Landry came up to us with a worried look on his face.
"There is a rather unusual stirring in the air."
Luca lifted an eyebrow.
"What do you mean?"
Landry swept his eyes over the surrounding area with its jungle of clothes, racks and a few tall shelves.
"As you know, my people have a unique sense of vibrations, and there is something amiss in this shop." I tilted my head to one side and blinked at him. "Why do you guys have that?"
He lifted up one webbed hand.
"The world in the waters can be a dark place, and our eyes are not as strong as other creatures.
Before we invented light sources, we had only our bodies to describe to us the contours of the ocean. Unfortunately, our webs are thin membranes which tear easily and heal slowly. Our ancestors prayed to the gods for help, and they answered our prayers by granting us the ability to sense disturbances around our bodies." My eyes widened.
"Like echolocation?"
I received a pair of blank looks from my comrades and sheepishly smiled at them.
"It's something from where I come from."
Landry cupped his chin in one hand and furrowed his brow. "Echolocation." He pondered for a moment before he nodded.
"Yes, I believe that would be an appropriate name for this gift."
The skill also works out of the water, and is a way to sense when something is amiss around us. Luca tensed as he looked around us.
Where are the vibrations coming from?
Landry nodded at where Scenecaster had disappeared.
That direction, and I believe against the wall.
My mate pursed his lips as he cast a furtive look at Landry.
I am loath to admit it, but my kingdom isn't always the safest place in which to travel.
The Sea King chuckled.
Nor mine.
Luca sighed.
What I'm trying to say is my mate and I are attempting to solve a dilemma in my kingdom, and the danger is great.
You may not want to follow where we tread.
Landry shook his head.
I will not abandon you in your hour of need, especially since I may be useful, at least this one time. Therefore, he bowed his head to both of us. Allow me to accompany you on this tiny adventure. Luca shrugged and took my hand.
Then let's see what's going on.
Luca led the way through the maze of fashion and to the far wall. A row of shelving units with a myriad of pants covered the shop boundary. My mate examined the many different styles of clothes as I looked up and down the long wall.
Where did Scenecaster go? I asked my comrades.
Luca's eyes stopped on a decorative feature of the shelving. Every upright board had a wooden winding vine that climbed up to the top. He strode over to one of the far back group of vines and grasped one of the leaves. Luca gave the leaf a slight turn rightward. I expected the wood to snap off in his hand, but instead the leaf turned with his grip. Movement out of the corner of my eye made me whip my head leftward, where one of the bookshelves sank into the wall, revealing a narrow hidden passage. Luca peeked his head into the torchlit corridor before he looked over his shoulder at us and nodded.
The way is clear.
Landry stepped forward.
Perhaps I should lead us.
The air inside the passage is quite confusing. Luca lifted an eyebrow.
Confusing how?
Landry set his hand on the door frame and studied the interior.
The air is, as my people describe it, cut.
Slim bands of air are crashing into one another, broken by the interior of the passage. That is why I believe there are a vast amount of corridors behind these walls, and we may soon become lost if not careful. Luca pursed his lips but nodded.
Very well.
I glanced over my shoulder and looked around the sales floor, but a row of tall shelves blocked out the area in which we stood.
Not to ruin the fun we're about to have, but shouldn't we tell one of the employees about this?
A sly smile appeared on Luca's lips as he caught my eye and jerked his head toward the open passage.
I have a feeling someone wishes for the passage to remain secret, even from the employees, but we'll find out at the end. I snorted. That's a terrible time to find out we chose poorly.
Landry stepped into the passage and looked left and right.
There doesn't appear to be any danger at hand.
So long as the door remains open, we will have no risk.
Famous last words.
I mumbled as I let Luca lead me into the narrow corridor. The moment we stepped out of the doorway, my foreboding became reality as the shelving unit slid back into place. A quick look around told me the door that had just shut was the only visible option. Luca pressed his palm against the former entrance before he scoured the equally former door frame.
There doesn't appear to be anything to pull from this end that would open the door.
His words made me shiver, and I could feel the tension rising within me. Luca looked down at me and slipped his hand into mine while offering me his mischievous smile.
If it comes to it, I can make a hole in the wall. The torches illuminated a smile on Landry's face. I would like to add that should that prove ineffective and we begin to starve, I do not taste like fish.
I snorted, and even Luca cracked a smile before he bowed his head to our guest.
We'll remember that. Now let's see where this thing leads.
13. Landry led the way down the tight passage. It was so narrow that I had to skirt some of the torches that hung from the walls, and the men had to turn sideways to avoid their shoulders being singed. Soft plumes of smoke rose up from their flames and hovered over our heads. I swept my eyes over the rickety rafters and aged uprights that kept the place from collapsing in on us. The only things keeping the old wood from caving in were the cobwebs and rusted nails, neither of which filled me with confidence, but it did fill my mind with thoughts of how to duck and cover in case of a cave-in. The narrow passage turned into a funhouse corridor, as we arrived at 2 flights of stairs. One led downward and the other up, while the hall continued on. The funhouse aspect came from the mirrors that now lined both sides of the hall just where the stairs started, and ran until the steps disappeared above our heads and into the ground.
"How big is this place?"
I murmured. Luca frowned.
"Large enough to become lost, if one isn't careful."
Landry paused in front of the mirrors and studied them with a sharp look, made more intense by the flickering torchlight that cast his face in deep shadow. Luca tightened his grip on my hand.
"What is it?" Landry shook his head. "I am not sure."
"The air is heavy here, as though there is a wind coming from many directions."
"You mean more than 4? I asked him as I swept my eyes over the options. He nodded. "Yes.
There are at least a dozen different winds, and some are tense, as though they are swirling about themselves like whirlpools filled with genshaki."
I blinked at him. "Filled with what?" "Large carnivorous sea creatures with 2 tails, Luca explained to me as he eyed the area with suspicion. "They're incredibly fast and their jaws can snap bone without a problem."
I winced.
"They sound lovely. Should we go back?"
Luca swept his eyes over the hall before they fell on a nearby thick stud board.
Part of the wood had splintered and hung out.
He grabbed the wood and snapped off the broken bit. Luca then broke that bit in half before he caught Landry's eye.
"Duck."
Landry lifted an eyebrow.
"I beg your pardon. What do I have to do with that webbed creature?"
Luca sighed.
"Kneel down."
A dark shadow dropped onto Landry's brow.
"I kneel to no other king." "Then be prepared to have a bad headache," Luca quipped as he flung the half-piece of wood at Landry's head.
The aquatic royalty ducked and the wood sailed over his head. He whipped around and glared at us.
"What is the meaning of—"
A loud whooshing noise interrupted him. The wood had flown into the lair of the mirrors, and something ghostly white and ethereal shot out of the closest glass. The strange mist wrapped around the middle section of the piece of wood and snapped it in half. The 2 halves clattered to the floor, but rest was not to be theirs, as more white foggy tendrils darted out and dragged the wood into the glass.
I looked up at my companions. "What just happened to that wood?"
Luca furrowed his brow.
"I think these are more enchanted mirrors like we've seen before."
Landry cast a sharp look at Luca.
"More? Have you seen a great many of these lately?"
Luca shook his head.
"Just one, but the principle is the same."
The glass was imbued with magic, and now is a danger to us. I examined the mirrors on the left and right.
"You think we can shut them off by breaking them?"
Luca threw the other half of the wood at the nearest piece of glass. An inch before the crash, the mist darted out and grabbed the wood, and it was likewise dragged into the filmy depths like its predecessor.
I shrugged. "I guess that answers that."
Landry inched closer to the glass and examined the frame of one.
"There must be a way past this magic, or the one who placed them here would not be able to pass." I swept my eyes over the tall walls. "Maybe there's a secret passage past them."
The men both raised an eyebrow at me.
I sheepishly smiled at him. "It could be possible." 2 tricks in a row.
Luca mused as he too studied the cobweb-covered borders around us. He patted his palms against the wood, but after a moment he gave a sharp hiss and yanked his hand back. An impressive sliver stuck out of his palm which he yanked out.
"If there is, it won't be easy to find."
Landry narrowed his eyes at the rows of mirrors.
"There appears to be a difference in one of them."
I followed his gaze and wrinkled my nose.
"They all look the same to me." He shook his head. "Not in their appearance, in their air currents."
"One of them is dormant, or perhaps broken." "Broken isn't likely with magic," Luca mused as he stepped closer to Landry and looked over the glass.
"Which one is it?"
Landry pointed his finger at one in the middle, and nestled against the descending stairs.
That one.
While the other two studied the mirror, I slipped to one side and examined the back of the glass. There was a slight gap between the wall and the frame, so that I could see all the way to the corner some 100 feet ahead of us. The rear of the mirrors were covered by a thin backing. A small mouse scurried over the clawed feet of the mirrors and disappeared into a hole in the exterior wall.
That gave me an idea.
I reached my hand into the bag, and then I reached a little further as my arm disappeared. My fingers brushed up against the edges of a few of the objects Penny had told me she'd tossed into the purse. One of them felt heavy, so I pulled that out and gaped at a large bat.
I shook off my shock and snorted. Where did she even get this?
The others continued with their plotting while I gripped the bat in both hands and pressed myself against the exterior wall on my left.
I stretched out the bat and stuck it behind the glass.
None of the monstrous fog came out, so a mischievous idea struck me. I eased the bat against the back of the nearest glass and just gave it a little push. The glass leaned forward and wobbled a few times on its clawed feet before tipping over. The men leapt back to escape the explosion of glass in the tight space, and Luca crashed into me. I fell backward onto my rear and frowned up at him as he turned around to face me.
I like your cute ass, but now is not the time.
Luca smiled as he offered me his hand.
Next time I'll be sure to watch you better, but are you all right? He helped me to my feet and I snorted. Nothing a hot bath and a little massaging wouldn't fix.
Landry stared at the fallen mirror before he frowned at me.
That was very reckless of you.
Luca grinned as he drew me against his side. My mate is often eager for a quick resolution. I rubbed my derriere and winced as I removed a splinter from my butt cheek. Believe me, next time I'll give you guys a heads up.
Let's hope there isn't a next time, Luca mused as he turned his attention to the broken mirror.
He stretched out one leg and tapped the foot against one of the shattered bits.
Nothing happened. But you seem to have found the magic's weakness. Landry stretched out his hand to me. Allow me to do the rest. I would rather you didn't.
The voice came from the lower stairs. A shadow stretched across the wall before Scenecaster's head rose up from the floor to glare at us.
What in the world are you doing here?
Luca smiled and bowed his head to the shop owner. Our apologies, Ms. Scenecaster, but we were worried about your shop and followed a trail of strange air to this point. She slapped her hand against the wall to her right, and I noticed she didn't move to climb further up the stairs.
That's no reason to break my mirrors.
I cast a furtive look at the broken glass.
We do seem to be having some really bad luck with mirrors lately.
Scenecaster jerked a thumb over her shoulder in the direction of the basement.
Then come with me and be quick about it.
Luca pointed at the mirrors.
We'd gladly obey your command, but...
Scenecaster's angry face turned to one of slight embarrassment as she got his drift.
Oh yes. Quite right.
She rapped her knuckles against the wall to her right. The mirrors appeared to power down as they leaned forward slightly to face the floor, and the strange tension in the air vanished.
There. It should be safe.
Landry lifted an eyebrow.
Should be.
Scenecaster gave him a sly smile before she retreated back down the stairs. Her voice floated up to us as she disappeared.
You never know around here, now be quick about your steps.
14. Luca grasped my hand, and we skirted around the annoyed Landry to follow our strange acquaintance down the stairs. The steps creaked beneath our feet as we made our way into the basement of the clothes shop.
The place turned out to be a torture chamber for fabrics.
The room covered the entirety of the shop building, and the brick foundation blocks stood at intervals to hold up the floor. They appeared to be in various states of decay, and only God and a solid build kept them together. Torches hung from their worn walls and illuminated the space as they'd done in the passage. The walls sported the same rustic look as the passage, what little I could see of them. Like the employee section at the back of the store, the facades were covered in shelving, and on those shelves was stacked bolt after bolt of fabric. Other rolls sat on tables scattered about the room or hung on large dispensers, some of them taller than me. It was in the center of the room that the torture took place, as countless scraps of fabric littered the floor and tables. The layers were so deep that a path had been made through the mess, showing 24 strata from decades long past. The levels were separated by the amount of fading and dust that had occurred over those many long years, and the odd intrusion here and there, where a valuable scrap had been removed by a hopeful hand. Through all of the mess and chaos, an unexpected scent floated over my nostrils. I paused at the bottom of the stairs and took in a deep breath. A quizzical expression crossed my face as I looked up at Luca, whose own look showed me he had smelled the same.
Does that smell like fish? Dried fish, to be precise, Scenecaster called from ahead of us where she meandered through the mess to the assortment of tables in the center of the room.
She waved her hand in the direction of a far corner, where the torches hardly touched the deep shadows that lingered there. Some of those shadows formed drying racks where the forms of headless fish hung.
It's the only place where I can store my drying fish without the neighborhood cats stealing me blind.
Curiosity led me to wander over to that spot, while Luca followed Scenecaster to the tables. For some reason Landry followed me, and together we found ourselves staring at two long racks where hung majestic dried fish. The fishy smell permeated my nose and made me wrinkle it. I noticed Landry studying the drying fish with a careful gaze, and caught his eye before I pointed at the fish.
Is that a little awkward to look at? He smiled at me and shook his head. On the contrary, my people enjoy fish as much as you surface dwellers.
However, he returned his attention to the fish rack and pursed his lips.
Some of these are considered sacred to us, and others are considered cousins. I leaned back and blinked at him. Cousins.
He used one hand to gesture to a pale green fish, a slight tinge of green atop its head.
For my species of sea changelings, these are considered my cousins. They have such similarity to me that my people believe them to be relations.
My eyebrows shot up as I studied the man and beast.
There was a funny similarity in his green hair and its toupee. Is that true? He smiled and shrugged. I must admit I am not sure myself, but the belief is strong enough that dietary guidelines among my people are quite complicated.
The only fish all of us can agree to eat is the rock sludge.
I had to force my tongue to keep in my mouth at the mention of the cuisine. That sounds interesting. You are not familiar with the food? Only the two words separately, but never together. He chuckled. Then you must excuse me for not describing the fish at the outset.
The sludge is actually merely its rippling brown color, and the rock indicates its habitat on the seafloor.
Ooh. So you see, the lowest of the sea animals has the greatest benefit for my people.
Mention of his people popped a question into my mind. Do your people come up for a breather very often? Some that are in trade come up quite often, and the Kaiso are very fond of conversing with humans and changelings. They are considered our scholars, and their title is not without merit, as none among my people have quite their level of curiosity. Diana, Luca called from the tables. Landry and I rejoined my mate and our other companion, where Scenecaster stood on the opposite side of one of the tables from us. She was all smiles as she spread her arms out over the clothes that lay atop the furniture. My eyes widened as I beheld Luca and my cloaks, but completely repaired. Hell, they even shone with a majesty that dwarfed their previous appearance. Luca pinched a part of the fabric between his thumb and finger, and massaged the cloth. He lifted an eyebrow at our proud companion.
You improved the material?
Scenecaster bowed her head to him.
Of course. I had some of the obscurest cloth in my private stock, but this, she picked up the other cloak and draped it over her arms. This has been enhanced with more magic.
One can not only hide their identity, but hide their very being. Landry studied the cloaks with newfound respect and interest.
How so?
Scenecaster stepped back and swung the cloak over her shoulders. Anyone wearing the cloak can blend in with their surroundings. She drew the cloak over her head, and in the blink of an eye she vanished in front of us. Landry's eyes widened as I squinted mine hard at where she had just stood.
"You're still there, right?"
An invisible hand tapped me on the shoulder, and Scenecaster's voice drifted over my ear.
"Perhaps not."
I whipped my head in that direction. An instinct made me jump back into Luca's arms.
He chuckled as he caught me and held me up.
A very useful ability. Scenecaster removed the hood and revealed her frown.
"More than useful, it's brilliant."
Landry drew the cloak on the table into his arms and studied the fabric with sharp eyes. A few whispered words passed over his lips.
"Astounding. What one might do with such a tool."
Luca stepped closer to him and grasped the hood of the cloak Landry held.
"They are merely trinkets to amuse ourselves with, more for play than for purpose."
Landry reluctantly let Luca pull the cloak out of his grasp, but the depths of his eyes told me there was a longing in his heart, as Luca returned his attention to Scenecaster.
"I'm forever in your debt, Miss Scenecaster."
She laughed and draped the other cloak over his arm.
"Of course you are.
Your bill exceeds that of all my other customers by tenfold." Luca smiled as he handed me my cloak, which I placed on my shoulders.
"I'll be sure to alert the Treasury that our funds are about to become smaller.
In the meantime, you have my eternal thanks." She folded her arms over her chest and scoffed, but her eyes twinkled with bemusement.
"Thanks don't keep the employees paid, but I'll be sure to advertise that." "There is one other question I'd like to ask you," Luca mused as he cast his eyes at the stairs. "Where did you happen to find those unique mirrors that kept us from reaching the stairs?"
Scenecaster wagged a finger at him.
"A shame on you for not knowing your own family history.
They were a gift from your family to mine, a century ago. One of my ancestors complained about the constant theft of our most precious cloths and designs, so the Queen donated the mirrors to give us protection."
"And you've never seen them before outside of what you have?"
Scenecaster lifted an eyebrow.
"No, never."
"Why do you ask?" A mischievous smile slipped onto Luca's lips.
"I was thinking about putting a few outside my bedroom door, so Svetnik couldn't wake us too early. If you'll excuse us."
He bowed his head and grasped my elbows to guide me to the stairs. Landry lingered behind us and cast his eyes over the myriad of fabrics. Scenecaster's amusement fell from her face and she narrowed her eyes at him.
"Was there something you desired, Your Highness?" After a moment's more perusal, a small smile slipped onto his lips, and he shook his head. "Nothing with which you might help me."
"Good day." He inclined his head and followed us to the stairs. 15. While Landry was out of earshot, I leaned close to Luca and lowered my voice to a whisper.
"I don't know about you, but I haven't figured out a way to leave Landry behind."
Luca cast a quick look over his shoulder as we ascended the steps.
"Nor have I." There was something in his voice that caught my attention. "You've got something else on your mind. What is it?" He stared ahead and pursed his lips. "I'm not sure, but we have other things to focus on."
A thought struck me that made me bite my lower lip.
"Do you think Todd will even want to see us, especially since it's still daylight?" He shook his head. "That remains to be seen."
We reached the secret passage where Scenecaster's voice floated over to us.
"Travel left and take the first knot, and that will take you outside."
I lifted an eyebrow at Luca.
"The first knot?" He smiled and shrugged. "We can only search and try it."
Landry joined us and we continued down the corridor, cautiously making our way through the hall of slumped mirrors. Those ended and the wood walls returned. I looked left and right, and spotted something on our left some 20 feet past the stairs.
"What's that?"
I pointed at a large knot that stood out of the wood just a smidgen. Luca moved over to it and knocked his fisted hand against the knot, but nothing happened.
I shrugged. Maybe we need more instructions?
Landry spoke up behind us.
Your subject did say to take the knot.
Luca grasped the slim edges of the knot, or tried to. His large fingers couldn't catch the lip. I grinned and bumped my hip against his side. He looked down at me, and I held up one hand and wiggled my fingers.
Scenecaster and I have one thing in common.
Small fingers.
He smiled and stepped aside.
I grasped the tiny edges of the knot and gave a yank.
The knot popped out, and I could see there was a thick rope attached to the back.
The sound of whirling gears came to our ears, and the wall in front of us between one stud and the next was dragged away from us. The hidden doorway revealed the narrow alley that ran along one side of the shop. Luca peeked his head out and searched the area before he nodded at us.
The way's clear.
We slipped outside and looked over our shoulders at the open passage.
I looked up at Luca. I don't think Scenecaster would like us leaving a draft in her store.
Luca studied the door and knocked his fist against the other side of the knot. The door slid inward, and in a moment it exactly matched the rest of the wall. Landry lifted an eyebrow as he turned to my mate.
Your kingdom has many secrets.
Luca smiled at him.
As I'm sure both our kingdoms have.
Such is the benefit and curse of having old legacies. Our guest had an almost sad look in his eyes as he inclined his head to us.
So true. Now where shall we go?
Luca lifted an eyebrow.
I had thought of returning to the castle.
A knowing smile slipped onto Landry's lips as his gaze fell on the cloaks.
You have just had a pair of very unique cloaks mended. I hardly doubt that is for a costume ball at your castle.
My mate pursed his lips as he cast a side glance at me, but continued to address Landry.
This is a...
Landry held up his hand and shook his head.
I would be a horrible guest if I pried too much into your affairs.
However, I do wish to help where I can. As such, I humbly request to join you on this interesting adventure. Consider it as my contribution to our peace accord, that through my help you may find some personal comfort in my assistance. Luca pursed his lips, and Landry's expression softened as did his voice.
Please allow me to help you.
Luca sighed but gave a nod.
Very well, but on this adventure I'm king. Understood.
Landry grinned and swept into a low bow.
As you wish, King Sylvanus.
Luca still didn't look quite happy as he led us back to our carriage, and we all climbed inside. He handed me the cloaks and was the last inside, pausing on the step to look up at the driver. To the ocean road, 5 miles west of Castelia.
There's a small cottage there we need to visit.
Luca climbed in, and the moment he shut the door behind him the carriage rolled off. The atmosphere in the small confines was a little tense, as Luca and I sat opposite Landry. Our guest amused himself by watching the city fly past, though soon we were out in the open countryside. He leaned on the windowsill, and allowed the wind to blow his hair behind him. A smile touched his lips as he looked up at the sky.
It still amazes me the beauty of the sun on the open surface, and the clouds remind me of several of the more amorphous creatures that swim in my kingdom, though I must admit when the two blend together, there is nothing quite as uniquely beautiful.
Luca kept a steady gaze on our guest as he nodded.
The sun is our consistent companion, and a positive influence on many people.
Landry lifted an eyebrow.
You mean by its ability to grow your crops?
Luca shook his head.
No.
The sun drives away the shadows and reveals everything. People take heart that they too can do the same and be open with those closest to them. Our guest leaned back against his seat and closed his eyes. A smile teased the corner of his lips.
I see. The sun is truth.
Luca nodded.
Something like that.
Landry folded his arms over his chest and opened his eyes before grinning at us.
Your metaphors are very interesting, King Sylvanus.
I will have to remember them to tell my people when I return. In the meantime, he returned his attention to the window, Might I inquire as to what is so important in this cottage to which we travel? Luca shook his head.
Nothing more important than visiting an old friend.
Landry continued to stare out the window, as he gave a nod.
Ah.
More of that friendliness with your subjects?
Something like that.
The carriage conversation died, and we rolled along in silence. I was glad when the countryside grew familiar, and the carriage slowed to a stop. The door was opened by a footman, and Luca stepped out and turned to offer me his hand. Landry moved to follow me, but Luca held up his hand with his palm facing Landry.
This is a private meeting with our old friend.
Landry sat back down in his seat and bowed his head.
Of course.
I will wait in the carriage while you converse with your acquaintance.
I set my hand in Luca's, and he helped me onto the ground.
My heart was beating rather quickly as I turned to face the cottage. I didn't know whether to expect the dilapidated hovels Fetnek had mentioned, or the cozy home Luca and I had found.
What stood before us was some strange mixture of the two.
The exterior was the same elegant cottage we'd discovered after our first fight with Tina the squirrel girl, but the open door revealed a different place. The interior was covered in shadows, but I could see the molding ruins of the once clean furniture and walls. Luca walked up the path and I followed. He paused in front of the doorway and peered inside.
Don't just stand there gaping, an old voice called from somewhere in the darkness. Are you coming in or aren't you?
I slipped my hand into Luca's and slipped past him, tugging him along with me. The moment we stepped across the threshold, the shadows retreated, and revealed the same warm, comfortable room we had seen before.
Todd stood facing the mantel with a crackling fire burning in front of him.
His hands were clasped behind himself, and he turned his head to smile at us.
Good morning to you.
16. I stepped onto the fresh, clean floorboards, as though they would break under me at any moment. A real possibility in a haunted house. I invariably pulled Luca up to the fire, so we stood only a few feet from our phantom friend. He didn't look any different from when we'd last talked.
I stretched myself to my full height and swallowed the lump in my throat. We need your help. Todd lifted an eyebrow. You haven't hurt yourself again, have ya?
I shook my head. It's not that. We need you to look at something and tell us what it says.
That got the other eyebrow lifted. Why me?
Luca nodded at him. Because only the dead can decipher what we need looked at, and you're the only dead person we know.
Todd shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about.
Luca frowned.
Our friend came here some days ago to fetch your medicine, and discovered the ruins of a cottage.
Your cottage? Todd's face fell, and he turned away from us to gaze into the fire.
I see.
I slipped around to stand in front of him and met his sad gaze.
Are you really a ghost?
Todd stared for a long time at the flames before his shoulders sagged.
I suppose that's what you can call me.
Luca lifted an eyebrow.
What do you mean?
Todd lifted one hand in front of him, and my eyes widened as the flesh became transparent. The ghostly appearance slipped down his arm, and even his shirt faded a bit. I also noticed that the room around us flickered like an old television set, and the clean room flashed between clean and dilapidated. A bittersweet smile slipped onto Todd's lips.
Got this after that fall off the cliffs.
His words sparked a memory inside me, and I whipped my face up to his.
The cliffs.
You were the shepherd who fell off them all those years ago, weren't you?
Todd dropped his arm and shrugged. I suppose so.
I don't keep track of my own history around these parts.
Talking to people wasn't something I liked to do before the accident.
Luca lifted an eyebrow.
Then why did you talk to us? Our host's eyes settled on me.
Because your wife needed it, and I liked the look of her face. Nice and open like my wife's. A faint, gentle smile stretched across his lips.
I think you two would have gotten along pretty well.
My face fell.
Is that what's keeping you around here?
Waiting for her?
He shook his head. Nope. I made a promise to her that we'd be rich someday with my medicine, and I'd give her a king's ransom. He hung his head and sighed. Never got to do it. The damned stuff didn't work when she got sick.
The fever was too much for her body and he shut his eyes and his hands balled into shaking fists.
Damn me. I just had to give my stupid medicine a try.
I set a hand on his shoulder and was surprised my fingers didn't grow through him.
I'm sure you tried everything you could do to save her.
His shoulders sagged again and he opened his tired eyes.
It's a nice lie, young lady, but I gave it up a long time ago. That and ever getting to her.
Luca stepped closer to him.
We can't fix what's happened in the past, but we can fix your future. Todd lifted an eyebrow at my mate. What's that about? What do you mean?
I smiled and used a hand to gesture to Luca.
This happens to be King Luca Sylvanus, and I'm pretty sure he has a ransom you've been waiting for.
Todd's eyes widened and his mouth fell agape, and he whipped his head between us.
A king? You're not just pulling my leg, are you?
Luca smiled and shook his head.
Not at all.
I'm the current king of Amnesis.
Todd leaned back and studied him. I've never seen any of them before. Aren't you supposed to have dragon wings or something like that?
Luca chuckled.
Would that prove to you that I'm the king?
Todd shrugged.
It'd help.
Luca stepped back to the center of the room and his wings sprouted from his back. The cramped space meant the tips crashed into the walls and curved inward toward Todd and me.
Todd gaped at the leathery appendages as he shook his head. By the gods, you are the king.
He tapped on one section of the wings and furrowed his brow.
Can you tan these?
I snorted as Luca quickly folded his wings behind his back.
There's been many who have tried and none who have succeeded, and I'd rather they didn't. Todd studied the wings a moment longer before he returned his attention to Luca and me. But what can I do for you? I can't even go beyond the cliffs and the cottage. You may be able to help us with some reading, Luca revealed as he reached into his vest and drew out the cloth-wrapped piece of mirror.
He held out the glass to Todd, who took it with a quizzical expression. The ghost unwrapped the cloth, and I was surprised to find that if I hadn't seen his astral arm for myself, I would never have believed that the man before us was dead. Todd revealed the plain, unadorned glass, and lifted his eyes to us to show off his quizzical expression.
What's this about? We need you to read these runes for us, I told him as I reached out and brushed my fingers against the shard.
The runes reappeared, and Todd's eyes widened a little. He tilted the glass to one side and squinted.
I'm afraid I can't help you there, much as I would like to. He held out the glass to me. I can't read.
My face drooped, and I looked up at Luca to find the same expression on him. He recovered and pursed his lips.
I see.
Well, our promise still holds, and I intend to set your soul free if my wealth can do that.
Todd smiled and shook his head. No need to worry about that, Your Highness. I'm not doing too bad here, and it wouldn't be right for me to take your gold. Besides, not earning it wouldn't be keeping my word, would it?
My heart fell at the slight touch of sorrow in his voice.
I'm sorry.
He shook off his sadness and gave me a slight smile.
Nothing for you to be sorry about, miss. Not your fault I never learned to read.
I could only nod as I looked up at Luca.
So where are we going to find more ghosts? Marcus said they didn't show up very often.
Luca shook his head.
I don't know. Todd stroked his chin between his fingers. Well, that might be where I could help you.
Luca and I turned to him, and my mate lifted an eyebrow.
Help us how? Our ghostly friend nodded at the door. There are some fellows I know about, and I think some of them can read. There was something in his tone that made me tense. What's the catch? He sighed. The catch is they're under the cliffs in some caves. Sometimes they come climbing up the rocks trying to get out, and I got to talking to them a while back.
Some of them were educated, and I don't think they've forgotten how to read yet. A little color drained from my face as I took in his words.
Ghosts in the sea.
Luca pursed his lips.
If that's who we must talk to, then we have to do it.
A dreary thought struck me.
But will they come out for us?
We've never seen them there before, even when that squirrel girl was trying to kill us. Todd shrugged.
I don't know.
Everybody who's ever gone down there stays down there. 17. I took a step toward our ghostly companion.
You couldn't come with us, can you? Todd held out the broken bit of mirror to me. That isn't where I belong.
My shoulders sank.
All right. Well, thanks for trying anyway. Todd turned away from us and faced the picture of his wife.
A strange look slipped into his eyes as he lifted his chin slightly.
When you leave, I have a favor to ask of you.
I nodded.
Anything. I've got one more jar of cream left. I want you two to have it.
My heart dropped.
We couldn't. Yeah, you can, Todd interrupted me as he stepped closer to the picture and grasped the frame.
He held it in front of himself and brushed his fingers against the glass.
But there's something else I need you to do. He turned to us and held out the frame. I want you to take this with you too.
Luca lifted an eyebrow.
Why? Todd swept his eyes over the room. This place isn't what it used to be. Try as I might, I can't keep the picture safe from time and weather for much longer.
I smiled and accepted the frame, which I then clasped against my chest.
We'd be honored to take care of it. Todd smiled and gave a nod. Thank you kindly. Now get along with you. This place won't hold up much longer during the day. Even as he spoke, he flickered again, and the room with him.
Luca ushered me toward the door, but at the doorway I looked over my shoulder one last time. The shadows I'd seen through the open door crawled out of the corners and over the furniture.
It was like watching time be sped up.
Furniture rotted away and the rugs, woven with such care, fell to patchy pieces.
Todd stood beside the fireplace, and he held up a hand to me.
I gave him a tiny wave before Lucas scooted me out into the yard. Weeds overflowed the path as we hurried to the gate and stopped to turn toward the cottage. The quaint home was now little more than a shambled mess. The wood walls had rotted away, the roof had long ago caved in and now molded on the floor, and all the windows were broken. In the devastation of time, the sun shone off something clean and glassy. I moved toward the shimmering light, but Luca stopped me.
I'll get it.
He strode down the path and slipped through the ruined doorway. I watched with curiosity mixed with concern as he made his way through the time-caused wreckage and over to the small coffee table. He picked up whatever lay there and hurried back to me with the item clasped in both his hands.
What is it? I asked him as I tried to peek between his fingers.
He opened his hands and revealed a small jar of the medicine. A smile slipped onto my lips, but I couldn't hide the tear that ran down my cheek as I took the jar and cupped it against the picture frame. I bowed my head and shut my eyes.
He deserved better.
Luca set a hand on my far shoulder and drew me against his side.
We won't forget him, and immortality in the memories of those who cared is more than most people look forward to after they've passed.
I nodded.
Yeah, I guess so.
Luca led me back to the carriage where Landry stepped out.
He looked us over and frowned. What seems to be the problem?
Did you not find your friend?
We were here to say goodbye, Luca explained as I wiped away my tears with the back of my hand.
He nodded at the cliffs that stood only a few miles off.
Do you happen to know of some caves at the base of the cliffs near at hand?
A strange look appeared on Landry's face. I couldn't quite read it, but there was more than a touch of curiosity mixed with something else. Regret. Guilt.
I do, but why do you ask about them? We need to go inside them.
Landry's eyes widened and his mouth hung agape.
By all the ancestors, why?
Luca lifted an eyebrow at our guest's sudden look of horror.
Is there a problem with those caves?
Landry clapped his mouth shut, and his expression turned from shock to troubled. My people call them the Cave of Sorrows. It is where we entomb your drowned dead.
It was my turn to drop my mouth open. Then the caves are graves.
Landry nodded. I believe the more appropriate term you would use would be mausoleum, but yes, the dead lie there for all eternity. I turned my pale face to Luca, who looked just as concerned in his own furrow-browed way, as he had his arms folded over his chest.
Maybe we should find another bunch of dead guys to read the mirror. Our guest lifted an eyebrow. The dead? What do you mean?
I winced.
The cat was out of the bag.
Luca sighed and dropped his hands to his sides.
We came here hoping someone could read a rather arcane script for us.
They couldn't, but they suggested that the dead down there could help us. Landry stared at him for a long while with a look of disbelief, mixed with that same unreadable expression from earlier.
I don't see.
And you still wish to converse with something that may be down there? Luca nodded.
We're willing to try.
He paused and cast a look down at me.
You can stay on the shore while we investigate. I sighed and looped my arm through one of his. Not on your life.
Or death if things go south. Luca drew me close and pressed a light kiss to my forehead. He drew his head away and smiled down at me.
Death would never take someone as beautiful as you. I snorted. So it'll wait until I'm old and grey.
I could live with that. I returned my attention to Landry, and noticed a soft look of sorrow, and maybe a hint of jealousy in his eyes.
Are you okay? He shook himself and nodded. Yes, of course, I was merely thinking about the dangers below.
My kingdom isn't safe for your kind, as the bodies in the caves attest.
Are they deep in the cliffs?
Luca inquired. The Water King pursed his lips.
Not deep as one travels from the outside in, but they are at the foot of the cliffs, and so the journey would require you to venture to the ocean floor. I grinned at him. I could use a swim. At the mention of paddling, I noticed Luca tense beside me. It was then I remembered something, and my heart sank. You can't swim, can you?
He managed a shaky smile as he shook his head.
No, not really, but in this case, that isn't necessary.
We can walk on the bottom. Landry frowned at him.
Those who can swim have a large advantage in my kingdom.
Luca inclined his head to him.
I know that, and I'm willing to take the risk of being eaten. I snorted. You wouldn't let anything eat you without a fight, even when it's up against their intestines.
Luca gave me his sly smile.
Very true, my mate.
He returned his attention to Landry, and some of his amusement fell away.
We're ready to go down there if you will guide us.
Landry pursed his lips but nodded. I climbed back into the carriage and Luca with me while Landry was last, having given some instructions to the driver.
Off we sent down the road.
I expected the cliffs to loom up on us quickly, but the vehicle drove around them and farther away from Castelia. Luca watched the window with interest mixed with suspicion, a healthy combination for a king.
Where are we going?
Luca nodded at the leftward window through which we had a view of the cliffs.
There is a point along the rocks that grants easy access to those who are invited into my kingdom, and have difficulty with its most basic necessity. You mean because I can't swim, diving wouldn't be a wise idea? To sum it up, yes.
Luca chuckled.
I have to agree with you on that.
I winced.
I'll second that. I was never very good on the diving board.
Landry's eyes flickered between us. Might I ask why you are so eager to have this inscription read that you would risk your lives? Luca shrugged.
We'll find out if it was worth it when we know what it says.
18. The carriage rolled along for another mile before it stopped beside a sharp turn in the cliffs, where the high walls curved toward Amnesis. I could see the glistening walls of that fine city as we disembarked, and a tinge of pride struck me. I looked up at Luca and noticed his gaze lay on his beloved city as well, and there was a tender expression on his face.
"It's beautiful, isn't it?" He smiled and nodded. "There's nothing more beautiful in the world."
I snorted and jabbed my elbow into his ribcage. He winced and rubbed his side as he sheepishly smiled down at me.
"Other than you, my mate."
Landry stopped at the edge of the cliffs, where I could just make out a slight incline that indicated a trail.
"Follow me."
I left my purse in the carriage, fearful that the bottomless interior would drain the ocean, and followed the others down the winding path. Landry led us along the cliffs for 100 yards before we arrived at a small beach. The quaint spot was hidden from view above by a bunch of bushes, and the natural arrangement of the rocks. The soft blue-green water of the ocean lapped up against the white sand, and teased us with an enticing swim. I walked up to the ocean and froze. What hadn't been apparent only a few feet away was the dark hole a mere yard from the water's edge. The sinkhole was a black void in which I could see nothing but bleak blackness. The color drained from my face as the full ramifications struck me. We were about to go down into that unfathomable darkness, and Luca and I had no way to keep from drowning. I looked up at Luca as he joined me at my side. He slipped his hand into me and smiled, but I could see the tension at the corners of his lips.
"We'll be fine."
I kept my eyes on him as I jerked my head toward the hole.
"How are we going to have enough time to get to the bottom of that hole, much less talk to the ghosts that might be down there?" "That is where I come in," Landry spoke up as he came up on my other side.
He knelt in front of the water and scooped up 2 handfuls of the wet substance. I watched in amazement as the water curled upward and formed themselves into small white bubbles which he held out to us.
"Swallow these, and you will be able to breathe in my realm."
Luca and I each took one, and I lifted an eyebrow.
"I thought you guys didn't know much magic."
Landry smiled as he gave a nod.
"Unfortunately, we know very little, but we have learned to grant surface dwellers a short-lived form of breathing in my realm."
I studied my bubble and didn't lift my eyes as a question struck me.
"Can you give this to anyone?" Landry's smile faltered a little. "I know what you are asking."
You mean the sailors and others who drown in my domain. Their deaths are unfortunate, as is the limitations of this magic. You see, only I or one of my lineage can gift someone the breath bubbles, as we call them. We have employed many wizards to try to grant others the magic, all to no avail. My heart fell as I stared down at the delicate bubble I clutched in my joined palms. Luca set a hand on my shoulder, and I looked up to find a gentle expression on his face.
"Some things can't be changed, but through their deaths we might find our answers." I sighed and nodded. "Yeah, I guess you're right."
Landry tromped into the water and stopped at the edge of the hole, where he turned to us. He spread his arms out on either side of him and smiled at us.
"I welcome you to my kingdom."
He dropped back and crashed into the water, where he sank into the darkness. Luca gave a great sigh and raised the bubble to his lips.
"Cheers."
I lifted my bubble and nodded.
"Cheers."
We downed the bubbles and I choked on the strange drink, as a fizziness followed its descent down my throat.
After a moment of coughing, the sensation faded, and I looked down at myself. "I don't feel any different."
Luca shook his head.
"Nor I, but I've heard there shouldn't be a difference." "So how do we know if the magic worked?" He nodded at the hole. "We test it out."
I leaned over the edge of the lapping water and winced.
"Is there any other way?" He shook his head. "Not that I know of."
My father once ventured down there for the wedding of Landry's parents, and he told me the experience was both invigorating and unnerving.
"Was he a good swimmer?" "An excellent one."
I grasped his hand and cupped my other one against the place where I'd hidden the piece of mirror.
"Let's hope that's not a requirement for both our sakes."
Together we trudged into the cold waters of the vast ocean. A shiver ran up my spine as the water climbed up to my lower thighs before we reached the edge of the hole. I leaned over and squinted into the darkness, but I could see nothing, not even Landry. Luca released my hand, or tried to.
I clung tightly to him. "I'll go first." "Oh, hell no," I scolded him as I inched a little closer to the abyss.
My toes wiggled over the precipice.
"If we're going together."
Together we took that long step into the abyss.
I had to suppress a gasp of surprise as I was dragged into the bone-chilling water.
My hair and clothes clung to my head as we dropped into the darkness. Luca's grasp tightened as we sank deeper and deeper. The sunlight became a tiny bright dot above us as we drifted toward the ocean bottom. Instinct told me to hold my breath as the water lapped against us. My whole body tensed and my feet twitched, eager to find some land to sink my toes into. I jerked against Luca as something soft and feathery brushed against my arm. He traded hands in mine and looped his arm around my waist, drawing me close to his side. Relief and fear mixed together as my feet finally got what they wanted, and we landed. A small smattering of dust rose up, but was soon swept away by the gentle current that flowed past us. I squinted at the darkness and the slim light that reflected off the blue-green waters, and a form appeared from the shadows.
It turned out to be Landry.
He had a wide smile on his face as he landed in front of us. The Water King bowed lower to us.
"Welcome to my world."
His voice had a slight echo to the words, but otherwise was clear. "Allow me to show you around, if you would remain here for a moment." Landry swam away with the agility of a dolphin. The only thing that slowed him down was the pair of boots tied around his waist that flapped about as he glided behind a boulder. His disappearance coincided with the sudden panicked appearance of small creatures that looked like umbrellas, down to the single stalk that came out of their puffy bodies. They scattered to the four winds, or in this case oceans, but Landry darted out and grabbed one about the stem before it could float away.
The creature squirmed in his hold, and as it did so its body blinked like a light bulb about to go out.
Landry floated over to us, and as he did so he massaged the creature's umbrella top. The flickering glow became a consistent light that illuminated the area around us like a lantern. Now we could see, but there was still a slight problem with breathing. 19. In all this time, I hadn't taken a single breath. My lungs were now screaming for air, and my head was starting to get woozy. Luca squeezed my hand and smiled at me. Air bubbles escaped between his lips, and rose up to the surface far above us. My panic was extended to him, as I clapped my hand over his mouth. He chuckled as he grasped my hand and pressed a light kiss on the palm. When he spoke his words were a little more garbled than when Landry spoke, but were otherwise as clear as though we were on land.
"You don't have to worry about breathing."
I still hesitated, but my lungs didn't give me any choice. They were screaming for sustenance, and I gasped out the old air. I expected water to rush into my mouth, but there was nothing. It was almost like there was an invisible bubble over my mouth that filtered the air and the water into oxygen. Landry pointed at something behind Luca and me, and I turned to find myself facing the bottom of the cliffs. The rocks there had been smoothed by thousands of years of gentle currents. However, dark holes spotted the face, each of them revealing the location of a cave. "My people bury your dead inside those caverns." Luca pursed his lips at the caves before he turned his attention to Landry.
"Are you sure you want to head in there with us?"
Landry smiled.
"I am not only a king but a soldier, and what sort of guard would I be to my guests if I left them alone in my own kingdom?"
A dark cloud settled on my mate's brow.
"If what our acquaintance said is true, then we won't be dealing with the living. Our swords won't work on creatures such as these."
Landry closed his eyes and shook his head.
"I will not be deterred from guarding you."
He floated past us and stretched out the lantern light toward the caves.
"Now shall we?" Our guide drifted into the mouth of the closest cavern.
Luca frowned but made to follow. I caught his arm and he turned back to find me with a terrified look on my face.
At least that's how I felt. What would he be guarding us from?
His frown increased more than slightly and he grasped my hand.
I don't know, but you'll have 2 protectors.
We kicked off from the surface of the ocean and swam as well as we could with our handicaps, Luca with his inability to swim, and I trying to keep the mirror tucked into my cloak. I only hoped Scenecaster would forgive me for getting it slightly wet so soon after she repaired it. We managed to float into the cave, and found Landry only a few feet from the entrance. He had raised his light in front and above his head, and the lantern shone its glow on the floor and walls before him. The light revealed a low cavern with several rounded passages that stretched into smaller rooms. The light also revealed the deep pile of bones that covered the floor. The remains were piled so high that they were piled up the walls and spilled into the other rooms. Some of the skeletons still wore the soggy, rotten remains of their clothes, but most were merely piles of their former selves. The light danced over the walls and cast small shadows over the skulls that grinned back at us. Landry's face was as grave as our surroundings, as he swept his eyes over the boneyard.
I must admit I have never entered these caves, and now I no longer wonder at the haunted look in the eyes of my people who bury the dead here.
Luca floated over to his side and studied the room.
We're hoping it's haunted.
My breath, or whatever I was breathing at that moment, caught in my throat as the bone shadows shifted all around us, even at the entrance behind me. The darkness formed itself into human-like figures, but horribly exaggerated parts. Their hands were long talons and legs ended in hooked feet.
The heads of the shadows were deformed, as though their deaths at the hands of the rocks had warped their forms and taken chunks out of them. What they all shared, however, were a pair of hideous red eyes.
Dozens of bright orbs stood out from the darkness, with curiosity mixed with malice.
I told my imagination to stop right there. I didn't need those images in my head. I think we just got our wish.
I yelped as I swam over to the men and put my back against theirs. What I couldn't stop was the dance of those shadows as they slid across the walls around us. They even passed over the entrance, blocking our way to escape. I jumped when an arm looped around my waist, and Luca drew me closer against himself. Landry gaped at the dark shapes around us. By all the gods of my forefathers, what is this witchcraft? Luca's narrowed eyes darted over the dark walls.
These must be the souls our friend mentioned to us.
The gaze of the creatures settled on Landry, and the malice I'd noticed earlier increased tenfold. The majority of their fluid bodies slithered along the walls behind where he stood, and some appeared to stretch out of the walls toward him. Luca tensed and whipped his head to our host.
Landry, I think you need to get out.
Landry too showed a strained expression as he nodded.
Yes, I believe that would be for the...
He tried to float over to the entrance, but the shadows blocked his path. They twisted and contorted themselves into a hideous blob, and from that sludge emerged black tendrils that hung with seaweed and rotten clothing. The limbs stretched out their octopus-like hands toward Landry, who swam backward and nearly crashed into us. I slipped out of Luca's hold and swam between Landry and the angry spirits.
The tendrils paused as I held out my hands in front of me. We're not here to start a fight.
We need your help. The spirits paused, and a part of the shadows stretched outward and formed itself into the ghostly apparition of a handsome young man with an eye patch over one eye. The man wore billowing pants and an open-buttoned shirt, and a sash kept up his pants. He also had a hideous gash on his forehead, and a trail of dried blood ran down half his face and stained his shirt. His cold eyes settled on me and he frowned.
Don't get in the way, lass.
We're aiming to take our treasure and keep it.
I blinked at him. What treasure?
He nodded at Landry.
That scum of the sea.
His people dropped us here without giving a damn about our souls.
Landry shook his head. How could we have known?
The shadows fluttered about us, and the eyes glowed a brighter red than before. Landry shrank back from the wrath that permeated the air.
The sailors sneered at the Sea King. Your people knew.
They couldn't help but feel us, but they didn't give a damn about piling more on top of us. Luca swam up to my side and set a hand on my shoulder as he met the cold eyes of our shadowy foe.
How can we make amends?
The spirit raised his arm and pointed a steady, transparent finger at Landry.
Give him to us.
Landry's face paled a little, but he balled his shaking hands into fists at his sides and lifted his chin.
What do you want with me? Sacrifice, the ghost insisted, as he spread his arms out on either side of him.
The shadows flexed and shifted on either side of where he stood.
The life of one of your people to be among us.
Luca shook his head. I can't allow that, and as once the king of many of those who lie here, I plead with you to help us.
The spirit glared at him. You weren't a king, I recognized, and the dead don't have a use for a king.
Luca pursed his lips.
I'll see to it that you're freed of this prison, if you would only let us help you.
The pirate scoffed as he returned his attention to Landry.
We have what we want.
The shadows shifted and tendrils lashed out at us. Several wrapped around my wrists and waist, and others did the same to Landry and Luca. In my shock I dropped the mirror, but fortunately its wrappings and the water slowed its descent, and it merely landed softly on the sand at my feet. I wish we would have been in that greater shape, as the shadows lifted all of us off the sea floor. The pirate leader sauntered past me and stopped in front of Landry. The Sea King lifted his chin and scowled down at the spirit. I will agree to no demands while under duress.
The pirate shrugged. I'm fine with that.
Luca twisted in the shadow's clutches and tried to catch the pirate's attention.
Don't do this.
A sly grin slipped onto the ghostly man's lips as he lifted up one hand.
Or what? I'll live to regret it.
The ghost plunged his spectral hand into Landry's chest.
20.
Landry's eyes shot open and a garbled cry escaped his lips. The light in his hand shot out of his weakened grip and swam away to cower in a far corner. Landry thrashed about as a wicked warped smile appeared on the ghost's face. Our companion's own features paled as his whole body tensed and jerked about.
He was dying. The ghost was stopping his heart. Stop it!
I pleaded as I squirmed in the hold of the tendrils.
Leave him alone.
My hands began to glow, and a soft warmth enveloped my body. The baby inside me squirmed, as if in eagerness for the sustenance my light gave him. Through the light I could see the pirate stumble back, freeing Landry of his torture. The shadows around us retreated, and the ones that held me shivered but kept their grip. The Sea King lifted his wide eyes to me, and his mouth fell agape.
No.
Luca roared as his body began to transform into his dragon form. His wings burst out of his back, and his arms thickened as scales spread across his body.
Control yourself, Diana. Don't let the light out.
I shut my eyes against the onslaught of my own emotions, but I couldn't rein them in, not under these circumstances. Especially when the shadows around me tightened their hold, and I felt some of my muscles and bones cry out in pain. A slight touch of exhaustion began to come over me, as the baby fed off my powers.
I felt my stomach shift and expand as the baby grew.
In my writhing, the picture of Todd's lovely wife wiggled from the pocket inside my cloak, and floated out. My eyes flew open, as the lovely face hovered in front of me. Those beautiful eyes met mine, and I felt the panic and fear drained out of me. The light in my hands disappeared, and we were out a potent weapon. Fortunately, Luca's strength was all we needed. That, and a little bit of dragon magic. A soft glow of red light emanated from my dragon mate. I recognized it as the flames he had shown off at the college. There was no flickering dance this time because of the water, but that didn't mean he couldn't affect the water. The temperature rose dramatically, and bubbles appeared everywhere around us. The shadows that remained around me slithered away from Luca's awesome power, and I floated back to the floor where my shaky legs buckled. I dropped onto my knees and took a couple of shuddered breaths. The picture floated onto the floor in front of me, and I couldn't help but smile at the gentle face. The pirate yanked his hand out of Landry's chest, and the Sea King let out a horrible groan as his chin dropped to his chest.
Our one-eyed foe stalked toward Luca with his eyes ablaze with anger. "Can't you hold him tighter, you fools?" "He's going to." He did. The hot water around my mate's boiling hot body boiled the fleshy part of the tentacles away, leaving only shadow forms that slightly resembled the humans and changelings they had once been.
The phantoms scattered to the four corners of the room like frightened cats, as the pirate stopped his march in front of Luca. The pirate balled his hands into fists, as the hot water around him tried to boil away his own solid body. Globs of shadow slid off him and rose into the air, only to burst into nothing when the heat became too much. It was like watching a puddle man melt away in reverse gravity. The pirate stood defiant against his own slow destruction, as he reached down and grasped the hilt of the weapon in his rotten scabbard. He drew forth the weapon and revealed a rusted sword that still held its sharp point. If that didn't get his opponent, the tetanus would. The pirate leaned back and grinned at Luca.
"What say you, O mighty king?
Will you fight for your mates as we fight on the seas, or use your cowardly magic to destroy us?" Luca pursed his lips as his beautiful green eyes flickered to me. He was now only half human, with the muscled body of a man, but his hands and feet were claws. His wings floated behind him, along with a scaly tail.
I smiled back at him and nodded. "You can do it."
The bubbling water settled enough that the pirate was no longer melting. A sword floated out of the piles of bodies, and over to Luca's outstretched hand. He grasped the hilt and tested the blade by a swing across the space in front of him. The sword cut through with only a little bit of resistance from the water. Luca held up the weapon to the pirate.
"What good will this do against your kind?"
The pirate readied himself and grinned.
"A sword is a sword, especially to we sailors."
The pirate let out a war cry before he lunged at Luca.
Our wet surroundings didn't slow his ghostly movements as he swung his sword downward to slice Luca's cranium in two.
My heart sank a little when I noticed the uneven battle of a ghost fighting a mortal. Luca, however, blocked the deadly blow with his own sword and flung the ghost backward.
The dance had begun.
While the two crossed swords, my attention fell on Landry. He was still held captive by some of the shadows, but their full attention lay on the battle. I could tell because they tensed and relaxed with the fortunes of their captain. With their focus elsewhere, I tucked the picture into my cloak and crawled along the seafloor toward them.
I had almost reached Landry when one of them spotted me. The shadow let out a hiss and lashed out at me, wrapping around my wrist. My first instinct was to panic, but that would have called out the light.
My second instinct was to reach for one of the rusted daggers that lay about the place.
I snatched one of them up and sliced toward the tendril.
The blade cut through the shadows, and the end dropped like a sludgy rock in front of me. The tip flopped about for a while before it dissolved into the water. I gaped at my work as the dead scuttled back, and in the process they freed Landry. He floated there for a moment, before he sank to the floor. I shook off my shock and scooted over to him, where I found his gills fluttering and his heart quick but steady. Movement out of the corner of my eye caught my attention.
I twisted around and swung my dagger.
The blade cut another curious tendril in two, and the tip again dissolved. The other shadows hissed at me, but retreated to watch their
blades.
The voice was Landry's, and I returned my attention to him. His eyes were now opened, though his face was still ghastly pale. He nodded at the remains of man and weapon alike that lay around us.
Their own blades work against them.
I blinked at him before I looked at the blade.
But how? He swayed his head from side to side. His eyes widened at something behind me. I didn't need a second warning, and swung my dagger.
The shadow scuttled back out of the short reach of my weapon, and darted back like a striking snake. I wrapped my other hand around its body and shuddered at the cold feel of the clammy skin that covered its form, so like wet seaweed. The thing wreathed in my grasp before I cut off its head, and the creature retreated to its brethren that lurked around us.
I climbed to my feet and brandished the dagger at the crowd of phantoms. Anybody else want a piece lopped off?
The shadows shrank away from me, but they had other distractions, as did I.
21.
The battle between Luca and the pirate raged on, with my mate getting the worst of it. He was not only slower because of his mortality, but because his inability to swim meant he couldn't dodge some of the broader swipes. The results were several cuts into his arms and across his chest, some of which merely sliced his clothes, and others that had produced blood. His thick life fluid floated out of him in thin strands as his foe stood before him with a mocking grin on his face. The pirate pointed his weapon at one of Luca's wounds.
"So you blue bloods bleed as we do ya?"
Luca clutched his bleeding arm and glared back at his foe. His tail swished wildly behind him, and an idea struck me.
"Luca!"
His eyes flickered to me, and I stabbed a finger at his tail.
"Rudder and oar."
He stared blankly at me as the pirate charged him. Luca blocked the first blow and pushed himself backward out of reach. Realization struck him, and he swished his tail behind him, propelling him back faster and farther than before. A sly smile slipped onto his lips as he landed on his feet and pushed off from the ocean floor toward his foe. The pirate frowned and readied himself for his coming. What he couldn't ready himself for was the instant boost of speed Luca gave himself using his tail. The pirate's eyes widened, and he flung up his sword to block the blow. Luca used his tail to turn sharply, and came at the pirate from his unprotected side. Our ghostly foe couldn't move his arm fast enough to thwart Luca's attack, and he took a direct hit in the arm. The sword cut deeply into his limb, and he stumbled back clutching the wound as Luca dropped to the ground not far from where his foe stood. The pirate studied the wound, and a grin curled onto his lips as he looked up at Luca.
"You're a quick learner for a crown brat."
Luca grinned.
"And you're not bad with a sword for someone who isn't breathing." The pirate threw back his head and laughed. "I may not be breathing, but one prick of this," he held up the point of his sword in front of his face, "and two magics will cancel each other out. You'll be left low and wet, stuck in this place with us forever."
Luca's humor didn't falter, but my heart skipped a beat.
"Then let's get this over with."
One last swing at each other. The pirate inclined his head toward Luca.
"Fine by me." The pair charged at each other.
The pirate swiped and stabbed, his aim ever at Luca's face and the invisible bubble that filtered the water into air. Luca barely dodged the deadly blows, but I noticed he lost ground with every swing from the pirate. In a few short seconds, Luca's heel hit against one of the piles of bones and a skull dropped out.
"Watch it," one of the onlookers hissed. "That's my best side."
Luca slammed his tail into the mess, and a short cloud of grey dust floated up from the crash. He lost his balance, and the pirate took the chance to disarm him. The sword flew in an arch over the ghost's head, and landed with a soft thump on the floor halfway between where I knelt and the two combatants. Luca stumbled back a little, as the pirate aimed the tip of his sword at his throat. A terrible wicked glint slipped into those phantom eyes, as the pirate floated closer to him.
"And now it's done.
Welcome aboard, Your Highness." He thrust forward, but Luca flapped his left wing and tilted himself just enough that the sword stabbed through his wing instead of his neck. As Luca tilted sideways, his tail rose up from the mess of dead, and the glint of a sword flashed upward with it. Luca's tail swung at the pirate and struck his weapon hand, sending his own sword floating across the room. The pirate gaped at the armed tail. Luca grabbed the sword and placed the tip of the blade against the pirate's ethereal throat. A grin spread across the pirate's face.
"The same magic can't cancel itself out."
Luca smiled.
"I thought not, but I have this."
He tightened his grip on the sword, and the water around his hand began to boil. Heat spread up his hand and into the hilt, and it was like turning on an oven from cold to high. The blade turned red hot and bubbles appeared on the metal. The pirate lifted his throat away from the other magic, and his smile faltered.
I concede.
Luca drew the sword a little closer. You will give us what we want and allow all of us to leave.
The pirate nodded. Anything you ask that we're able to give.
Luca narrowed his eyes at the pirate.
And allow all of us to leave. The pirate sighed. And allow you to leave. All of us. All of you. And you swear this on the bows of your ships, and the bravery of your crew.
His captive foe sighed.
I swear it.
Luca held the sword against the ghost's throat a moment longer, before he lowered the weapon. The pirate floated back a little and rubbed his throat, as a sly smile curled onto his lips.
I must admit I haven't been that worried, since a governor dropped a rope around my neck after a bungled breakout of the prison.
A few of the other ghosts floated about him, and some of them clapped their hands on his shoulders.
A mighty fine fight, Captain. Couldn't have done it better, sir.
A good showing after so long.
You've still got a chance to get this one, Captain.
The pirate held up his hand, and quieted the adoration.
I know when I've been beaten, boys, and I've sworn my oath. Now then, he waved them away and returned his attention to Luca. What's wanted so badly that you'd risk coming in here with that fish? He jerked his thumb over his shoulder at Landry, who still sat beside me, much less dazed than before but still a little pale.
Luca gestured to me as I stood and drew out the mirror. We need one of you to read the hidden inscription on the frame of this mirror. Only the dead can do that.
The pirate scoffed. Is that all?
Luca smiled and nodded.
That's all.
The ghost pirate spun around to face his compatriots.
Old Bill.
Where be ye? An elderly man with a trim suit and similar whiskers floated out of the crowd and over to their leader. Most people would have looked rather unprepossessing in such a suit, but the man had such a bearing of confidence without pride, and such a bemused expression at the corners of his mouth, without meanness, that he could have been mistaken for a scholarly eccentric uncle. Bill stopped in front of the pirate, and inclined his head to the spectral leader.
How can I be of service to you, Captain Spaulding?
The pirate clapped his hand on the man's shoulder and grinned up at him.
You've been itching for something new to read that isn't smeared ink, haven't ya?
Bill nodded and turned to me with a smile.
Quite. He held out his hand. May I see the frame?
I walked over to him and passed on the frame. Bill drew the cloth off the frame and examined the glass. The illegible words glowed to life. They were still fuzzy to my eyes, but the man leaned in and squinted at the letters. A few murmured words passed his lips.
Most interesting.
Luca moved to stand by my side and offered Landry a helping hand. The Sea Lord shook his head and managed to stand on his own, though our companion still clutched a hand over his chest. Luca returned his attention to the scholar.
What does it say?
The ghostly scholar cleared his throat.
It says something about, visit the place of darkness, but beyond that there is nothing more to read other than a few loose letters.
He looked up at me with a sad face.
I am truly sorry I could not help you more. I took the mirror with a smile and shook my head. You've given us more than we had before.
Luca clapped a hand on my shoulder and swept his narrowed eyes at the company.
And with that, we'll be leaving.
Captain Spaulding nodded.
Aye, but a word to the living. His narrowed eyes flickered to Landry. Don't be coming in here again.
My heart fell.
Isn't there some way to get you guys to rest?
The captain shrugged.
Don't know, lass, though there's not near as many of us ghosts as there are bodies.
I raised an eyebrow as I swept my gaze over the company.
Really?
He patted the front of his foot against the ground.
Aye. The rest are buried here.
Landry stepped forward and bowed his head to the phantom company.
Then I shall see to it that you are buried, and perhaps that may rest your souls.
Spaulding lifted his chin and glared down his nose at the Sea King.
Why'd you do that for us?
Landry swept his sorrowful eyes over the shadowy group before him. Because I can do nothing else for you. Perhaps in this way I may make amends for my neglecting the duty to see that all people in my waters are treated with respect. I will see that it is done immediately. He bowed his head, turned and swam out of the cave.
22.
A great murmur of excitement rose up from the phantoms, and Luca and I decided to leave them to their joy. Spaulding's morose voice, however, called us back one last time.
Your Highness.
We paused near the doorway and half turned to him and his group.
He nodded at me.
Keep care of the things near and dear to ya.
Ya never know when death's gonna take it all away.
Luca nodded his head at his former foe.
I will.
A sly smile slipped onto Spaulding's lips as he waved his hand at the entrance.
Now get on with ya.
We left our newfound friends, and found our old companion 20 yards away from the entrance. He stood beside a large bunch of coral, and a few muffled words reached me.
I can do no more.
Whatever reply came, I didn't hear, for Landry spoke again.
I have not forgotten, now let me to it. Landry, Luca called.
Landry stiffened a little before he turned to face us with a tense expression.
He held another fish lamp in his hand. I see I have been caught.
We stopped in front of him and Luca arched an eyebrow.
Caught in what?
Landry gestured to the mess of grey and white coral behind him.
Conversing with one of my people.
They have been following us since we entered the sea, but my presence instructed them to remain in hiding until I approached them.
I swept my eyes over the area, but saw no one. What are you telling them? Landry smiled at me. They have gone now, but I instructed them to bury the dead as I promised. I hope that will give them rest.
In the meantime, he lifted his eyes to the surface far above us. I suggest we venture to the surface. Landry pushed off from the ocean floor, and was soon high above us. I made to follow him, but Luca wrapped an arm around my waist and smiled down at me.
I could get you up there faster. I snorted and leaned back to admire his tail. I bet you can do a lot of things with that.
His smile stretched into a sly grin.
Would you like to see? I slapped him on the chest. Not the time nor the place.
I paused to wiggle a finger in my ear, and I couldn't help but wince.
It's going to take me a decade to get all the water out from everywhere. I'll be sure to help, Luca promised as he swept me into his arms. Until then, let's fly.
I laughed.
Don't you mean swim?
He spread out his wings and his tail twitched behind us.
I mean fly.
Luca crouched down and pushed off from the seafloor. He flapped his wings and we shot through the air. I couldn't help but notice that there was a slight imbalance from his left wing where Spaulding had cut him.
A hole still lingered there.
I caught his eye and noticed a strain in them.
I can swim.
His eyes fell to my stomach and his good humor faltered.
You're not the only one I'm worried about. I set my hand on my stomach and jerked my fingers away when I felt a discernible bump. Should it be growing that fast?
Luca pursed his lips as he shook his head.
No. Is that a bad thing?
I noticed his nostrils flared, and a slight touch of pride slipped into the corners of his lips.
No.
The boy is healthy.
I breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. Now what say we treat ourselves to some real air? Hold on. We'll be in the air in just a moment.
He was right as we broke through the surface of the water a few moments later. Luca caught his foot on the edge of the precipice and sloshed toward the shoreline. His foot caught on a stone and with eyes wide and a laugh from me, we tipped over and splashed back into the shallow water. In the thrashing I broke free of his grasp and stood on my own as he did for himself. We sloshed our way to the shore where I collapsed onto the sand and flipped over to enjoy the warm sun on my skin. Luca did the same beside me and closed his eyes.
I turned my head and grinned at my mate. I hope this won't give us both a salty personality. He chuckled. I doubt you could ever be that way, my love.
I sat up and soaked in the sun, only to notice a shadow nearby. Landry had sauntered from the waters and seated himself on a small boulder. His arms hung between his legs and he had bowed his head.
I turned to him with a crestfallen face. Are you okay, Robert?
Landry didn't open his eyes as he shook his head.
I feel I have not sufficiently apologized for what happened down there.
I am truly sorry.
I had no idea the souls had become so blackened by their anger.
Luca sat up and scooped up a pile of sand, which he pressed in his fingers. He lobbed the sandball at the other king, and the projectile hit Landry clean on the forehead. My mouth was agape as Landry's head shot up and his eyes blazed with fury. He leapt to his feet and balled his webbed hands into fists at his sides.
What was the meaning of that insult?
Luca scoffed.
It wasn't an insult, it was a reminder to get your head out of the sand of self-pity. You didn't drown any of those men, the sea did.
The best your people could do was give them a proper funeral, according to your own customs. How were you to know their hatred at the cruelty of fate would keep them trapped in their tombs, and lead them to become vengeful phantoms? Landry pursed his lips.
I should have listened to my people.
Several of my guards had reported the strange happenings within the caves, but I ignored them, thinking them too full of seaweed drink to be telling the truth. Luca stood and offered me his hand as his attention remained on Landry.
If the lesson's been learned, then there's no harm, and they will no doubt be at rest at the hands of your people.
Landry lifted his eyes to me as Luca helped me to my feet, and there was a look of sorrow in them. I could have gotten you all killed, and the tragedy would have been greatest for you to lose your mate when she is so obviously pregnant. I blushed at the mention and looked down at myself.
It's that obvious. Landry stood and nodded.
To my people who are accustomed to studying the gait of you land dwellers, yes. You have a certain bearing about you that denotes a caution with every step. Through our observations, we have come to realize that either you are escaping those who wish you death, or you are with child. A snort escaped my lips before I could stop it. Landry gave me a quizzical look, and I waved off his question.
It's complicated.
Anyway, I turned to Luca. Do you have any ideas where this place of darkness the mirror mentioned could be? A dark shadow fell on his brow as he pursed his lips.
I may, but I hope I'm wrong.
He cast a pensive look at Landry.
If I am right, then this'll be dangerous.
Maybe even more so than what we just experienced. We run the risk of getting killed or worse. Are you sure you want to still come with us?
Landry gestured to me.
And in such circumstances I would not leave a lovely woman to be less defended, especially if I am able to assist in the defense. I looked up at the tall cliffs above us.
So where are we going?
Luca pursed his lips together.
To the woods of the damned. 23.
A little bit of color drained from my face.
Come again.
He nodded at the top of the cliffs.
The place of darkness may very well be the Morca forest to the northeast of Castelia. The name gave me a shudder. Please tell me it's a beautiful place full of friendly trees and speaking animals that welcome you.
Luca shook his head.
Far from it.
The forest lies between some of the largest of the mountains, and covers some 1,000 acres of a narrow canyon. Its dense trees and eternal shadows meant few ventured to travel under its canopy, and it was a place of natural dark magic where the shadows gathered beneath the trees to grow and thrive. Long ago those traits enticed even darker wizards to perform their spells among those shadows, and so the forest became filled with evil. Landry lifted an eyebrow.
I have not heard of such a place.
A bittersweet smile slipped onto Luca's lips.
It isn't a place my people like to brag about.
I leaned to one side and caught his attention.
So what happened to it? Is it still there? He nodded. It is, but no one's ventured into it for a century.
Only God and the darkness know what now lurks beneath those canopies. I wrapped my arms around myself and shivered.
Yep, that sounds like the place we need to go to. I guess we should get rolling.
We climbed the cliff path and found the carriage waiting for us. I plopped back into my seat, and one butt cheek pressed up against the elegant bag Penai had made for me. The contents shifted like a house falling into itself, and my male companions stared incredulously at me as I drew the purse into my lap.
What? I asked the pair as I glared back at them. Haven't you ever seen a woman with a purse before?
Landry dropped his eyes to my bag.
Not one that makes sounds as though the whole of a kingdom is falling in.
I rolled my eyes.
It didn't sound that bad.
The men continued to stare incredulously at me, and finally I sighed.
Okay, it sounded bad, and I don't really know what Penai put in here before she gave it to me, but I'm sure it'll be all right.
Maybe we'll find an axe we can use to cut down the forest. Luca's touch of humor fell away as he looked out the window.
We'll have to get through the barrier first.
I lifted an eyebrow.
What barrier? You'll see.
Now my eyebrows crashed down and I narrowed my eyes at him.
Whenever anybody says that, it always means the listener isn't going to like what they hear.
Luca clasped his hands in his lap and sighed.
The wall has to be seen to be believed.
Landry tilted his head to one side as he studied my mate.
What wall? The wall of mourning, created a century ago to protect my kingdom from the creatures that lurked in the dark.
I winced.
So it's like a nightlight against the boogie monster. I received a couple of blank stares with that one. A creature who comes out of the darkness and snatches people to drag them back with it. It's something to scare naughty kids with, or just ones that wouldn't go to bed.
The corners of Luca's lips twitched upward.
Which one were you? I snorted and shrugged. A little bit of both, but you didn't answer my question.
Luca leaned back against the seat as we bounced on our way down the road. A pensive expression slipped onto his face as he knitted his brow. I would describe the wall as you did, but the horrors that lay beyond it aren't merely children's stories. They're very real and, from the tales I read, very frightening. Landry studied my mate for a few moments before he looked out the window.
Then we shall see this wall and judge for ourselves its fortitude.
We wheeled along in silence, and the quiet gave me a chance to think back to our adventure so far. I reached into my cloak and drew out the picture frame of Todd's beautiful wife.
She smiled back at me as I brushed my hand down the glass.
Luca leaned toward me and lowered his voice to a whisper so slight I could barely hear the words.
Is something wrong? I furrowed my brow before I shook my head. I don't know, but down there in the cave when I was glowing, I swear this picture helped me control myself. He smiled at me. If it did, then I'm grateful to it.
I lifted an eyebrow at him.
But how did it do it? Or did it really do it at all?
He set a hand atop mine and met my eyes before he shook his head.
I don't have the answers to that, but even her face soothes the worries, doesn't it?
A teasing smile slipped onto my lips.
Now don't you go falling for her. You're taken, remember? So is she. Yeah, but I'm not married to her. He chuckled and pecked a kiss on my lips. No, you're not.
The carriage rolled along with a more pleasurable atmosphere, and a few hours later, I found myself leaning out the window to admire the view. The sea and fields had both given way to a wilderness of briar patches and wild roses that wrapped around any scraggly tree they could find. Their pink, red and orange blooms promised a sweet smell, but their long thorns warned the unwary sniffer that pain would be theirs were they to try to take a blossom. A strange sensation filled the air the further along we went, and the road became rougher. The carriage rocked side to side so violently that the driver was forced to slow the horses, and I dropped back against the seat.
I turned to Luca. Nobody lives around here. He shook his head. No. There's always been a fear that the wall would fail, or that holes would open through which the evil could escape.
Then there's the edicts by my ancestors, where no one was allowed within a certain distance of the forest, to avoid any attempts to break the wall.
I lifted an eyebrow. By the evil wizards and their disciples and descendants.
The forest was shut, and many of them were trapped inside, but some managed to escape capture. My eyes widened.
People were trapped inside the forest? He nodded. Yes. Trapped in a nightmare of their own making. It was the most fitting punishment anyone could think of. Were they killed in there?
Luca stared ahead and pursed his lips.
Nobody knows.
We rolled along for another few miles before the view along our left began to change. The briar patches fell away, and were replaced by majestic oak trees that towered over the landscape. They threw their shadows toward the road, but something distorted them so that the darkness was cut off several yards from where we drove. Finally the carriage stopped and Luca climbed out.
He offered me my hand as I peeked my head out the door.
I looked up and my jaw hit the carriage step. A massive forest stretched before us, its treetops stretching out of sight. The oaks I had seen earlier were nothing compared to the monstrous trees that dominated the skyline. Their roots were covered by a thick mess of brush so tightly bound together that they appeared to be one massive bush. Grass grew tall around the perimeter of that wilderness, and I noticed something unusual about the green spears. A thin line of dead ground ran through the shoots, and many of the bits of grass that leaned their tall heads toward the bare dirt had their tops cut off as though someone had taken a pair of scissors and walked the line snipping off the ends. Luca helped me down and Landry joined us outside the carriage. He cast an inquisitive look at the massive forest.
Impressive, but where is the wall? It's here, Luca assured him as he grasped my hand and walked us close to the deadline.
He released me and took the last few steps alone, where he raised his hand. His palm shook a little as he drew his hand closer to the line. I yelped and jerked back when his palm reached the space above the line, and a brilliant light burst out from where he touched. The light spread like a shockwave up and down the bare ground, and revealed a mostly translucent wall of shimmering glass. The surface shone like a bubble where a multitude of colors mingled with one another, and shifted with the slight breeze that blew past. I gaped up at the massive, nearly invisible wall that rose up in front of us, some 500 feet, and stretched over the canopy of trees.
Whoa. 24.
Landry likewise stared in awe at the glass-like majesty.
I have never seen the like, nor did I know such a thing could ever exist. He turned his head to the right, where Luca frowned at the barrier. Who created this impressive structure?
Luca looked less than proud of the massive magical construction. My forebearers commanded the wisest men of their era to entrap the dark creatures inside there. Landry walked up to the wall and stretched out his hand.
Stop.
Luca lunged at him and grabbed his wrist mere inches from his touching the wall. He wrenched the Sea King's hand away from the barrier.
You can't touch it.
Landry frowned.
What would happen if I did?
Luca swept his eyes over the area before he spied a stick, lost from a bramble bush. He picked up the limb and tossed it at the wall. The moment the stick touched the barrier, a flash of light burst from the wall, and the stick was disintegrated into tiny bits of ash that fell to the ground, joining the rest of the dirt at the base of the wall. Landry lifted an eyebrow at Luca.
That is rather extreme.
Luca looked up at the wall and shook his head.
Not for this containment.
The evil caught inside could have destroyed the world, if released by anyone stupid enough to do it. My ancestors guaranteed that nobody could do it, even through the use of nature itself.
I pointed at the wall. But you could touch it. He shook his head. I merely activated the defenses. To touch it is certain death, even for me.
Landry examined the wall with wonder.
How was such a fantastic magic created?
Luca pursed his lips as he tilted his head back to study the wall.
There's nothing to be proud of in the creation of this thing.
In order to create the bonding that keeps the darkness inside, they had to sacrifice a greater bond. I lifted an eyebrow.
That doesn't sound good.
Luca shut his eyes and balled his hands into fists at his sides. My ancestor sacrificed one of his cousins. My eyes widened.
He what?
Landry whipped his head about and gaped at my mate.
A sacrifice of one of your own? What barbarism was this?
Luca furrowed his heavy brow.
It wasn't an unwilling sacrifice, but the cousin was a favorite of the family.
Unfortunately, he was also the most gifted when it came to magic.
I set a hand on his arm, and my face fell. He saved everybody from whatever's in there. I'm sure he was happy doing it.
Luca opened his eyes and sighed. So the annals say, but the event is still a dark spot on my family's history, and one that hasn't been forgotten by the lesser branches of my family. Landry studied him a moment longer before he used a hand to gesture at the wall.
Even as we spoke, the barrier had faded from view again. A dark history indeed, but how do we enter the woods?
Can you not lower the wall and allow us passage inside? A dark shadow settled on Luca's brow as he examined the massive defenses.
Unfortunately, no.
The ancient wise men designed the wall so that none could bring down the magic, even the king. It was to prevent any temptation for those of my lineage to release the darkness and use it to their advantage.
I blinked at him. So magic won't work. He shook his head. Not by itself, no.
Landry lifted an eyebrow at my royal mate.
Then how do we get inside?
Luca shut his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose.
We go see him. I blinked at him. Him? Him who?
Luca dropped his hand to his side and gave off a deep sigh, the likes of which I'd never heard from him.
He is an old acquaintance.
He nodded at the far eastern distance.
This gentleman lives on the edges of my kingdom past Castelia. I tilted my head to one side to catch his eye. Why don't you want to see him?
Luca folded his arms and furrowed his brow.
He is rather unusual.
Some say he's insane, and I wouldn't argue the point with them. As such, he's very difficult to convince to do anything for anyone. Landry frowned.
Meaning what?
Luca pursed his lips.
Meaning if we don't find him in the right mood, then nothing on earth nor in heaven would convince him to help us. I shrugged. I guess we'll just have to try. What do we have to lose? Perhaps our lives.
A little bit of color drained from my face.
Come again. He craves privacy, which is why he can only ever be found on his property. I know he has someone deliver his food and shipments to him, but otherwise he doesn't speak nor see anyone.
Landry lifted an eyebrow.
But he will speak with his king.
The corners of Luca's lips twitched upward. He considers me his king, as much as any of the dead in the watery cavern considered me their monarch. The Sea King crossed his arms and frowned.
You have a great deal less control over your people than is wise, King Sylvanus.
Luca inclined his head to Landry.
I am nothing if not slightly foolish, but we'll see if we might not see him.
A thought struck me that left a bad taste in my mouth. I grabbed Luca's arm and nodded at a spot of grass a few yards away.
Mind if I have a word with you alone before we head off?
Luca nodded and looked over to Landry.
If you would wait for us in the carriage, I'm sure this will only take a moment. Landry bowed his head. Of course.
Landry climbed in as I led Luca over to the grass where I turned to face him.
Do you think this is too easy?
Luca lifted an eyebrow.
What's too easy? I waved a hand about the area. This traveling to and fro to everywhere we need to go.
We haven't even ran into one of the Wights. Luca folded his arms and cast an expression of deep thought on his face as he stared hard at the ground.
I see what you mean.
The only obstacle was Kosho in the shop.
And the mirror breaking, I added before I frowned. But I guess that was just an accident.
Luca nodded.
Yes, but you're right that this has been far too. He paused and whipped his eyes up to the sky.
They widened before he lunged at me.
Get down.
Luca pushed me to the ground and covered me with his body, as a dark ball sailed past where I had stood. The black orb struck the ground, and the grass burst into flames before sputtering into a pile of ash. Luca grabbed my hand and scrambled to his feet, taking me along with him. I looked up and found myself staring at the robed figure of two of the Wight. They flew through the air on their magic discs, and both held black spinning orbs in their hands. One of them threw another of the orbs at us, and Luca yanked me out of the way and toward the carriage. The orb struck the ground and turned the dirt into dirty glass. Landry popped his head out of the carriage door.
What's going on? Stay inside,
Luca shouted, before he looked up at the coachman and footman.
And get under the carriage.
Both men dove under the vehicle, as he pulled me to the rear. I ducked low as a hot shot singed the top of the carriage near my head.
Shouldn't we be getting inside?
Luca slammed his fist against the rear wall of the vehicle, and the screen dropped open to reveal a hidden compartment. The secret area held all manner of weapons, from spears and daggers to crossbows and swords. Luca grabbed a miniature crossbow and shoved the weapon into my hands. I gaped at the weapon.
I don't know how to use this. Now is a good time to learn, he quipped as he tossed me a quiver full of arrows and grabbed a spear and a belt of daggers for himself.
The Wights flew over our heads and lobbed more of their earth-scorching orbs at us.
I threw up my hands that held the weapons, but the crossbow caught on the strap to my purse.
I ended up nearly choking myself, and watching in horror as the black ball flew at me. Luca's wings stretched out in front of me and caught the full brunt of the burning orb. I smelled singed leather as he retracted his wing to carry it behind his back. Steam rose up from the thin membrane of flesh, and a new hole had been burned into the leather. Luca tried to hide the pain, but the corners of his mouth were tense.
Oh yeah. That pissed me off.
25. I untangled the crossbow from the strap, and snatched an arrow from the quiver before I let the bag drop to the ground at my feet. My clumsy hands fumbled with the mechanism, but I'd seen enough historical movies to learn the gist of the. While I struggled, Luca grabbed a shield from the armory and deflected another orb. The ball clanged against the metal, and ricocheted into the grass in front of us. Luca had slung the belt of daggers over one shoulder, and he snatched the hilt of one and lobbed it at a Wight. They dodged the blade, but not the little spike balls that burst out of the handle when Luca snapped his fingers. The balls pierced the legs of the Wight, and they cried out in pain, telling us that it was a woman with whom we fought. Landry leapt out of the carriage and scrambled across the ground, his terrified eyes ever on the pair of Wight above our heads. His face was deathly pale as he watched the injured one fly a certain distance away to nurse their wounds. The remaining Wight clapped their hands together and created a large glowing ball of black fire.
I finally loaded my weapon and pointed the bow at the. Stop!
Landry shouted as he lunged at me. His hand came down on the length of my weapon, and he pushed the point downward. I ended up shooting the ground, and I glared at him.
What the hell are you doing?
The remaining Wight launched their ball at us. Luca tightened his grip on the spear, and I noticed his flame magic up the wooden shaft and engulf the metal tip in bright red color. He threw the spear at the giant orb, and the weapon struck the very center of the ball. Magic crashed into magic and cancelled each other out in a spectacular boom that threw me backward. I landed hard on my ass while the two kings kept their footing, but their feet slid along the ground until they crashed into the rear of the carriage. By the time the orbs had cleared from my eyes, the skies were clear. Both Wight had vanished.
I climbed to my feet and glared at Landry. What the hell was that for?
Landry hung his head and closed his eyes.
I am truly sorry.
I only meant to save you the horror of having killed another.
I stabbed a finger at where the Wight had been. They were going to kill us. I don't think I would have felt that bad about doing the same to them. It's done, Luca spoke up as he walked over to me and looked me over. Are you hurt?
I cast one last angry look at Landry before I turned my full attention on Luca and rubbed my bruised derriere.
Only my pride.
Luca knelt down and peeked under the carriage with a smile.
It's safe.
His two employees crawled out and brushed themselves off with as much dignity as they could manage. When the driver had finished, he lifted his gaze to his king.
Are we to return to the castle now, Your Highness?
Luca shook his head.
I'm afraid not, Devon.
We need to go to the far reaches of the kingdom, and if our foes are on our heels, that means time is of the essence. Devon gestured to the footman. Can I not send my man here back to the castle to inform the others of what's happened? Captain Tybalt may wish to guard you. Luca smiled and clapped a hand on the coachman's shoulder.
An excellent idea.
Have him take the fastest horse at once. While the two went about that duty, Luca turned back to Landry and me.
I suppose it was only a matter of time before our foes tried to prevent our following their trail.
Landry gestured to the sky above us.
Who were those strange people, and why did they wish to kill you?
Luca folded his arms over his chest and furrowed his brow.
They're our enemies in a game we don't quite understand yet. This isn't the first time they've attempted to kill us, nor I suspect will it be the last, not until we've found their leader.
I noticed Landry grew slightly paler than before, but it could have been the sun reflected off his rather whitish features.
I see.
Then I am ever more glad I am here to accompany you.
I cast a look down at my crossbow and couldn't help but feel less than glad. The horse was unstrapped from the carriage and hurried down the road with all the swiftness of a bird in flight.
The rest of us climbed back into the vehicle and set off for the far east of Luca's kingdom. Well, our kingdom. Landry sat opposite us again with his brow furrowed.
What is this man's name whom we seek?
Luca ran a hand through his hair and sighed.
His name is Tomamond.
He was a master tinkerer in his youth, but over the years many have stolen his ideas and driven him to become a recluse, eager for nothing else but solitude and to work on his inventions in secret. I leaned back and folded my arms over my chest.
So what makes you think he'll say no to us?
The corners of Luca's lips twitched upward. My father went to him a decade ago with a plea to improve the water system of the city, and he flatly refused him. Landry frowned.
While I admire your closeness to your subjects, Luca, I must point out that in this instance the familiarity is quite a hindrance.
Luca closed his eyes and shook his head.
Tomamond isn't a subject of mine.
He ventured into the land some 2 centuries years ago and refused to leave, even after some of his inventions fell into the wrong hands, and my ancestors demanded he leave at once. Landry lifted an eyebrow.
How did he manage to remain?
Luca pinched the bridge of his nose. By building defensive contraptions around his property, and repelling the armies of my ancestors with them. He held them off for a month with a great deal of injuries on the part of our army, so eventually my forebearers relented and allowed him to remain. My jaw hit the floor of the carriage.
2 centuries? You mean he's 200 years old?
Luca shrugged.
Nobody knows. That's only how long he's been in my kingdom. And there is no one else we might turn to in our hour of need. Landry questioned him.
Luca shook his head.
No one else has the skill to combat magic with something other than magic.
Landry nodded at the carriage.
Then we had better be off.
I wrapped my arms around one of Luca's limbs and caught Landry's eyes.
This isn't your fight. You don't have to come with us.
A strange light flickered through his eyes before he shook his head.
The fate of your kingdom is invariably tied to my own.
If I might help in any way to ensure the survival of an ally, then I will do so. Luca had stiffened slightly in my hold, but he bowed his head to our guest.
Then we thank you for your selfless offer of help, and accept it with gratitude.
I had this funny feeling that Luca had chosen those precise set of words for a reason, and my suspicions were confirmed when the corners of Landry's lips tightened just slightly. Still, we piled into the carriage and rattled down the road. I leaned to one side and watched the countryside fly by as a blur. The forest fell away behind us and was replaced by the greens and golds of the fields. Eventually those too were superseded by little hamlets where chickens roamed the backyards and goats munched on the grass in the front. More than one animal stared curious at us as we passed through the villages.
After an hour's drive, Luca began to tense. "We'll be there soon."
Landry studied the view out of his window and furrowed his brow.
"I often forget how your kingdom is hardly more than a garden patch on this vast landmass."
I noticed a slight tension in Luca's posture.
"Size isn't everything."
Landry shrugged. "Perhaps not, but I must admit you have an outsized share of trouble on your dirt." I headed off any snippy remark from my mate by slipping my hand into Luca's and giving it a squeeze. With the trouble headed off, I returned my attention to Landry and smiled at him.
"Our kingdom attracts a lot of trouble because it attracts a lot of people, and some of them aren't all that nice."
"Fortunately for us, most of them are. My friend at Scenecaster's shop is a new arrival, and she's already working her way up to fulfilling her dreams." Landry studied me for a long while, and I noticed that melancholy look again I'd seen in the marketplace.
He turned his face away to stare out his window.
A beacon of hope in the darkness.
I smiled and shrugged. "We'd like to think we're holding a torch up for anyone who wants to reach for it."
A bitter chuckle escaped his lips. "Only for those entranced by the light to become entrapped by the darkness that lingers at the corners of that hope." Luca sat up a little straighter and lifted an eyebrow.
"You take a strangely sardonic view of my kingdom, King Landry."
Landry didn't turn his attention away from the window as he shook his head.
"It is nothing."
"How long until we reach the domain of this strange creator?" Luca studied our guest for a moment longer before he looked out his window.
"A few more miles."
26. We rolled across those miles in uncomfortable silence, and in a short while the carriage stopped. The footman opened the door, and Luca was the first out, with me and Landry following behind him. We found ourselves facing a dilapidated wall of rock and twisted metal, which had long since rusted to a dull red color. The wall rose up some 100 feet, and had a single arched entrance in front of which our vehicle had parked. Through the arch I glimpsed a junkyard of more metal mixed with nature's attempt at reclaiming the neglected property. Trees sprouted out of piles of junk, and the man-made mess hung from their branches like rusted Christmas ornaments. Grass and weeds grew up in patches that speckled the otherwise dirt-brown area with greens and yellows. In the middle of the chaos sat a small quaint cottage. The thatched roof had been made from the local weed patches, and the walls were torn from the chunks of metal that made up the wall. A path wound its way through the junk piles, and up to the dilapidated porch where a long low bench covered the front wall and wrapped around the house with the porch. I swept my eyes over the area, but neither saw nor heard anything, not even a bird.
"This place is kind of creepy."
Luca slipped his hand into mine and smiled down at me.
"We have your crossbow skills to rely on." I swatted his arm with my other hand. "You little—" A muffled groan came from somewhere in the wreckage, or perhaps the cabin.
Luca too had pricked up his ears, and all humor was gone.
"We'd better look for Tomamond."
I nodded.
"Yeah."
With Landry in tow, the three of us walked down the winding path to the hovel. We climbed the creaking steps onto the porch where the boards groaned under our weight.
"Are we sure he's still alive?"
I wondered as we inched our way up to the door.
"I mean, this place doesn't exactly scream, 'kept up.'"
We stopped in front of the entrance, and Luca shrugged.
"I guess we'll find out."
Luca rapped the back of his knuckles on the door and stepped back. We waited with bated breath. And waited. And waited. Luca frowned and knocked again, but we received the same response.
He turned to us and nodded at the mess at our backs. "He must be out there somewhere."
The soft groan echoed over the strange fabrications and rusted metals. A shiver ran down my spine as I scooted closer to Luca.
Just our luck that we'd have to be dealing with another ghost today.
Luca took my hand and gave it a squeeze as he smiled down at me.
I doubt he's dead.
The old man is too stubborn to let his work go unfinished.
I swept my eyes over the junk and lifted a brow. How can you tell that anything's unfinished?
Luca pointed at a nearby wheelbarrow filled with strange bits of metal.
That looks like a project. Now let's go find where he was working on it.
We hopped off the porch and onto the dusty dirt. The noise had died away again, so there was no trail to follow, other than one created by our curiosity. A particularly large pile filled with what appeared to be machine parts intrigued me, and I found myself poking at the bits and pieces that stuck out at every angle. Landry looked with disapproval at a pile of trash that stood twice as tall as himself, and featured everything from carriage tires to a couple of pieces of rotten fruit, with a dash of bird poop on top.
He could be anywhere in this mess.
The groan came to our ears again. Landry and Luca both whipped their faces to a path left of the main trail. The pair rushed down the narrow avenue of weeds, and I brought up the rear. They rounded the corner ahead of me, but movement on my left and slightly behind me made me skid to a stop. I turned and found myself facing one of the larger piles. A wooden crate lay on its long side and covered much of the bottom. The movement had come from behind it. I crept toward the crate and grasped the edges. Splinters made me wince, but I threw my weight into the heavy object, and it tilted slightly to one side.
More.
The voice almost made me drop the crate. I leaned to one side and peeked behind the box. There was a small hollow in the bottom of the pile, and another soft groan came from the hole.
That's when I noticed the foot caught under the crate.
"Oh my God!" I shouted as I tried my best to hold up the crate while I leaned rightward.
"Guys!
Over here!" The men skidded to a stop and hurried back.
There's someone behind it."
They grasped both sides of the crate and lifted the heavy pieces of wood. Their efforts revealed the hollow in full, along with the short man lying on the ground inside the carved-out rounded center. He wore a ragged coat over ragged baggy pants and a ragged shirt. His hair, however, was neatly kept short, and his round tanned face was clean cut, except for a day's worth of stubble, and his heavy, thick-soled boots were of the most pristine condition. He shifted a little, and the groan we had heard pushed out from between his parched lips. Luca swooped past me and knelt beside the entrance to the hole. He grasped the man's shoulders and drew him out to lean him against his chest. The man's eyes fluttered open, and he squinted at Luca before a frown creased his lips.
"You're not getting anything from me, Tarquin."
His eyes rolled back into his head, and he fell limp in Luca's hands. My breath caught in my throat as I watched Luca lean down and press his ear against the man's chest.
"Is he?"
Luca straightened and shook his head.
"No, but he's not in great shape. We should get him some water."
He drew the short man into his arms and stood before heading down the path toward the house. I took one side, and Landry followed at Luca's other side. He studied the short man with apprehension.
"Is this the man we seek?"
Luca nodded.
"Yeah, it's Tormund."
I looked over my shoulder at where we'd found him.
What was he doing in there?
The corners of Luca's lips twitched upward.
Only God and he can tell us that, but we'll find out in a moment after he's had some water.
We returned to the house, and I scooted around him to open the door. Locked. Luca frowned down at his bundle, and gave the old man a bit of a jiggle.
"Tormund, where's the key to your house?"
The man wrinkled his nose and shifted in Luca's arms.
"Ain't no key there."
He paused to smack his lips, and a sly smile slipped onto his lips.
"Only me."
Luca furrowed his brow.
"What do you mean by that?"
I studied the porch, and my attention caught on a small panel set into the wall on the left side of the door. The panel had the appearance of plastic, though of a rough kind, with an uneven surface and little bubbles here and etched error. That gave me an idea, and I grabbed Tomerman's wrist.
"Hey," he snapped as he thrashed in both Luca and my hold. "Lemme go."
Landry lifted an eyebrow at the cranky old man.
"Surely this is not the man we seek." Tomerman stopped his writhing long enough to glare at our companion. "What do you mean by that?"
While he was distracted, I stretched his arm toward the panel and pressed his palm against the flat surface. His hand sunk into the rubber, and a soft metallic yellow glow lit up the panel. There was an audible click, and I released Tomerman to check the door handle. It opened. I turned triumphantly to my companions to find Tomerman staring at me with a suspicious and curious look. He rubbed his chin with his wizened old left hand and looked me up and down.
"You're not from here, are ya?" I snorted. "Let's just say a tornado brought me away from Kansas."
I expected the usual blank look, but his eyebrows shot up and his eyes widened slightly. His body relaxed and he caught Luca's eye.
"Let me down." "But your foot."
Tomerman's bushy brow crashed down.
"I've got another foot, don't I? Now let me down."
Luca did as he was ordered, and Tomerman leaned his weight on his good foot. He hopped over to the door and swung it wide open to reveal an interior that was part house and part shop. The old man turned to us with a grin and swept his arm toward the interior.
"Welcome to the magic." 27.
Landry lifted an eyebrow.
"True magic." "Close enough to it," Tomerman mused as he hopped into the hovel with us at his good heel.
He paused a few feet in and looked over his shoulder at us.
"Now don't dawdle, and shut the door. I don't want that dang dirt coming inside." I had to suppress a laugh at his detestation for dirt.
There was a thick layer of the stuff over much of the house, and small dunes had piled themselves up in the corners. The rest of the house was filled with all sorts of doohickeys and thingamajigs, to use their scientific names. Bits of metal had been slapped together to create boxes, the inside of which I dared not imagine. One entire corner was occupied by hunks of wood, cut into all styles of stair banister, and some of them were so tall they dwarfed me. The area around the roughly built stone and metal chimney was a mess of tables scooted close to the soot-stained hearth, and on their tops were strewn weeds of all kinds, though mostly the dead kind, and kettles, pots, and even a cauldron tucked into the hearth itself. The black and brown stains on the mouths told me tales of experiments and cooking that may not have succeeded. Tomerman hopped over to a high-backed cushions chair nestled among the tables, and sank onto the cushion with a heavy sigh. He lifted his injured foot with a wince, and set it gently on a small ottoman close at hand, before he returned his attention to us. Our host waved a hand at a tea kettle on one of the nearby tables. "If any of you knows how to make a decent pot of tea, then I expect mine to have a bunch of dark mint. You can find it in the smallest pot near me." I swept my eyes once more over the pots and blinked at them. "Is that what all of this is for?" "To make tea." He wrinkled his nose. "Not just any tea, but the best tea in the world, and I've succeeded too." Landry strolled over to one of the tables and inspected the contents. "Do you intend to sell your creations?" Tomerman shook his head. "Nope. This stuff's too good for those ungrateful masses. I'll enjoy it myself." He paused and his face softened a little at us. "And any guests I have, of course." Luca looked down at me with the corners of his lips twitching upward. "Would you care to do the honors?" I sighed but rolled up my sleeves. "I'll see what I can do." While I went to work searching for some clean water, Luca caught Tomerman's eyes and nodded at his elevated foot. "Did you want me to take a look at that?" Tomerman shrugged. "I suppose so, but don't be using your fancy fire magic on me." He lifted up his right hand and showed off an old scar in the center of his palm. "I had enough of that a century ago when your ancestor got a little too close to me in battle." Luca frowned. "What battle?" A strange bemused and annoyed expression slipped onto Tomerman's face. He closed his eyes and shrugged.
Nothing that you know about, apparently. Now help me get this boot off before my foot falls off.
Luca studied him a moment longer, before he went about untying the many laces that held the boot on.
After a few moments the deed was done, and he grasped the smooth sides of the shoe.
Luca jerked the boot off, and the slick surface meant he lost his grip on the footwear. The boot fell to the ground and landed with such a hard thump that some of the pots rattled. I paused in my tea-making and blinked at the heavy boot.
How heavy is that thing?
Tomamond grinned.
5 pounds apiece. Makes me feel as light as a feather when I take them off.
Landry had continued his perusing about the house, and paused at the far side of the hovel to half-turn to us.
Do you wear them for that purpose? Our host scoffed. Not likely. I've got to wear them.
He leaned forward and patted the sole of his unharmed shoe.
I don't want to be walking around this place in worn soles and step on something sharp. Might hurt myself.
A smile slipped onto Landry's lips.
Even more. Tomamond shot him a sharp look. Listen here, you young scamper.
Just because you got me out of there, doesn't mean I'm gonna take any of your tongue. You keep yourself civil or you keep your mouth shut. Got it. Landry pursed his lips but inclined his head toward the short man. A tense silence fell on us that I sought to break.
Tea will be ready in a few minutes.
Tomamond's mood softened, and he leaned back in his chair with a hint of a smile.
Good.
I could use a nice drink after that mess. I hunkered over the hearth with a small-legged kettle boiling water in front of me, but I looked over my shoulder at him.
How did you get to be trapped under that box?
Tomamond wrinkled his nose.
The damn thing was dropped on me.
Luca frowned.
By someone? Our host nodded. Yep. I heard something behind me, and turned to find this person dressed in black. Looked like they were playing at being a wight.
Luca jerked back, and the action didn't go unnoticed by Tomamond.
What's wrong with ya?
Luca studied him with a sharp look.
You know what a wight is.
Tomamond scoffed.
Of course I do. I helped make him. A heavy silence fell on us as my jaw hit the floor.
I gathered up my mouth and snapped it shut, but only for a brief moment.
You made them. He cast a curious look at me. You look like you sucked on a sour weed.
His eyes rolled over to Luca's tense face.
How do you even know about him?
Luca pursed his lips as he rose to his feet and towered over the short man.
They've been nothing but a thorn in our side since my bride entered this world.
Their guild has tried to kidnap my mate and kill me several times, the most recent only a few miles away from here on the road to your home. Tomamond's bushy eyebrows crashed down.
What's this? There's none left of the Wights but me.
I blinked at him and pointed a finger at our short, slightly pudgy and very old host. You're a Wight.
He sat up straight and frowned at me. And what's so impossible about that?
I'll admit it's been a few years since I flew on one of those Diaska, but I bet I could still fly rings around a changeling any day. I lifted an eyebrow.
Diaska? Those discs they ride?
Tomamond leaned toward me and studied me for a moment before he nodded.
They're riding them.
Luca knelt in front of him and stared into the old man's eyes with a sharp, unblinking look.
We must know, Tomamond.
Who are the Wight? Tomamond furrowed his brow for a long moment before he sighed and fell back against his chair.
I suppose one of you had to know some time.
Luca raised an eyebrow.
One of you? Our host nodded. One of the kings.
You weren't supposed to know about them. Wasn't considered proper for the king to dirty himself with what we were doing. Luca was as tense as a stretched bowstring, as he balled his hand that was draped over his bent knee into a trembling fist.
What were you doing?
Tomamond leaned forward with a strange, almost insane smile on his lips, and met Luca's eyes with his own slightly wide ones.
Protecting your ass by doing the dirty murders you couldn't do. 28.
Luca leaned back and his eyes widened slightly. I'd never seen him so stunned as his lips moved, but no sound came out. Tomamond chuckled.
Got your tongue on that one, didn't I? Never thought you had your own group of trained assassins, did ya?
Luca frowned and shook his head. My line never gave anyone leave to kill people on our behalf. The wizened old man scoffed.
What do you think war is, young pup? Just a chess game where the pieces are made of wood.
You ask people to go out there and kill on your behalf.
What war are they fighting now?
Luca countered as he nodded at me.
The war to tear my mate from me and bring the kingdom to ruins?
Tomamond's humor fled as his face tightened. Whoever they aren't the true Wight.
I should know, I'm the last of them.
Luca stood and balled his hands into fists at his sides.
Who drafted you to fight at all on behalf of the kingdom? Tomamond shook his head. Not any of you lot, that's for sure.
The Luminaire did the dirty job of pulling us together over a century ago, and putting us to work protecting the kingdom from sneaks and scoundrels inside and out. The name struck a chord of memory inside my mind.
Luminaire.
You mean Cassius Branch?
Our host shrugged. I don't know that first name, but if he's a part of that branch, then maybe I fought with his grandfather, Cato. As smart a man as you ever could find, but didn't have much use for pity.
Luca crossed his arms his chest and glared down at the wizened old man. If you're part of the original group, then tell us why they've been revived to attack my family and my friends.
Tomamond frowned back at him. How the heck should I know?
Cato broke us up with strict instructions never talk about what we did to anyone, and I've been true to my word since then. Whoever's flying around calling themselves the Wight are just playing at being them.
I snorted. It sounds like they're playing at being them with all the same toys.
Did you guys toss around black heat orbs too? Tomamond's eyes slightly widened as he whipped his face toward me.
What's that?
What about black orbs? Luca pursed his lips.
They're weapons of choice against us, though they're willing to stoop low enough to control the minds of others to enlist them in their ranks.
The old man slammed his fist on the arm of the chair, and his body quivered. His face turned a bright red as he tried to stand. Whoever they are, I'll get them and show them what a true Wight can do. Luca pressed one hand against the man's chest and pushed him back into the chair. Tomamond fell onto the cushion, was the attitude of a hornet that had just been swatted at.
What the hell do you think you're doing? He sputtered as he grasped the arms of the chair and threw spittle about the room. Who do you think you are, pushing me around?
Luca stretched himself to his full height, and I beheld a terrible green glow in his eyes. A soft red glow wrapped around his hands, and when he spoke it was like far-off thunder. I am Luca Sylvanus, king of Amnesis and the lands around her, and I will not be trifled with. He swooped down and grabbed the very ends of the chair. Tomamond started back and pressed himself against the high-backed chair as black smoke rose from beneath Luca's hands.
Tell us what you know, and then help us enter Morka Forest.
Dead silence fell on the small cabin. Tomamond stared with wide eyes distorted by the smoke of Luca's flame, and Luca himself glared back at our host with an unbending determination. The corners of Tomamond's lips twitched upward, and a laugh burst out of him. He slapped his knee and grinned up at Luca. By all the gods, but I haven't heard a threat that would make my blood chill like that for many a year. Luca leaned away from the old man, and the glow in his eyes and hands vanished. His hands, however, left behind burnt imprints of themselves in the arms of the chair. He folded his arms over his chest, and the corners of his lips dipped downward.
That doesn't answer my demands.
Tomamond fell back against his seat, and his good humor shone in his eyes.
And y'all must be pretty desperate to have them done to be turning to your dragon fire, to get me to do it.
Luca opened his mouth, but Tomamond held up one hand.
Don't go apologizing for that fine display of determination, young dragon.
It was a good show, I'll admit, and for it you've got my help against these fakes who soil the name of Wight. Luca pursed his lips at our host.
When this is done, I'll have to talk to you about how unsoiled that name is.
Tormund grinned.
And we'll see how loose my lips are when you get around to asking that. But for now, he turned his head to me and pointed at a thick wooden stick that leaned up against the far side of the earth. Hand me my walking stick, will ya, and be quick about the tea.
We've got some exploring to do, and I'll need something to get me going. I grabbed the stick and yelped when the wood wiggled under my fingers. The stick leapt around me and hopped over to Tormund's open hand. He caught the splintered devil in his fingers and grinned up at me.
Did I forget to tell you to watch yourself around it? That stick's got a nasty bite, and not just from the splinters.
Luca examined the stick from afar with a slightly raised eyebrow. A stick granted sentience isn't the average magic. Tormund lay the stick over his lap and stroked the surface as he chuckled. Cato gave me that stick when he saw me in my first fight. He'd enchanted it with some nymph blood and got the thing all spried up. Wouldn't obey him, so he thought I'd have a use for it in a fight, considering I didn't have any skills in a rumble. Luca smiled.
You wouldn't happen to have some magical item that detects magic mirrors, would you?
It was the turn of our host to look inquisitive at us.
That's a strangely specific request, and a funny thing you should mention that because I do happen to have something.
Luca shot straight up and my eyes widened.
Really? Tormund frowned at me and waved a hand at the stuff around us. I may have a better mind for metal, but I've got a nice collection of the magic stuff of this world.
He paused and tapped his finger against his chin.
Now, where did I put it? Aha.
You there, young man? Landry stopped his perusing about the room and turned to us with a questioning look.
Excuse me. You're excused if you fetch me that small box in front of you, Tormund instructed him as he pointed at a small wooden box the size of a ring container.
Landry did as he was bidden and walked the box to Tormund.
Our host snatched the box from him without so much as a second look.
Landry frowned and moved away to resume satiating his curiosity. For Luca and my part, our full attention lay on the old man as he opened the box. He pulled out a compass, but one unlike any I'd ever seen. There was the usual needle and face around a thin band of metal, but the face didn't have the cardinal directions. There were merely 2 words scribbled in shaky handwriting on opposite ends, hot and cold. There was also a small cylinder that stuck out the bottom below the cold word. Tormund held the compass in his palm, and his eyes flickered between the 3 of us.
This here is what the folks used to call a sniffer.
He tapped the bottom where the cylinder poked out.
The only trick with this is its sniffer needs a piece of what you're looking for in order to find it itself, or maybe even something connected to it via magic.
I smiled and reached into my cloak from where I drew out the piece of mirror.
I have what we need. I handed the glass to Tormund, and he unwrapped the mirror.
He paused and perused the frame for a moment, before his eyes rolled up to me.
I haven't seen the like of this for a long time. What happened to it? An accident, but where did you see one like this?
Luca spoke up. Tormund pursed his lips as he studied the Dragon King.
It was just prior to the closing of the borders around Morka.
The fiends in there had snatched a mirror from the castle, and we Wight tried to get it back. He leaned back and shrugged.
Didn't work, of course.
Those damned wizards didn't give us any time to get in there and search the place before they put up the barrier.
Heck, we barely made it out. I nodded at the compass. Is that what you used to search for the mirror? He studied the object and shook his head. Not this.
We didn't have a piece of the mirror.
Just had to use our eyes. That's why we didn't find it. Even then, that damned forest was too big and thick to find anything.
Now then, Tormund looked down at the items he held and tapped the edge of the mirror again.
Let's get you sniffing.
A small, thin tongue slithered out of the cylinder and twisted about for a moment like an eye stalk before it pressed its body against the mirror. The thing dragged itself along the glass before it slithered back in. There was a moment's pause before the needle in the compass began to twitch, and then to spin. Tomamond held up the compass in front of his face, and watched the needle spin around with curiosity mixed with glee. The needle whipped about for a few moments before he managed to point the needle in the hot direction.
"And there you go," he cackled as he plopped the compass back into the box and held it out to Luca.
"Keep the needle pointed at hot, and you won't go wrong, and mind you, it won't last forever, so don't dawdle about when you get past the barrier." Luca took the box and bowed his head.
"We don't know how to thank you."
Tomamond shrugged.
"Nothing to thank me about. I was just returning the favor you gave me to when ya found me."
I jerked back when a splash of boiling water landed on my arm. The pot was full of bubbles, and I quickly took it off and set it on the nearest wood table. A few practice dips, and the steaming water settled into the cup with the bits of plant flavoring. I passed the tea to Tomamond, who sipped the contents.
He smacked his lips and shrugged his shoulders. "Not too bad."
The old man took another sip to add to the compliment, before he set the cup in his lap with both hands wrapped around the mug.
"Takes the weariness out of the bones after laying there for so long." I bit my lower lip. "How long were you in there?"
Tomamond looked down at the cup with the floating bits of tea leaves and wrinkled his nose.
"That damn fool shut me in there 5 days ago." 29.
My jaw hit the floor again, and had enough force to bounce back up to snap my mouth shut.
5 days. Tomamond took another sip, and sighed. "Yep, but it's over now, so no sense crying over what's done."
Landry lifted an eyebrow.
"What inspired you to crawl into such a space in the first place?"
Tomamond jerked a thumb at the sunlight that filtered through the filthy panes of a front window.
"I was testing out a new heat shield to escape the blasted summer sun."
The next thing I knew, the fake Wight was behind me and dropping the box on my foot.
"Probably meant for me to die a slow death if you hadn't come."
Luca stroked his chin between his thumb and forefinger.
"Yes. It's lucky that we happened to come by at this very moment." Tomamond grinned up at my mate. "I see you've got the same idea as I have."
"Nothing's coincidence with these folks, is it?" Luca shook his head. "No, and if they'd wanted you dead they would have finished the job rather than leave you to slowly die." A slightly bitter chuckle escaped his lips.
"I don't know. That sounds like something one of us would have done to teach the enemies of your kingdom a lesson, but these young jackanapes don't know how to tie their hood strings together, much less do a proper torture."
Luca raised an eyebrow.
"What makes you say that?"
Tomamond smiled and tapped the side of his face.
"I got a look at them before they dropped the crate on me."
Kind of a pretty lass with blue eyes and some fine white hair. Something heavy clattered to the floor, and we all turned to find Landry standing with his back to us on the opposite side of the small room. A small metallic box sat at his feet. He stooped and picked it up, placing it back on the table before he turned to us with a smile.
"My sincerest apologies.
I was surprised that your foes were women."
I snorted.
"They've been the leader of the Wight when our friend was controlled by them." Tomamond wrinkled his nose.
"Can't they find a willing leader, or do they always resort to grabbing any woman they can find and casting them in the role?"
Luca shook his head.
"We don't know, but is there anything you can tell us to help those of us without abilities to defend against their magic?"
Tomamond stroked his chin and his sharp eyes showed his thinking.
That depends on if they're using the actual magic we used back in the day."
"If they are, then I have something that'll help you."
"And if they aren't?" I wondered.
Tomamond eased himself onto his good foot and leaned heavily on the stick before he grinned at me.
"Then you're on your own."
He hopped past Luca and me, and over to the far side of the room where the wooden banisters stood at attention. I caught Luca's eyes with my worried ones, but he smiled and shrugged.
I suppose I could have agreed with that silent statement.
Having a chance against their magic, especially with Marcus not with us, was better than Luca taking the full burden on himself. Those thoughts sparked a question in my mind, and I scooted up to Luca where I lowered my voice to a whisper.
Do you think Marcus and Svetnik have found anything? He smiled down at me.
If they both haven't gone blind through the effort, I hope to hear something from them when we reach the castle. I thought back to that imposing invisible wall that stretched around the huge dark trees, and shivered.
But first we have to go through the woods, and me without my breadcrumbs.
Tomamond paused in his meandering through the forest of banisters, and cast a curious look in my direction.
There was a mix of mischief and, what was that?
Loneliness.
But maybe it was the shadows of those monstrosities that crowded about him that made him look like that.
Either way, he limped through them to the back where a small bench stood. More banisters sat upon the top, and he grabbed one of the smallest and limped back to us where he held out his treasure.
Calling it a treasure, however, was a bit of an overstatement.
Tomamond held a small banister that slightly resembled an Easter Island head, if that head had been thrown into a blender with a cup of acid and set to low speed for a few minutes, then half-baked in the oven to add to the strangeness. The surface was cut up and pocked with holes so deep, I could almost see the other side through them. The wood was of a kind I'd never seen, with not only the usual stripes going in one direction, but opposing stripes of a different color that traveled across the figurehead perpendicular to the first set. Tomamond strode over to Luca and me, and showed the figure off with evident pride.
This is the prayer of Solus.
I tilted my head to one side to study the figure, but it didn't make it any prettier.
It's nice, but what does to do? Tomamond frowned at me. This head was imbued with the magic of the sun itself, and its light will vanquish any darkness, even that wielded by the Wight, real or false.
Luca folded his arms over his chest and examined the strange object.
How does it work?
Tomamond rolled his eyes.
It's simple, even for a dragon of the main branch of your family.
All you need to do is this. He balanced the statue in one palm, and patted the top of the head with the fingers of his other hand.
And Viola. Nothing happened.
Landry sidled up to Tomamond's side, and studied both man and figure.
Are you sure you chose the correct figure?
He swept his arm over the table, and its menagerie of statues that looked a great deal better than the one Tomamond now held.
There are many others which might prove useful. This is the one. Tomamond snapped as he marched up to me.
He grabbed hold of my bag, wrenched open the flap, and held the figure over the mouth of the black hole.
Now take the blasted thing and remember what I told you.
My eyes widened, and my hands shot out toward the figure.
Waiter.
Too late. Tomamond released the magical item, and the figurehead dropped into the mouth, no doubt never to be seen again. I grabbed the purse and ripped it from his grasp to peer into the bottomless, unforeseeable depths that was my purse. Luca leaned close to me and peered over my shoulder.
Is there any hope of getting it back?
I winced.
Not unless you want to risk releasing whatever else Penny dropped in here before she gave it to me. What's the matter with the pair of ya?
Tomamond questioned us as his eyes flitted between us. My head shot up and I gave him a wide and strained smile.
It's nothing.
I drew the purse behind me and clasped my hands in front of myself.
I was just making sure I remembered where you put it.
He scoffed but turned his attention to Luca.
If you're both done acting strange, he mused as he nodded at the front door, then let's go see what I can do about that barrier.
Tomamond led our party out of his shack and into the wilderness of metal and weeds. He hopped down the rightward path and stopped at a trash pile that abutted the cabin. There was less metal and more household goods deposited into the mess. Bits of rotten food, old clothes, and a whole pile of worn boots littered the well-litter pile. He paused in his scrounging and looked over his shoulder to glare at us.
Don't just stand there. Help me look.
I uneasily stepped forward and swept my eyes over the junk.
What are we looking for?
Tomamond returned to his search and tried to pull off a broken crate.
It looks like aha.
He caught Luca's attention and stabbed a finger at something under the wood.
Get that crate off and I'll show you.
Luca stepped forward and easily threw off the crate to reveal what I can only describe as an umbrella. Sort of. The object had a dark handle carved from some black wood, and there was a ragged cloth stretched over the metal ribs. The only difference was the strange little box tucked under the canopy that prevented it from shutting all the way. Tomamond grabbed the handle and turned to us with a triumphant grin.
Here she is. This'll get you through that barrier.
Luca took the umbrella and examined the strange object. He popped open the canopy and studied the thing before he lifted an eyebrow at our host.
How?
Tomamond frowned and snatched the umbrella from him.
He held it over himself. Like this, dummy.
Just make sure you put the umbrella first and last, or you'll lose a few toes or the end of your ass. I pointed at the oddity under the canopy.
What's in the box?
Tomamond nodded at where I pointed.
That's where the magic's stored. It's the same stuff they used to make the barrier.
A little bit of color drained from Luca's face.
The blood of my family. Tomamond tapped the side of his nose. Just so.
Luca frowned at him.
Where did you get this?
A sly smile slipped onto our host's lips.
Best you don't ask questions that you don't want to hear the answers to.
Landry lifted his nose at the junk around us. If this object is so powerful, then why did you toss it into a dump pile? Tomamond shrugged.
I wasn't going to go getting myself killed in those woods, and I didn't think anybody else would want to, either.
Luca bowed his head as he tucked the umbrella against his side.
We thank you for these gifts.
Tomamond waved away Luca's words.
Bah. Just don't go messing with them too much. Magic this old is bound to be a little unstable.
Luca nodded and turned to Landry and me.
We should get going. The three of us moved toward the carriage. Wait a moment, Tomamond called to us.
We turned, and he beckoned me with his hand.
Come over here. I want to talk to you for a moment.
30. I moved toward him and Luca made to follow, but our host waved him off.
Not you.
Get into your fine carriage, King, and let us talk in peace for a while.
I promise to give your lady friend back soon.
Luca pursed his lips and cast a questioning look at me.
I smiled and shrugged. I'll be right there.
Luca reluctantly walked down the path, with Landry following behind him.
I turned my full attention to Tomamond. So what's up? He chuckled. Now there's an idiom I haven't heard in a coon's age.
I lifted an eyebrow.
This world has raccoons too.
The old man eased himself onto the porch bench and shook his head.
No, only ours. I tilted my head to the side and blinked at him. Our world. He frowned and waved my question away. Of course.
You think I don't know the wife of the Dragon Kings from my world?
Or what I used to call my world. I swept my eyes up and down his wizened old body. If you're from my world, then how can you be as old as you are? And how do you know about the same stuff I know about if you've been here this long?
Tomamond looked down at one wrinkled old hand and sighed.
Not all the portals that lead from one world to the next get you thrown into the same time.
The one I found in that antique store tossed me into this place a few centuries before my time in our world. As for my being this old, he grabbed the sleeve of his left arm and dragged his shirt up his arm to reveal a strange tattoo. The ink was shaped into a skull with runes etched inside the cranium.
I was captured as a slave and branded after coming in here.
My breath caught in my throat.
Slavery in Luca's kingdom. He scoffed. Course not.
That damned mirror tossed me into another kingdom a continent away, and all the slaves were given these badges, he tapped his finger against the skull, to help keep us alive a little longer in those damned diamond mines. My body took to the runes a little too well. He dropped his sleeve and shrugged.
And here I am.
I lifted an eyebrow.
Why are you telling me all of this?
The morose look on his face vanished, and his eyes twinkled as he tapped the side of his temple. Because you've got something nobody else has around here.
I blinked at him. What? Knowledge of our world.
Tomamond reached into his pocket and drew out something clasped tightly in his hand. He stretched out his arm to me and opened his fingers. Nestled in his palm was a small, familiar cylinder of cardboard. I looked up into his smiling face.
A firecracker.
Tomamond grabbed my hand and pushed the firecracker into my palm before he closed my fingers over it. He gave me a wink as he pushed my hand toward me.
I had these on me when I went through, and snatched them when I escaped my masters at the mines.
Keep it safe until it's the right time to use it. I stared dumbly down at my closed hand.
How is this going to help me?
A grin stretched across his face as he nodded at the great mountain of metal that surrounded his property.
You think this bunch of junk stopped that dragon pup's dad from getting in here? He tapped a finger on the top of my hand. That's what did it.
They didn't know what to make of my magic that couldn't be stopped by other magic.
Now you go take our magic and show 'em what someone from our world can do, eh?
I pressed my hand against my chest and smiled.
Thank you.
His eyes fell to the purse at my hip, and he frowned.
Just don't go putting it into that trap. I laughed and shook my head. I won't.
I leaned down and pecked a kiss on his cheek. When I drew away, I could see Tomamond's cheeks had lit up like Christmas lights.
Thank you. Truly. He turned away from me and waved his hand at the exit. None of that foolishness now.
Go on with ya. I gave him one last smile and a wave, and hurried to the carriage where the remaining horses pawed at the ground. Luca helped me inside and climbed in himself. The driver didn't even wait for him to shut the door before we sped down the road, back toward the barrier and Morka forest. Luca studied me with curiosity.
What did he want with you?
I grinned and shrugged.
Just to talk about old times.
The questioning look in Luca's eyes didn't go away, but he dropped the subject as he turned his attention to the window and the umbrella draped over his lap. He set his hand on the strange object and furrowed his brow.
This should get us in, but I don't know what might be waiting in there for us. Perhaps nothing at all.
Landry suggested as he furrowed his brow.
The forest has been closed off for a great many years.
I would expect that anyone associated with the deed done then would be long dead.
I snorted. Like Tomamond. Landry shook his head. He appears to be quite an exception.
I would not expect others to be so long-lived, nor to even be able to survive such a rough environment. His gaze fell on Luca.
But what beasts can we expect to find in there? Are there no tales of the wild animals that wandered the woods?
Luca leaned back against the seat and wrinkled his face in thought.
It's been a while since I heard the tales from my nurse, but she did mention a Moti dwelt there. I blinked at him. What's it? He smiled. A Moti.
They have the bodies of both man and animal.
So changelings?
Luca shook his head.
Not quite.
Like humans, they're unable to change their shape. Unfortunately, they also weren't fond of humans.
He slipped his hand into mine and caught my eye. I'd much rather you stayed in the carriage. I snorted. And let you guys have all the fun.
Besides, I shifted a little in the seat and winced. These cushions aren't quite dry from our adventure under the sea. The carriage rolled along, and eventually we found ourselves rolling up to the invisible wall. We stepped out with Luca in the lead, and he popped open the umbrella.
He held it above his head and stepped up to the death line.
His hand shook just slightly as he eased the umbrella over the marker. The barrier flickered to life as it had done before, and I watched in fascination as the umbrella, rather than disintegrating, moved through the wall like the barrier was mere rain.
A hole opened beneath the sunshade, creating a magic shade instead through which we could pass.
Landry stepped up to the wall. I will go first. He strode past me and under the umbrella as Luca held it up.
I held my breath and let it out as he made it through without a single bit of singing on his clothes.
He stopped a few yards in and turned to face us. "I will venture out into the forest and see if there is any danger to be found." Luca's eyebrows crashed down.
"I'd rather you didn't." Landry turned away from us and disappeared into the dense jungle. "Landry." There was no reply.
My pulse quickened as I hurried up to Luca.
"Will the Amoti attack him?"
Luca shook his head.
"I don't know." I hurried under the umbrella and Luca handed me the handle. The whole shade shook in my shaky hand as my mate ducked under the protection.
The edge of one coat fluttered outward and touched the barrier. Smoke instantly rose up, and the fabric evaporated, as did some of the color in my face. Luca reached my side and I held out the umbrella, but he shook his head.
"Keep it. If things get bad, you can get out of here."
I was tempted to knock his head with the item, but I didn't want the blood in the box to seep out. Luca grabbed my free hand and led me in the direction where Landry had gone. We stopped at the edge of the wilderness that was the thick mess of brambles and brush, and looked out over the vast sea of green.
Landry was nowhere to be found.
Luca pursed his lips.
"Damn him." "Landry," I shouted. Luca slipped behind me and clapped a hand over my mouth.
His whispered voice floated down to me.
"We don't want anyone else to know we're here."
I nodded, and he removed his hand. We searched along the perimeter a few feet to our left, and Luca stopped in front of what I could barely perceive to be a trail. Luca drew out the compass and pointed the needle in the direction of the hot word. It pointed a little bit to the east of where the path headed.
I pursed my lips. "So do we follow him or the compass?"
He pocked the compass with a furrowed brow.
"We find Landry and then find the mirror, but we keep as quiet as possible."
We slipped onto the path and made our way into the woods.
There was still no sign of Landry. I scoured the ground for tracks, but the hard-packed ground made it impossible to see anything.
Mindful of Luca's warning, I lowered my voice to a whisper.
"You think this trail was made by the Amoti?" He shrugged. "It's possible, though animals could have done it as well."
A thought struck me that made me wince.
Animals that might have eaten Landry. That's also possible.
Again, I considered prodding his fine derriere with the tip of the umbrella, but fate had other plans.
A twig snapped underneath my foot.
The sound echoed through the forest and seemed to bounce off the very air around us. Both Luca and I froze, and I sheepishly grinned at him. His focus, however, lay on the wilderness around us.
I soon noticed what he had noticed.
Everything had gone quiet.
The hairs on my arms stood on end as my eyes flitted about the area.
I inched my way closer to Luca.
He tensed and shoved me backward. "Get back."
31. I fell hard onto the trail and had a full view of Luca and the trap he'd stepped into. The device was a simple net buried under what I'd thought was hard-packed dirt, but had actually been camouflaged loose sand. The net bundled him up and lifted him a dozen feet off the ground. He swung there for only a second before I saw his claws come out. A few quick swipes and the net was cut away. Luca dropped to the ground just as I felt two pair of smooth hands grab my arms from behind. A quick look over my shoulder told me we weren't in Kansas anymore, or even Amnesis. The pair that held me had human faces, but their eyes were slitted like those of a snake, and they too sported scales on their cheeks up to their temples. Their hands were likewise covered in scales, and the bare feet were thick-soled logs with stubby clawed toes like that of a lizard. I let out a scream and thrashed in their hold. Luca spun around to face me and showed off the slight bunch of scales on his cheeks and the mad glint in his eyes. He rushed toward us with a roar, but that was cut off when a half-dozen other human animals leapt out of the foliage and doggy-piled him. He threw several of them off, but more came from the woods, some of them carrying a heavy set of chains, and in a few moments they yanked Luca to his feet, bound in those chains.
He tugged his arms to try to free himself, but the bindings held.
All the people around us were some animal or another. There were a few pigs, someone with antlers, and even a cockerel. They wore rough leather and wool, and some ducked back into the foliage and returned with swords wrought from rough iron. One tall, lanky individual moved to stand in front of Luca. He sported a pair of large ram horns that stuck out of his temples, and a great tuft of thick wool was balled up around the high curve of his back. One of his thick, stubby hands was wrapped around a spear, and a strange black stone with rough flat edges glistened atop the stick. He lifted his chin slightly, and swept his dark eyes over the company.
"Search them."
The men patted us down, and one of them was a little too eager to look me over. My eyes widened as I felt a curious hand on my butt, and my leg whipped up backward. My foot connected with his chin, and he was sent sprawling backward onto the ground. The others laughed at the man as he sat up and rubbed his jaw, all the while glaring at me.
"Why, you little bitch," he growled as he climbed to his feet. "Control yourself," the ram-horned man commanded him. The huffy man frowned, but sullenly shuffled to the back of the crowd to lick his wounds. "Sir," one of the men called out, and I saw he held out the small compass box in his hand.
The leader strolled over to him and opened the lid. He inspected the interior and turned slightly, and I realized he was following the direction of the needle. A slight crease marred his brow before he snapped the box shut and tucked it into his cloak. The man moved over to Luca and grabbed my mate's chin where he forced their eyes to meet. Luca glared back at the ram man as the stranger studied him.
"You have the look of a serpent in you, changeling, but your eyes tell a different story."
Luca wrenched himself from the creature's grasp and narrowed his eyes.
"And you have the stench of black magic on you."
The man's eyes flickered up to the dark stone atop his spear.
"That's obvious. The whole air is full of it." "Sir," one of those who held Luca asked the ram man, "should we deal with them?"
A sly smile slipped onto the ram man's lips as he shook his head. "Kill the first guests through the barrier that we've had in a century. I think not. Besides, His Highness no doubt wishes to learn how they did it." The man jerked his head toward the trail, and the others followed him, including us. We were marched in single file along the path, with the strange creatures tucked between us. I was near the lead, with Luca 2 bodies behind me. I turned my head to one side to catch Luca's attention, and lowered my voice to a whisper.
"Are these things the MOT you were talking about?"
He cast a sharp look over them as he nodded.
"Yes." "Shut up," one of the slithery serpents hissed at him.
The Amoti tried to whack the back of Luca's head with the hilt of his dagger, but Luca dodged to one side and stuck out his foot. The serpent tripped over the outstretched leg and tumbled into the captor between us, causing both to crash to the ground. One of the others roughly grabbed my arm while the captain, for that's what I assumed was the ram, stomped down the line and stopped at his fallen men as they thrashed about trying to stand.
"What are you fools doing?" he snapped as they managed to scramble to their feet.
The instigator hung his head.
"It's my fault, sir.
I only thought to quiet the prisoner." The ram crossed his arms over his chest.
"That's the problem, Dryas. You tried to think and found yourself in a mess again."
Dryas winced, while the ram man turned his attention to Luca.
"I saw what you did.
You have some skill there for someone of such proud bearing." Luca's only reply was to scowl at him, but the ram man shrugged it off and swept his eyes over the rest of the company.
"All of you see that we don't stop again." Aye, sir," came the shout from the company.
We stepped back in line and marched onward. The woods became darker and the brush thicker, until I could hardly see where the bushes stopped and the tree limbs began. A musty scent permeated the air, and there was a tension that not only made the hairs on my arms stand on end, but made my stomach slightly nauseous. The farther we traveled, the heavier my feet became, until every step was a labor. Even my breathing felt like a workout, as my arms hung limp and heavy at my sides. We were marched for a few miles, and all that time I looked for our wayward companion, but Landry was nowhere to be seen. The sensation of heaviness grew worse as the brush began to recede and the trees thinned. Our captors brought us to a large clearing where torches encircled a large nest, filled with branches and the downy ferns and mosses I had seen along the trail. A large horse lay atop the natural bed.
Except it wasn't quite a horse.
The upper body was that of an elderly man. His weathered face showed a long life, and his cool blue eyes a kindness and intelligence that at once soothed me and put me on my guard. We were marched to within 10 feet of the nest, where our captors halted. The front of our column knelt before the aged centaur, and all bowed their heads except the ram-horned leader.
He gestured to us with his spear. "We have brought the intruders, Your Highness."
The man-horse looked us over with raised eyebrows.
"You have brought me a group of great interest, Archegos.
I see a man of high blood before me, and a woman who bears a strong light inside her." The captain cast a disgusted look at us.
"They sought to march through our kingdom as though they owned the forest, without any attempt to seek permission."
Luca stepped forward, and the men leapt to their feet while those standing shoved their spears at him. Their tips glowed brightly, and the bonds around his wrists likewise became illuminated. He clenched his teeth as his body tensed.
"Stop it!"
I shouted as I whipped my head to the centaur.
"Please make them stop."
32. The centaur's eyes fell on his captain.
"That's enough, Archegos Philo."
Philo frowned.
"But he made a move toward you, Your Highness."
His men stepped closer and the spears brightened.
A cry was forced from Luca's lips, and he dropped to one knee.
The centaur's eyebrows crashed down.
"Stand your men down."
At a reluctant gesture from Philo, the others dropped their spears. The bindings stopped glowing, and Luca let out a deep, shuddering sigh.
I hurried to his side and helped him back to his feet.
He stood tall and met the centaur's eyes with his own steady gaze.
"I meant only to inform you that what your captain told you wasn't quite the truth."
Philo lifted his nose at Luca. "Did you not intrude on our woods without asking permission?" Luca shook his head. "We did enter your forest without permission, but not with the intention of invading the woods. We only meant to inspect the area to find something important to us." Philo scoffed.
"That hardly sounds like an innocent tramp through land that is not your own."
The Lord held up his hand, and Philo quieted. The centaur leaned forward slightly.
"What is this item which you so desperately seek?"
Luca nodded at Philo.
"Your captain took our device for finding the position, but it was sending us northward to the far reaches of the canyon."
The centaur held his hand out to Philo.
"Let me see this device, Archegos."
Philo drew the box from his pocket and handed it over to the horseman. The centaur opened the lid and studied the compass with curiosity. In the silence, Luca dared speak again. "If we had known there was a ruler over this domain, we would not have dared intrude on your land without first meeting with you, Your Highness. As such, we plead your forgiveness and offer only our hand in mutual cooperation." A bittersweet smile slipped onto the wizened lips of the ancient centaur as he lowered the device and looked us over.
"I once believed those very same words from one of your kind, and the results are as you see them." He swept his hand over the area.
"Can you not feel the evil in the forest? Can you not feel the oppression of darkness? Those are the consequences of my allowing humans to enter here and perform their spells. They soothed me with false words and filled the coffers of King Aegeus with much gold, and in the end led to our ruin and banishment from the outside world." His attention fell on me, and he gestured to my face. "The woman you have brought feels what we have felt all these long years." Luca's eyes widened slightly and he whipped his head to me. He searched my face and his own fell, but I gave him a small although shaky smile.
"I'm fine." He pursed his lips and shook his head. "You don't look fine."
I lifted my eyes to the tall dark trees around us.
"It's just a little heavy in here."
His brow darkened, and he returned his attention to the aged centaur.
"Whatever qualms you have with me, Your Highness, please allow this woman to return through the barrier."
The centaur lifted his chin slightly at him.
"Why should we allow such a pardon?"
My eyebrows had crashed down, and my body trembled as I glared at Luca.
"I said I'm not leaving. She can mean nothing to you when you have the King of Amnesis at your mercy."
Luca stretched to his full height as whispers of excitement ran over the crowd.
"For I offer myself as your captive, and my kingdom will grant you many rewards."
The centaur stroked his chin.
"We have little use for the wealth of your kingdom, as the woods have always provided us all that we need.
However, we cannot allow this woman to leave the forest.
She has been promised to another."
My eyes widened and a dark cloud settled on Luca's brow.
"What do you mean?"
Aegeus gestured to a little stand of trees behind him.
"Someone dear to us has requested we send this woman to them, and here is her guide."
A figure stepped out of the shadows, and I was both relieved and confused to find it was Landry. Luca, however, trembled with rage as he shot a look of death at our former companion.
"What's going on, Landry?"
Landry's face was impassive as he accepted the compass box from Aegeus, and nodded his head at me.
"I must take her, Luca. If you knew everything, you would understand." "Then enlighten me," Luca snapped as his eyes flickered over the company. "Was it your plan to bring us here all along?" Landry shook his head. "This is not my doing.
I am merely a pawn in this game that is being played in your kingdom." Luca's arms began to thicken, and his eyes glowed softly in the shadows of the forest.
"I won't allow anyone to take her."
At a direction from Aegeus, the MRT guards leapt on top of Luca, dog-piling him under their heavy weight. He threw them off and revealed himself to be partially transformed. His taloned hands show out and clawed at anyone stupid enough to be within arm's distance. The MRT lunged back and leapt forward with their spears. I noticed then that many of them had smaller crystals like that atop Philo's weapon, and they drove the black rocks into Luca's flesh. The sharp stones pierced his scaled skin and blood dribbled down from the dozen stabbing points.
"No!"
I shouted as I tried to wrench myself from the man who held me. I felt the warm light of the fire build up inside me, but I didn't care. Luca needed me.
Even the heavy pressure of the air didn't stop me.
The moment the light shone outside of me, however, was when I came to regret doing that. The shadows around us pulsed with a new life, like a heart revived from a long slumber and found to be still beating. Those dark forms stretched into the clearing and covered both ground and sky in their writhing bodies. The MRT looked around in fear and bewilderment. Luca had been brought to his knees, bleeding and breathing heavily, in the midst of them. He lifted his eyes to me, and they too were full of fear. That's when I understood what he saw that I had missed, and my breath caught in my throat.
The shadows were headed toward me.
I scuttled back, but there was nowhere to run, and how could I hide in the shadows themselves? They slithered along the ground and touched my glowing body. My light flared up like a dying star, only to be consumed by the shadows as they stretched up my body. I felt an icy cold sensation sink into me as my light was extinguished. Nay, it was consumed by the shadows. Those eager black mouths swallowed up my light and pressed me to the ground. I fell onto my knees and clutched my hand over my quickly beating heart. The moment the last drop of light was eaten, the shadows receded back to their places, leaving me weakened and trembling. The baby in my stomach shifted a little, but there was no sensation of my stomach growing larger this time. Aegeus leaned back against his nest and studied me with his keen eyes.
"Your light is strong, young one, but no light can win against the darkness that shrouds this forest."
He looked to his right, where Landry stood at his side.
"She's yours now." Landry bowed his head.
"Thank you, King Aegeus, for your cooperation." Aegeus frowned at him.
"I do not do so without reservations."
"We have always agreed to help your master." Here I couldn't help but notice the corners of Landry's lips twitched downward, as he has provided us with many medicines from the outside, but we do not appreciate his interfering in our territorial affairs. I will be sure to pass on that message, Landry promised before he strode forward and grasped my arm. He pulled me to my shaky feet as a roar came from Luca. Luca tried to stand as the thin streams of blood ran down his body, creating a horrible pool at his feet. The Amoti had gathered rope and chain, and they lunged at him. He thrashed about, but he was outnumbered, and his strength literally drained from him. In a moment they had bound him in more chains than I could count, and two of the largest Amoti held his arms behind his back. Landry pulled me over to Luca and met his gaze.
I am sorry for this. Truly.
Luca sneered at him.
If you were sorry, you wouldn't be doing it.
Landry sighed.
There are times where we must do what we must, is there not?
He swept his eyes over the dark canopy that surrounded us.
The history of your kingdom speaks of such choices.
Luca threw himself forward, but his captors held him. Landry tensed at my side and pulled me slightly away, as Luca's glowing eyes promised more than a death.
It would be a slow one. Don't think I won't find you, even if I have to scour the seabed.
Landry inclined his head to Luca.
I have no doubt, and when that time comes I will accept your challenge. Until then, farewell.
He pulled me away, and into the woods in the northeasterly direction. Luca's roar followed us as we stepped onto a worn trail that led into the immense trees. 33.
I squirmed in his grasp, but he held tight to me. I cannot allow you to flee, Lady Diana. I glared at him. Then you can at least tell me what the hell is going on. He stared ahead and pursed his lips. These Wight have stolen someone very precious to me. I snorted. Seriously? Why don't you just spit it out and tell me they've kidnapped your wife?
His face fell. Because she is not yet my wife.
They stole her away on the eve of our marriage. I nodded down at his hands that held me. And you think that makes all of this right?
You get back your bride and Luca loses his. Landry sighed.
I will not pretend I am on the right side, only that I am saving the one I love.
A dark shadow settled on his brow as he turned his face away from me. He lowered his voice to a soft, hard whisper.
Even if I do not survive this endeavor.
I furrowed my brow, but his faraway eyes told me he wasn't up for any more conversation. We ventured deeper into the woods, and I couldn't help but trip and stumble. The shadows had taken more than just my light.
I felt as weak as a kitten, and my legs were as heavy as iron.
An eternity later found us under a heavy canopy of trees, and with no sign around us that civilization had ever existed. The woods around us were as quiet as a grave, and the silence was broken only by a slight breeze that dared slip through the thick mess of trunks.
The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I soon found out why.
The path opened to a clearing where a half-dozen old stumps sat in a circle. In the center of that circle was a mirror identical to the one I'd found in the shop. We weren't reflected in the glass, nor was the woods. Instead, the smooth surface showed nothing but an empty grayness. Landry marched us to the glass and stretched out a trembling hand. He pushed his arm through the surface, and the mirror rippled out from the point of contact. Landry withdrew his hand, and studied his fingers for a moment before he turned to me.
Stay close to me. I scowled at him and nodded down at his hand that held me. Like I have a choice.
He merely nodded and stepped into the mirror.
I was dragged along.
The same sensation I had felt on my last encounter with a magic mirror wrapped around me, engulfing me in a strange cold feeling of being in bone-chilling water without actually being wet.
The trip lasted for only a few seconds, and my feet stumbled onto hard ground.
I shook off the shock of the travel, and looked around at the destination. I wasn't too surprised to find we stood in the dank sewers of Amnesis.
What did surprise me was the lack of dankness.
We stood in a small room where the cobblestone floor beneath our feet was dry, as were the walls. Lavish rugs covered the stones, and a few tapestries hung around us. A few bits of thick, fine wood furniture were pushed against the wall, such as a buffet table and a secretary's desk. A few high-backed chairs were nestled around an eagle-footed round table, close to a hearth with no discernible chimney. A single door led out of the room, and Landry pulled me toward the exit. The entrance opened and a man stepped inside. My breath caught in my throat. It was Cassius. There was a slight smile on his face as he closed the door behind himself and inclined his head to me.
"Good afternoon, dear cousin."
A million reasons popped into my mind as to why he would be here, and I didn't like any of them. He must have noticed my thought process and the inevitable conclusion, as he chuckled.
"As smart as ever, cousin. That is one of the many reasons why I love you so much." "Do you?"
I shot back as I looked over my shoulder at Landry's tense face.
"Is that why you've tried to kill me so many times?"
He stopped before us and lifted his eyebrows.
"Kill you, Diana?"
"Never. Luca, however."
He chuckled again. "I fear I have been less kind to him." I sneered at him. "So all this just for the throne? That's so cliched."
He stretched out his hand and cupped my chin in his fingers, forcing me to look into his eyes.
"Not just the throne, my lovely cousin."
I wrenched myself from his grasp.
"Thanks, but I'm already taken."
His eyes traveled down to my stomach.
"Taken in many ways."
However, he settled a hand on my stomach and a soft glow of black light arose from his fingers.
I felt a strange deep chill sink into my body.
Something moved and I realized it was the babe inside me. The cold sensation wrapped around its impossibly tiny body. I expected to feel pain, but there was a more alarming impression.
Shifting.
I felt like Cassius' magic was digging down into the baby's very being and reforming it.
"No!"
I shouted as I jerked back just far enough to be outside Cassius' reach, though Landry's hold stopped me from a complete retreat. Cassius drew his hand back and grinned.
"You can do little to escape my touch, my beloved."
My whole body trembled, but I gave him a defiant glare.
"You fucking monster." He shrugged. "Perhaps I am, but this monster intends to be a just if somewhat harsh king."
Landry drew me closer against himself and glared at the traitor.
"Where is she?"
"Where's Hannah?" Cassius turned to one side and swept his arm toward the door.
"She is here."
The door opened and one of the Wights stepped inside. They strode over to us and removed their head, revealing the beautiful woman underneath. She had sea blue hair and gills on the sides of her neck. The woman wore a necklace of seashells and an elegant green dress under the cloak. She also had the vacant look of one under mind control, as she walked over to Cassius and set her hand on his outstretched one. He guided her to his side and turned to Landry with a sly smile. "Here is your beloved, Lord of the Ocean. Safe and sound as promised." Landry narrowed his eyes at Cassius.
"Release her from your spell, wizard."
Cassius laughed.
"Such harsh words for someone who has been caring for your fiancé all these many weeks."
Landry stepped toward him and Cassius held up his hands.
"Very well, your highness. She's yours to take."
He snapped his fingers and the completely vacant look left her eyes. She looked about herself in confusion before her wide eyes settled on Landry.
"Robert.
Where are we?" Landry released me and fled to his fiancée, who he folded into his arms. I turned to flee, but Cassius leapt at me and grabbed hold of one of my bound arms. I felt a jolt of my former light spring up inside me, but the damp chill of the forest hadn't left me, and the warmth was smothered by the darkness. Cassius drew me against his chest and turned me to face the loving pair, or so Landry thought. As Landry hugged his beloved, a cruel smile curled onto her lips. She lifted one hand and a dark magic swirled about her fingers. My eyes widened.
"Landry."
My warning came to light as she lifted her glowing fist and slammed her ball fingers against the back of his head. Landry's eyes rolled back and a hoarse word left his lips.
Hannah, he slumped to the ground at her feet.
She smiled wickedly at him before she lifted her gaze to Cassius.
The fool.
A chill ran down my spine as I recognized that cold tone. It was the same one MIA had when she was controlled by the dark magic. Magic that had been controlled by Cassius.
I cast a dark look at him, and it didn't go unnoticed by my cousin. You disapprove of my ways, my dear cousin? I scoffed. I disapprove of you.
He shrugged before he turned his face to Hannah and jerked his head in Landry's direction.
Take him away.
Hannah lifted a hand and black magic swirled about her fingers. A disc appeared under Landry and lifted his limp body off the floor. She floated him out of the room, and I heard a heavy lock slam shut behind her.
Trapped in the room, and alone with Cassius the traitor.
34.
I am sure you have questions, Cassius mused as he strolled over to the hearth.
He threw a black flame onto the pile of logs and they burst into flame. I turned to follow him and balled my hands into fists at my side.
You monster!
How could you and your followers do all of this? Cassius plopped himself in one of the high-backed chairs and lifted an eyebrow.
My followers? Oh, you mean the Wight? He shrugged. I would hardly call them as such.
None of the new members but myself are, shall we say, volunteers.
I narrowed my eyes at him. You're controlling all of them. He chuckled. Indeed I am.
How ironic that you stand for the innocent, and yet have been attacked so often by them. He gestured to the chair opposite him.
But surely your feet desire a rest.
The Morka forest is not a small one, and you should rest after the trying day you have had. I looked over my shoulder where the mirror stood. Cassius lifted his hand, and a heavy black sheet that hung over a nearby chair floated up.
The cloth glided over to the mirror and covered the glass. There will be no escaping through there, my dear, he teased as he crossed his legs and folded his hands in his lap. The way is shut, and now you have only me with whom to speak. Shall we not talk of your day?
I have heard women chatter about their day all day long.
He chuckled at his own joke. And so it goes that they have nothing about which to speak, and end their life stupid as the day they were born. I turned to face him. How could you do all of this? Easy, my dear.
He held up one hand and a black flame burst out of his palm.
With the power granted to my line.
The line that will die if I do not do something about it. He dropped his hand back into his lap, and his gaze fell on my stomach.
And you have the answer to my prayers.
I covered my stomach with both hands and glared at him.
You tried to kill him. He laughed and shook his head. Do you think me so heartless, dear Diana? I merely sought to mark him as my own.
A dragon habit when one takes a spouse. His words sent my stomach tumbling.
I'm not your spouse. Then converse with me as a good friend, he insisted as he again gestured to the empty chair. Your eyes are full of questions, and I have time before I must put my next plans into motion.
My revulsion at this man was overcome by the hope that perhaps his tongue would be too loose, and I could learn something important. I reluctantly slipped into the chair and glared at him across the gap. My mind tried to grasp on to the many troubles and trials he'd put us through via his machinations. I cast a look over my shoulder at the shroud-covered mirror, and one question stood out. I rolled my eyes back to him.
Why did you send us through Morka Forest?
Cassius grinned. Did you not like the adventure I sent you on?
I glared at him. Yeah, it was tons of joy.
My foe chuckled.
I had hoped you would find it so.
A boring life is so pointless.
But as for your question, he lifted up one palm and a soft black ball of magic formed in his hand.
Morka Forest is a place of pure darkness, or as pure as a location can become. It was only there, in such a place of shadows, that I could have captured you without injury to myself.
I blinked at him. What the hell does that mean?
He looked me up and down, and I couldn't help but notice the lustful gaze in the depths of his eyes.
"It is because of your touch, my darling.
Your most precious light is smothered in such an atmosphere, and it was only then that I could capture and contain you in that sweet darkness." He leaned back against his seat and shrugged.
"Then there were the inhabitants as well.
I had hoped that the woods or its citizens would do the dirty work for me and kill Luca, but I see my faith in them was ill-placed."
I tugged against the bindings that held my wrists together, and glared at him. "That's going around a lot lately."
Cassius snapped his fingers, and I felt a cold fire burn into the ropes. In a moment they fell onto the seat, and I knocked them off.
"Do you see?
I can be merciful." I rubbed my chafed wrist.
"Tell that to all the people whose lives you ruined by kidnapping them." He shrugged.
"Merely collateral damage on my rise to the throne."
"That happens quite often in such matters."
A wonderful thought struck me, and I lifted my chin. A smile graced my lips as I met his curious gaze.
"You're not going to get there." He lifted an eyebrow. "Such a sure statement for one who is trapped in my domain."
I snorted and jerked my head at the dreary stone walls.
"This is as far as your domain goes. You just told me Luca is still alive. He'll stop you."
A dark cloud settled on Cassius' brow as he frowned at me. "My plans are merely delayed."
"He will." "Come and kick your ass," I interrupted as I stabbed a thumb over my shoulder in the direction of the mirror. "He'll come through that mirror you rely on to travel the world and make you into a dinosaur fossil."
He stood and his hard eyes scowled down at me. "Perhaps you merely need some time to think over your situation, and in that time I will be able to bring you the head of your precious dragon lover." My heart stopped as my eyes widened.
"What do you mean?"
A grin curled onto his lips.
"What I mean, my dear lady, is that I have plans to make you a widow."
He crossed his arm over his waist and bowed to me.
"If you will excuse me, I have some arrangements to make."
Cassius strode past me and up to the mirror. He yanked the cloth off the surface, and I saw that it reflected the room.
That is, until he brushed his palm over the frame.
The surface rippled and changed to the emptiness of before.
The door opened and Hannah stepped into the room.
Cassius looked over his shoulder at her, and nodded at me.
"Take her to go visit with her friend."
He returned his attention to the mirror and stepped through. I leapt from my seat and rushed the glass, but a wall of shadows sprang up in front of me.
I threw up my arms and cushioned the crash with the palms of my hands.
The shadows were translucent, and I was able to see the mirror revert back to reflecting the room. Cassius had turned it off. The wall moved, pushing me toward the door.
I spun around and pressed my back against the wall.
The barrier continued its march toward the entrance, and my heels were dragged along the smooth cobblestones. A disc appeared beneath my feet, and I was lifted off the ground. I lost my balance and fell onto my hands and knees. Tendrils shot out from the disc and wrapped around my ankles and wrists, pinning me to the vehicle. Hannah floated me out into a wide stone hallway. The floor had a deep groove in the center where water used to run, but by the lack of mold, the ditch had long ago been abandoned. My new captor walked in front of me as we moved down the hall.
"Hannah!"
I called out as I wrestled with the tendrils.
"Come on, Hannah. Snap out of it." Oh, how I longed for a rock to be in the back of that head and knock her out of Cassius' control.
I couldn't pry my hands free, though my purse swayed to and fro underneath me. I peeked into the interior, but saw nothing except darkness. That, and a slight hint of a rotten banana. Hannah guided me to another door set far down the passage. I noted that the corridor turned left just a few yards away, and the sound of running water hit my ears. Maybe a possible way to escape. This door was different than the imperious wooden one from the other room. Bars made up a fortified storm door, and both were opened by Hannah before I could enter. I was floated inside and saw that this room was smaller, and without furniture except for a few cots and a large black pan. Landry sat on one of those cots, and at the door opening he leapt to his feet.
Hannah!
Landry tried to rush the entrance, but I was shoved through and into him. He tumbled backward, and my disc tilted so that I slid on top of him. The disc vanished, and the door slammed shut with an audible clang that echoed around the room.
I climbed off him and glared at the royal pain in the ass as he sat up. This is a fine mess you've gotten us into.
His expression fell, and he turned his face away from me.
Words would not be able to convey my apologies. I folded my arms across my chest and frowned. You should have told us what was wrong.
We could have helped you.
He hung his head and closed his eyes. I am truly sorry for deceiving you.
Please accept my feeble apologies. My intention was only to rescue my beloved.
I sighed and climbed to my feet. Well, I suppose I would have been pretty desperate to get Luca out of a jam too.
I examined the room, and found nothing but the door and feeble furniture.
Now we need to get ourselves out of this jam.
35. Landry climbed to his feet and plopped himself back onto the cot.
His hands hung between his legs as he shook his head. I have already searched the room.
There is no escape other than the door, and even my strength would not budge that wood. I inched toward the black pot, and wrinkled my nose as a horrible stench arose from it.
What's this? A chamber pot.
Unfortunately, the accommodations will force us to use it.
Oh hell no, I snapped as I jumped to my feet and whipped my head left and right. Like hell I'm ever using that thing.
We're getting out right now. Landry scoffed.
How do you suggest we do that?
As I already told you, the door will not open.
We get out like this.
I sidestepped along the walls and patted my palms against the thick vines that covered the crumbling stone. Landry lifted an eyebrow as he watched me from his seat on the cot.
What are you doing? If there's one thing Luca has taught me is that this world is full of secrets, I explained as I continued my journey down the wall. And since this place is Cassius' hideout, he'd make sure there was a way he could get out of every room 2 ways in case somebody trapped him in Ha.
My palm hit upon a slight depression in the stone wall. I pressed both hands against the stone, but the rock only shifted slightly. I looked over my shoulder at my companion.
What are you waiting for?
Help me with this so we can save Hannah. Landry leapt to his feet and hurried over.
Allow me.
I scooted back as he pressed his shoulder against the stone. He gave a great push and the rock sank into the wall. Part of the wall beside the stone drew inward, and revealed a secret passage full of cobwebs and hope. Landry hurried inside and I followed. The moment he crossed the threshold, however, a strange tingling sensation ran through me. Landry froze and whipped his head up. He was still for a moment before his eyes widened.
An alarm.
I can hear its vibrations in the air.
I snatched his hand and pulled him down the left-hand passage away from the corridor. Then let's not stand here talking about it.
We stumbled down the dark passage, and after a few moments Landry tugged on my hand.
Allow me to lead us. I do not need my eyes to navigate.
He took the lead and led me through the total darkness. Cobwebs covered our faces and clothes, and more than once I tripped over something that clattered about like dry bones. We rounded a corner, and a light appeared at the end of the tunnel. In a few moments, we burst out of the tight passage and found ourselves in the tunnel that passed the door of our former prison.
I heard the sound of water in one direction, and the swoosh of magic in flight to our left.
We headed right and hurried under an arch, where we skidded to a stop at a precipice. We stood on the ledge of one of those bottomless pools, where Marcus had come to the rescue on my last adventure. Water spilled out of most of the other 6 openings. Narrow ledges led from one balcony to the other, and many of them had cracked and fallen into the water below. I pointed to our right where the ledge was still intact and no water flowed from the passage.
There. You go first.
Landry insisted, as he led me over to the narrow ledge. I put my back against the wall, my feet on the ledge, and my prayer in my mouth before I scooted along the narrow way. The water roared beneath my toes as I inched my way over to the other corridor. A noise from where I came made me look in that direction. Hannah burst out of the archway and nearly knocked Landry into the water below. He merely fell to the stones a few inches away from the drop.
That gave me an idea.
I cupped my hands over my mouth and took in a deep breath.
Landry. He sat up and turned his head in my direction.
I pointed at the water below us.
She needs to snap out of it.
Landry nodded and whipped his head up as Hannah came back for another pass. He leapt at her and caught the edge of the disc. The vehicle swayed with the sudden doubling of weight, and Hannah tried to keep her balance. In her preoccupation, he grabbed her ankle and yanked her down from her pedestal. Together the pair plummeted into the chaotic waters below. I threw myself to the edge of my balcony in time to watch Landry embrace his beloved, and then they disappeared in the roar. They were together, but I was alone.
That meant I didn't have time to pity myself. I had to find a way out of here, and somehow learn how to activate that mirror to get back into the shut-off Morka forest.
No small feat, especially since I had no idea where exactly I was.
I scrambled to my feet and hurried through the dry sewer corridor.
My feet echoed off the stone walls as I hurried through the maze that was the sewers of Amnesis. Every corridor and pipe looked the same, and faint light from the open room at my back soon faded to nothing. I stopped and pressed my hand against the wall, just as much for comfort as to tell where the wall stood. A quick squint at the way ahead told me there was only an impenetrable darkness there. If I didn't find a light source soon, I'd become lost in this stench-filled labyrinth. The old adage, "Be careful what you wish for," sprang to mind as a soft light from behind stretched my shadow out in front of me.
I turned and my breath caught in my throat.
Cassius walked toward me, his face illuminated by the dragon flame in his hand.
There was a look of annoyance and sadistic glee in his face.
I was his prey, and once captured I could be captured again. By his light I threw myself down the passage. My feet pounded on the cold stones, and I stumbled through small puddles as Cassius stalked on, ever coming and never slowing. His light danced on the walls, mocking my fumbling efforts to escape.
I turned a corner and ran down a new dark passage.
Cassius followed, and it was only by his light did I realize I had stumbled into a dead end. The water disappeared into a culvert hole too small for me to fit. I spun around to find Cassius standing in the opening, completely blocking my route of escape. His chuckle rang out over the stone walls as he sauntered toward me.
You thought to escape me, but now you must understand that is impossible.
I backed up until my back hit the stone wall. My mind frantically searched for a way out of this mess, as Cassius stopped a few feet from me. Cassius raised the flame, and its shadows contorted his face into a picture of insanity.
He stretched out his empty hand to me. Come, my beloved. I know just where to put you this time. I narrowed my eyes at him. I'm not going. He eased himself closer to me. You have no choice, my little cat. I have you in my bag.
My eyes widened as a brilliant and insane thought struck me. Penny's purse swung limply against my hip, but I brought it to my stomach as Cassius came closer. I grasped both sides of the mouth of my purse and tensed, waiting for the right moment. 10 feet. 5. Now. I lunged at Cassius with the mouth wide open. He grabbed my wrist as my upside-down purse hovered between us.
Our faces were nearly nose to nose as he grinned at me. What did you expect to do to me, my queen?
Hit me with your makeup kit?
I snorted. Not quite.
The bat was slow in coming, but came it did, as it fell out of the purse and landed with a dull thud on his foot.
I heard a discernible crack of broken bones, and his eyes bulged out of his head.
The villain wasn't used to being hurt. The bat was followed by a plethora of other objects that Penny had thrown into the bag. Handkerchiefs, shirts, bolts of cloth, a small torch, and even other purses fell from the cannibal's mouth. The stench I'd smelled earlier turned out to be a rotten fruit of some kind, but not one of which I was familiar. The molding fruit splattered onto Cassius' pants and slid down his leg, leaving a streak of greenish goo. Cassius stumbled away from the chaos that was my purse, and slipped on one of the silky smooth pieces of fabric. He fell backward onto his butt, and that was my cue to run. I scooped up the torch and dipped the end into Cassius' fire as I sped past.
"Thank you,"
I shouted over my shoulder as I raced down the tunnel.
I patted the bag that bounced against my hip. "I'm sorry I ever doubted you."
36. I rushed down the corridor with the aid of my light, and eventually found my way back to Cassius' lair. Hope was revived inside me when I saw the door that led to the mirror room. If Cassius was back, that meant he'd come through the mirror, and he might have left it on. I rushed into the room and ran face first into a tall chest. A pair of heavy hands landed on my shoulders and my torch clattered to the floor.
I flailed in the grasp of my enemy and beat them with my fists. "Your Highness." I froze and whipped my head up.
Svetnek stood in front of me, and behind him was a bemused Marcus. At his back stood the mirror, and the glass didn't reflect the room. I whipped my face toward the two vampires.
"How'd you get here?"
Marcus grinned. "The vault in the castle has quite a collection of oddities, and we were fortunate to find an inventory that included another mirror. We instructed the mirror to align itself with any other active ones close at hand, and soon found ourselves in this room." I looked past them and at the glass.
"So where does it lead right now?"
Svetnek half turned to stare at the mirror.
"Back to the vault." I grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the mirror. "We have to change the mirror back to the forest.
Luca might be in danger." Svetnik's eyebrows crashed down.
"Of what forest do you mean?" "Morka, but there's no time to explain."
I reached the glass and dipped my head inside. I popped out into a large unfamiliar room, but judging by all the priceless jewels, trunks, and glistening gold teapots, it was indeed the castle vault. Svetnik's heavy hand clapped on my shoulder, and I was dragged back into the stone room a few feet away from the glass. Did Luca enter Morka through the mirror?
I spun around and glared at him. "No, with the umbrella, but what does that matter?"
"We need to get back to him before the centaur and the ram decide he's lower on the food chain." Marcus chuckled as he strolled past us.
"You have quite the tale to tell, but we must hear it later."
He stopped in front of the glass and drew out a book from inside his cloak that looked older than he was.
The hard binding was a million pieces of cracking leather, and the cover was bound together by countless pieces of tape and a will to survive.
He opened the front cover and showed pages so yellowed and worn by time that their ink had faded, and their edges crumbled beneath his light touch. The elder undead eased his way through pages of archaic script while Svetnik watched. I looked between the vampires and frowned at the pair.
"What are you doing?"
"We don't have time to just stand around here staring at a book." Svetnik nodded at the mirror.
"We must switch the destination in the glass, and the book Marcus discovered in his library has instructions on doing so."
Marcus didn't look up from his perusal.
"Rushing this process will only get us killed." I blinked at him. "Killed how?"
Svetnik furrowed his brow as he studied the glass in its frame.
"We do not know where many of the mirrors stand."
Should we go through and find ourselves on the bottom of the ocean or encased in rock, the trip may kill us. A little bit of color drained from my face.
"So how do we know we have the right one?"
Marcus stopped his searching and tapped a finger against the page in front of him. He looked up at me with a wily smile.
"We stick our hand into the mirror and see if it comes back out." Svetnik took an eager step toward him. "Did you find the controls?" "I believe so," Marcus mused as he moved up to the glass.
He splayed his fingers out and brushed them over the frame. The surface of the glass flickered and shifted like swirling water, before coming to a rest back into its normal viewing picture.
I hurried up to his side and looked from the glass to the vampire. Did it work?
Marcus kept his eyes on the glass as he tucked the book back into his cloak.
There is only one way to find out.
A noise at our backs made us pause. Svetnik stiffened and whipped his head around to face the door. He rushed over to the portal and slammed his shoulder against the door a second after it opened a few inches. The vampire pressed his back against the portal and dug his heels into the stone, effectively locking the door with his stiff body. However, that couldn't stop the black magic from seeping through the gap between the frame and the door. The darkness began to eat away at the wood of both, and holes appeared on either side of his head. Through one of the growing gaps I could see 3 cloaked forms.
The last of the Wights were coming for us.
Marcus grasped both sides of the mirror frame and stuck his head into the portal. There was a pause before he drew himself back and turned his face to me. Is the Morka mirror situated in a small clearing surrounded by dense trees? I nodded.
That's the one.
My exclamation was punctuated by the collapse of the door, as the wood fell into burnt chunks. Svetnik leapt back and spun around to face our cloaked foes.
The 3 Wights stalked into the room and lined up shoulder to shoulder.
My vampire friend stretched out his hand and showed off his long nails as he crouched into a fighting position.
Don't hurt them,
I shouted, which made Svetnik pause.
They're under Cassius' control. They don't know what they're doing.
Svetnik whipped his head around and gaped at me.
Cassius? Did someone call my name?
Cassius cooed as he made his entrance. He moved to stand beside one end of the line of Wights and swept into a low bow for Svetnik's benefit.
Good afternoon, Svetnik. What a pleasure to have you here in my abode.
Svetnik shook off his shock and narrowed his eyes at the nobleman.
You would commit treason against your king.
Cassius folded his arms over his chest and rolled his eyes.
Always the loyal stooge, Svetnik. Have you never had a single thought that was your own?
Svetnik's fingers twitched and he clenched his fanged teeth.
I am having one right now.
Cassius threw back his head and laughed.
Then that will be your first and last.
He snapped his fingers and the Wight armed themselves with flaming black orbs in their palms.
That's when the table flew past us and crashed into the legs of the Wights.
They were shoved to the ground as the table shattered underneath the strain. Marcus clapped his hands on our shoulders and smiled at us.
Now, if you children are done talking, we should leave. He spun around and took us with him.
We swung and were tossed across the room and into mirror. Svetnik went first and provided me with a bony landing as we flew out the other side. I crashed into him, and our tangled limbs fought for a moment before we disengaged. Marcus rushed out after us and spun around to face the mirror. He swept his hand over the frame, and the surface of the mirror changed to reflect the woods.
He turned to us and frowned. This is no time to rest.
That young madman will no doubt have the portal working in short order, and his companions will have recovered by then to join him through the portal. Svetnik swept his eyes over the crowded forest and shook his head.
I cannot smell His Highness through such dense evil.
I pointed in the direction of the path.
He was that way the last time a terrible roar echoed over the forest.
My blood ran cold at the sound. There was both anguish and anger in the voice. Marcus frowned.
Something has happened to him.
Svetnik caught my worried eyes.
Who are we to fight here? I swallowed the lump in my throat. The Amoti. They had him, and they were working for Cassius.
A noise behind us made our group look to the mirror. The glass no longer reflected the scenery. Marcus jerked his head toward the horrible sound. Pick up the lady and follow me. Svetnik swept me into his arms and the vampires darted into the woods. I looked behind us in time to see Cassius emerge from the mirrors, with his Wight close behind him. His eyes fell on us just as we disappeared into the trees, and I didn't like the look in them. The vampires sped through the woods, crashing through trees and brush alike. I yelped as Svetnik leaped high over a tall hedge and landed on the ground, still running. Another roar echoed over the forested valley, closer to us but weaker. We soon broke out of the thicket of woods and stumbled upon a clearing nestled in the foothills of the mountains.
And it was full of bones.
37. My breath caught in my throat as I beheld the bone graveyard. Dead creatures big and small littered the ground, and I even noticed the grinning skulls of humanoid creatures, though many showed signs of having been an immortality in life, such as having antlers and tails. The bones ringed a low stone platform set in the middle of the clearing, and in the center lay Luca. He wasn't the Luca I knew, however, as he had completely transformed into a dragon. His girth towered over the bones, and his tail had smashed against the pile of bones at the back of the platform, crushing them to powder. A pair of huge chains spread over his back and pinned him to the platform. Philo and his men stood on either side of him, with their black stone-tipped spears raised toward Luca. The captain lifted his arm and his chin.
"Again," he shouted.
The command rang clear across the barren wasteland, and the men stabbed the tips of their weapons into Luca's sides. The stones burst with a dark light as they were shoved into his flesh, and I saw that the scales had been burned away. The fire from the stones burned him more as smoke rose up from the pockmarks, and the air filled with the stench of burnt flesh. Luca lifted his head and roared again, but there was less energy than before. The men removed their spears and Luca's head crashed to the ground. His sides moved in a rhythm of labored breathing, and blood oozed out of the wounds.
"Stop it!"
I shouted, and the whole company turned their faces in our direction. Philo's eyebrows crashed down, and he stabbed a finger at us.
"Capture them!"
Svetnik set me on the ground as Marcus moved closer to us. The elder vampire looked up at his younger compatriot and gave him a toothy grin.
"I have not had immortal blood in quite a few decades.
Care to join me for a bite?" Svetnik's eyes flickered over the men as they approached with their spears pointed at us.
"I have little choice."
He cast his eyes at me as I stood beside him.
"Remain here until the way is clear, then go to him."
I nodded, and my hair blew into my face as the vampires dashed forward. They met the men head-on, and the battle begun. The immortality didn't stand a chance. In a few moments the vampires stood triumphant and satiated among the breathing bodies of their victims. The only immortality left standing was Philo, who had remained near Luca. Other than him the way was clear, and I rushed forward. The ram immortality grasped his spear in both hands, and aimed the tip at one of Luca's eyes. "Come closer and I will shove this into his brain."
I skidded to a stop a few feet away.
A frown creased my lips as I shook my head.
"Why are you doing this?
Why would Aegeus order you to hurt him?" Something flickered across his eyes.
That's when I understood.
Cassius' magic was at play here, in the depths of the darkness.
And that's when the bodies rose up.
Those that the vampires had drained sat up, and their empty eyes told me all I needed to know about who was pulling the strings. The men climbed to their feet and grasped their spears. Svetnik and Marcus moved to stand back to one another, as the zombie-like people closed in on them. Marcus frowned at the immortality.
"This will be rather difficult to keep them down without breaking their legs." Svetnik shook his head. "I do not believe even that would stop them." "It would not."
The voice came from the direction where the mirror stood in its small glade, and I didn't need to turn around to know it was. Cassius sauntered around the edge of the armed immortality, as the Wight flitted over us on their discs. There was a sly, greasy smile on his lips as he walked up to within 5 feet of Luca. Luca's eyes widened for a moment before his large lips curled back in a snarl. Cassius chuckled.
"I see you have figured out who is the villain as quickly as your bride."
A most perfect, albeit doomed couple. He lifted his eyes to the wounds and the blood that poured from them, and clucked his tongue.
"Such a messy business.
I thought perhaps they would be done with it by now, and my new bride," he turned and his gaze fell on me, "could avoid the sight of your death." Luca lunged forward and snapped his great jaws. They came within an inch of Cassius before the metal bindings pinned him in place. Cassius stepped back and wrinkled his nose.
You smell of putrid flesh already, dear cousin.
I imagine the black magic is working its way into your very bones and causing them to twist and distort.
It must be nearly unbearable.
My heart skipped a beat as I felt the warmth of my white fire rise up within me. The shadows around us shifted as they had before, and I felt the familiar oppression of the dark, evil air close in around us. There was something more this time, a strange painful tingling that ran from the edges of my slightly glowing fingers up my arms. Luca's eyes flickered to me, and Cassius turned in my direction and frowned.
You cannot use your magic here, Lady of the Fire.
To try is to risk your life and the life of your unborn child. I looked back at Luca, whose pleading eyes told me to flee. For a moment I considered it, but not for myself. The baby shifted slightly in my stomach, as though my fearful thoughts frightened it.
I set my hand over my stomach and closed my eyes.
My thoughts seemed to wander down to the child I carried, and a strange strength emanated from the babe. Strength, and a pig-headed determination to see things through to the end. My eyes flew open, and I smiled at Luca.
We're not going anywhere, and nothing's going to happen to you too. I clasped my hands together as the soft light grew stronger. Even if I sacrifice my life, I guarantee my baby and husband will live.
Cassius stabbed a finger at me.
Stop her.
The controlled Emotti and Wight flung themselves at us. At a mischievous look from Marcus, each vampire grabbed the nearest Emotti and picked them up. They launched the flailing guards at the Wights, who dodged the first lob, but not the second, as they used their unnatural speed to throw the projectiles at our flying enemies. During a brief lull between tosses, Marcus looked over his shoulder at me.
If you mean to do something, then do it.
I nodded and shut my eyes. My hands glowed brighter, but the light attracted the darkness. I could feel the shadows slither out of the black woods and creep across the ground toward me. Their cold tendrils touched my feet and traveled up my leg. My breath came out in shuddered gasps as the evil tugged at the warmth inside of me, sapping me of my energy.
Not this time.
I clenched my teeth against the cold, draining pain, and focused all my thoughts on the babe in my womb, and the husband I so dearly loved lying bleeding in front of me. The warmth inside me battled with the darkness, but I would not let these shadows chase away my courage. I thought back to all my adventures and all my friends. Penai, Myra, Svetnik, Marcus, MIA and Ethan. If Cassius took control, they would all be killed, or worse.
I wasn't going to let that happen. I flung my eyes open as a strong wind flew up from my feet and swirled around me.
Cassius' furious gaze met mine as I raised one glowing hand above me. The light around my fingers burst outward like a wave of warmth and swept across the clearing, knocking back all the shadows. Cassius threw his own arms outward as the light reached him, and two huge black fireballs forward. The orbs cut through the light and made paths straight toward me. Luca let out a terrible roar and wrenched forward.
The chains broke under the strain of his determination, and he leapt forward.
His teeth clamped down on the black orbs and they burst apart. The force threw him backward and across the clearing, where he lay limp. My concentration was broken at the sight, and Cassius opened his palms to try again. A sword flew out of the brush and pierced him through one arm. Cassius cried out and stumbled back as Landry and Hannah emerged, soaking wet and hand in hand. Landry's scabbard was empty. Cassius took a step back as the vampires finished off his puppets and turned their attention to him. He turned to flee, but Landry and his bride cut off that route. Luca came up to my side and curled his lips back in a snarl. Cassius' eyes flickered over all of us before an insane smile curled onto his lips. He closed his eyes and a chuckle escaped him.
The chuckle mutated into a laugh as he threw his head back and lifted his hands to the sky. If I cannot have this realm, then no one will.
38. Cassius raised his hands and a huge wall of fire shot up from the ground around him.
The hungry flames consumed everything it touched, until the area around us was a swirling inferno of heat and fire.
Cassius stood in the middle of his blaze, untouched by the dragonfire and with his maniacal look on his face. Luca lifted his head and glared at his cousin.
"Stop or you'll destroy all of us."
Cassius laughed.
"What do I care, dear cousin?
With you on the throne my line is ended, so I will end yours as well." He stretched his arms higher, and more fire burst out of the now ashen dirt.
Our friends squeezed together as the flames encroached inward, lighting everything aflame with a mere touch of its red-hot bodies.
Smoke rose up from the fire and stung my eyes. My legs faltered and I nearly fell, but Marcus' hand shot out and held me up. I looked up into his face and was stunned to find a smile there.
"Stand strong, Lady of the White Light.
Where there is darkness, there is invariably light."
I swept my eyes over the heated chaos and shook my head. "I can't beat this with light." "On the contrary," he nodded at a spot on the ground where my light had swept past.
A small sprig of flower sat there, and the flames tried to lick at the tiny green leaves. The flower seemed to push the flames away, and the fire retreated around the determined plant.
While his core power is dragon magic, he uses the powers of darkness to enhance that magic.
Because of that, the core of his magic is now corrupted. Landry scooted close to us as he clutched the terrified Hannah to himself.
"Whatever you might have planned, I suggest you quicken your actions."
I could see what he meant as the flames rose high over our heads, blocking out the darkening sky. The firestorm whipped about us, and the wind it created nearly knocked me off my feet. Luca swooped around our group and used his body to cover all of us, creating a windless tunnel in which we stood. He even scooped up the fallen Wight and Amoti into our midst, as the flames licked at their unconscious bodies. I looked around at the faces of my friends. A bit of fear touched at the corners of their eyes. I took a deep breath to steady myself, and lifted my arms up in the air. The soft glow in my hands became two beacons of burning light in the gloom of the fire and smoke. The brilliance burst upward, and formed into an umbrella that shone out over the clearing.
The hungry flames drew back and shriveled beneath my efforts.
Cassius narrowed his eyes at me, and threw his hand in my direction. The wind created by the fire swayed toward us. The billowing smoke blew into my lungs, but I clenched my teeth to keep from coughing as my light burned away the blackness. Every inch of my body pleaded for me to stop. My muscles stretched and screamed. Even my bones trembled under the weight of the light, as the brilliance shook my form like an earthquake shaking a stiff building. The babe in my womb shifted and kicked, though not in terror. A tiny glow emanated from my stomach and tried to match mine, and I almost laughed at the adorable effort. That little bit of spark brightened my light, as did Luca as he drew his snouted face close to mine. His bright eyes caught mine as he lifted his head and opened his jaws wide. A stream of fire blasted out of his mouth and struck my light that hovered over us. Light and flame mixed and swelled upward into a huge column of red and white. His fire energy slipped down the coils of light and into my hands. The weakness inside me vanished, and the screaming pain was smothered by the warm fire given to me by my mate. The column bent toward Cassius and consumed all the darkness before it. Cassius' wide eyes watched the arch dive at him, and he threw his hands upward. A black disk appeared, but the funnel shattered the shadow and struck him. He let out a terrible cry as the light and fire consumed him.
The swirling mass hid all but his shadow, and we watched as he was slowly consumed.
The dark flames around us were smothered, and in a few moments they vanished. My arms dropped to my sides and I fell to my knees. Luca leaned his face against the front of my body, so that I merely drooped against him rather than landing face first into the scorched earth. A gentle wind swept over us and blew away the smoke and cinder. The breeze revealed the spot where Cassius had stood.
There was now only a scorch mark where he had stood.
A bit of his cloak fluttered across the ground before it was swept away to the dark reaches of the forest. Luca nudged me backward and I dropped onto my legs. A deep, soft groan came from Luca, and he slowly shifted back to his human form. The wounds in his sides, however, remained, and he clutched one of the holes as a little bit of blood escaped the clot. His clothes were a mess of rags, so Svetnik set his own cloak over his master's shoulders. The wounds struck a memory inside me. I rummaged inside my own cloak, and drew out the small bottle of medicine our ghostly friend had prepared for us. The contents glistened against the burgeoning night sky, as though telling me it was ready for its final task. A smile touched my lips as I set my hand on the cap.
"Thank you, Todd."
A soft, cool breeze blew past my cheek like a gentle kiss. I looked up and watched a white wisp fly up into the air.
The shroud was joined by another, and together the pair danced into the sky before disappearing into the twinkling stars.
I knelt down beside Luca, and with Svetnik's help the medicine was soon applied. Luca winced and clenched his teeth at the application, and at the finish he was slightly trembling.
I handed the half-empty container to Svetnik and grasped Luca's shaking hands. "I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner." He offered me a smile as he shook his head. "You were here just when it mattered."
A low cough interrupted us, and we looked up to find Landry and Hannah standing nearby. The Lord of the Waters slightly hung his head.
"You have my most sincerest apologies for my actions.
Were it not for my betrayal, you would not be in the condition you are." Luca cast him a stern look as I helped my mate to his feet and gestured to Hannah.
"This is why you betrayed us."
Hannah stepped forward and bowed her head to Luca.
"It is, Your Highness, and for that I too wish to apologize."
Luca took her hand and pressed a light kiss on the top. She blinked up at him as he smiled.
I can see why he ventured to do it.
A light blush accented her cheeks as she stepped back to join her fiancé.
"Thank you, Your Highness." I jabbed my elbow into his side. Between the wounds, that is.
Luca winced slightly but gave me a mischievous, crooked smile.
"You are my only light, my dear." I folded my arms over my chest and snorted. "And the brightest one around, too." "And a very good thing for us, too," Marcus mused as he swept his eyes over the scorched area. That madman was intent on incinerating all of us.
A soft groan came from the fallen MRT around us. Svetnik knelt beside Philo as the captain's eyes flickered open.
He sat up and cupped his head in one hand.
His bewildered eyes looked around at all our curious faces.
What happened?"
Svetnik set a hand on the MRT's shoulder.
"A nightmare that is now over."
My face fell as I looked up at Luca.
"But they're still trapped in here."
Marcus tilted his head to one side and studied the sky.
"I believe that will no longer be a problem."
Do you not smell the clear air? Most of the evil has vanished, and I believe fire and light have succeeded in relinquishing the claim of the barrier over the forest. I inhaled the deep scent of fresh air as Luca wrapped an arm around my waist. He drew me close against his side and pressed a gentle kiss on my forehead.
"I love you." I grinned up at him.
"Ditto, you handsome dragon man."
I set my hand on my much larger stomach, but I wasn't worried anymore about the growth. I had my friends around me and my mate by my side.
With him around, nothing in the world could hurt us, and I couldn't wait to show my son this wonderful, fantastic world of mine.